evening. It is March 25th, 2022. Next Friday is April the 1st. April Fool's Day.
The fools.
Yes, is the hobby going to fool us some more? The content god's already shown upon us a little bit tonight, so we've already got a starting course. It's like, what do you got planned for me for April the 1st? I'm ready. Yeah. So how's it going this evening, Bobby?
Doing good.
Sounds good. Eric said he was doing his renovations. He's prepared to start putting some of that stuff back upside down, in the boxes, as is the way. So that's good. First comment of the night and a new record for earliest first comment of the night was Yannick at 5:30 a.m. because reasons. I have to give him credit.
Where is he now?
Lord knows. If he started at 5:30 a.m., who knows if he made it by this point? Oh, no, he says he's there. Okay. Let's go. There you go. Ready for the main course? Yes. I ran from one live stream to the other. So I needed to get my refill, get my beverage for the evening. So got that all set. Got that all situated. Wonderful. So we do have the content gods have shined brightly upon us. There is some good stuff to talk about. So we'll get into a little bit of that. And then it'll be the usual, kind of what we wanted to, kind of wherever direction we want to go into it. So it'll be kind of fun. And we'll see. I did extend the link to Brad, so we'll see if he pops in tonight. Maybe he's got some thoughts and some stuff with that. There's a couple of things in there that could be good for him. Let's start off with an easy one, relatively speaking. We can touch on it a little bit. CSG has updated its holder. The label on the holder. The holder I still think is good. The label I think is an improvement. But that isn't the only thing they did, which actually I think made it a little bit more interesting. So the holder, the label is the part that obviously gets the immediate attention. You see it, and immediately you're like, oh, okay. But then once you get into it, then it gets really interesting because they actually had to make a modification to it. So give me a second.
See, you watched Dakota and he didn't give us that information. Damn.
Just terrible.
That's it.
Just terrible.
You're done, Dakota. That's it. I'm not coming in.
Yep. True facts. True story.
Well,
so
tonight.
Let's see here. All right. Okay, so got it. Okay. So you remember that thing where I said that the Max got reset, which was really annoying? It's still yeah, basically they updated StreamYard. They did something and then basically you have to reset. So what I'll do is I'll do the share screen in a second, but I'll read a couple of these comments. I got to actually get out of the window and then reopen it. So I'll come back in.
People were complaining about that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's annoying because you don't really see it until you actually open it up and try to do it. It's like, "Oh, you have to redo your settings." Oh, for goodness sake. It's very annoying. All right. So let me read a couple of these comments here. Sure. Good evening 357, Mr. Lewis, good evening. Albert, good evening. Yep. And good evening, Paul. Absolutely. I actually received a package from Paul with a Medano card and a thing. So it's in my pickup video, which will be airing in the morning coming up here. So let me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop out of this. I'll leave it first. Open this. Initial thoughts on the label, on the new label, because I don't know if you got a chance to see it. I think I sent you a link to it, Eric, and you might have gotten a chance to see Bobby. I think it's an improvement myself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop out and I'm going to come back in. So it'll just take me a minute. I'll be back.
And what did you think, Eric?
Well, I think it's a long time coming. I think, they've been hearing these complaints from the get-go, and I'm glad that as a company they listened. I think that the front of the new label is adequate. I like it. They took a little from SCG.
Adequate.
Yeah, it's adequate. It didn't blow me away, but it's
not supposed to blow you away because I think the green was detracting.
Oh, absolutely.
They said.
Absolutely.
So I thought it was well.
Yeah, I think it's
up what you're saying.
I think it's much better. I like it, especially in comparison. But I do like it. I like the big number 10. That's what I like about SCGs is that the big number that's out there.
I think it kept it very straightforward, which is what I think is a clarity thing. It's straightforward, nothing too crazy. The number's still a good size. Like you've still got like that 10 is very visible right now from that image. No problem. You can see it. Black and white. You can see exactly what it is. For some folks, it's going to be a little plain, but it's not going to be very divisive because look, it's straightforward. It's fairly legible. The big thing for me, and this is the key, is that they have mostly eliminated the subgrades.
Right.
Except for the perfect 10. So what they did is they also made a modification to the grading scale. So they did two things. The grading scale is now in direct alignment with SCG. So now what you've got is you've got your 10, and this is one more wrinkle that that I want to talk about for a second. So you got your perfect 10, is received the grade of Gem Mint 10, but all 4 grading criteria are being a 10. So this is 4 subgrades is considered a perfect 10, which is the black label, whatever you want to call it. That's the top level. Anything that would be normally under the previous, then that's your Gem Mint 10. Now, here's the funny thing about that. The Gem Mint 10 means that that's been renamed because the Gem Mint was 9.5 previously.
With CSG?
With CSG, that's right.
Oh.
Because what happens now is, and I'll show you guys, because I got a couple of these sitting right here, and I'll show you quickly. So you can see the 9.5 is the Gem Mint previously. So this has 4 9.5 subgrades, but now this is a 10. So if I send this back in, it will be reholdered as a 10. That is right.
Well, I'm glad they jumped on it as early as possible. I don't think the changeover was as fast as they should have made it. I'm actually surprised they waited this long, but I guess sooner than later is definitely better. I like this a lot. Actually, it looks very synonymous with Beckett silver kind of reflection, kind of the holder back, and I know how much Eric likes that reference.
Oh, Undying Love.
That's why he said adequate. But I really believe that it was a really well done. I think it's plain and simple. It doesn't detract. It's got a black border around it. It's the right colors where it needs to be. I think it's a perfect kind of representative of a great holder.
Yeah, I think what's going to be interesting is that the holders were already good. Like a lot of us already agreed that the holder itself.
Header in the holder, yes. So.
Yeah. So the actual case, the plastic, the clarity, all that, fine. No problem. But the issue was really that for some folks, the green was too much. It detracted from what the overall package. If it's cleaner, it doesn't have to be exciting. It doesn't matter. It just has to be not unobjectionable. And if it's unobjectionable, that's good enough, because then it removes the one big, because a lot of people will be like, I like the holder, but, and then they would say the label. And if that but is no longer there, it doesn't have to be exciting. It just has to be like, look, so you're not fixating on the label anymore. You're focusing in on it. The other thing that makes it interesting, though, is that making the Gem Mint a 10, again, lines it up with SCG, SGC, and also with Beckett, technically, because the 9.5 was a Gem Mint. But what they did is they created their 10, and they have their perfect 10. So we're still on a 1 to 10 scale, but now a Gem Mint is a 10. And then there's a higher version of it without putting the black label on it, because it's already kind of a black label.
Well, yeah, that means they're moving up and they're moving on, and they're realizing that they're a force in the business. Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. I think they got a long way to go, but they're edging their way up slowly, and it's nice to see that they did change things. At least they did with the holder. So
yeah, they did take the feedback, which is a good thing. So good evening, Korean Cardboard. Good evening, Baz. And these are improvement from the previous monstrosity. Yeah. So like some people had strong feelings about like I said, it was the label. Yep. Next in line to the grade, the line next to the grade has to go. I think that's going to be, I don't think that's going to change. I think the configuration is.
It's boxed in pretty good. I like that.
Yeah. Other folks also mentioned like Paul that it's GMA like. I don't think that's necessarily an issue, because here's the truth. I don't care. GMA is there as like a second tier, and some people use them. It's like, guys, almost any black label now is going to look very similar. A lot of them are going to look very similar.
Most labels are going to look similar, yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't go with a wild, crazy color or do something nuts, it's like you're going to pretty much resemble some other folks. So we'll have to see.
Like I said, like Beckett had that silver background, right? Silver or gold.
Yeah.
And it has sort of a silver sheen to it, I think. Right?
Sorry, repeat that?
It's silver?
Well, the actual, the label itself is black. It's black.
No, but the backing is silver, isn't it? Against the
let me double check. I will double check that for you. See if I can find a picture. Introducing the new label. Let's see. It looks like a gradient. So hold on, I can make it a little bit bigger.
Gray or silver, I guess same thing, right?
Yeah. So here you go. That's the back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I said, it looks like a gradient. It looks like like we'll have to see it. You have to see like an image, but I think it works, and it also has the QR code and all that, which is fine. And we know now that they've incorporated the large scans, so that you can scan it and actually see it and look it up on the site and actually see the card in question scanned in the holder, which is a good feature. That's a good security feature. It's maintaining that and keeping that going. That's going to be a good thing. Yeah, would a perfect 10 not need subgrades as we listed? We know they're all 10s. Yeah, it's a bit redundant, but it's kind of made me laugh. I was like, you decided to keep the subgrades for the one. It's like they want to emphasize, I want you to see five 10s. It gives it the extra. And I was like, okay, man. Fair enough. So Kevin says reminds of GMA. Yep. Same as Paul. Is the label tad shorter? No, but the black is slimming. The label is actually the exact same size. The actual holder is identical. The only thing they did was put a black
trim.
label inside of it, and it does make it feel like it's a bit more proportional. Let's put it that way. It feels like there's less space. It's actually the exact same size of label, which is a funny optical illusion.
It very much is. Yeah, I'd have to say.
So Eric Chick doesn't bounce this week.
Well,
Bob has no faith in you.
Bob, I told you, do not cash that until next Tuesday.
Or July or June 29th or 30th. That's
I
the
just
exact
said,
time.
I said he had to give me a couple of days to get the funds and do not cash it until Tuesday. Now, if he tried to cash it before that, that's not my fault. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying that he can? So you're saying he can get his money from StarStock?
Maybe.
Too soon? Too soon?
Not too soon.
Good
They're
evening,
on their
Jeff.
way.
Yeah. Good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. So yeah. So I agree, and I think overall it's good. I'm pleased that they decided to go that route. It's an improvement. Fine, great. Making the Gem Min a 10 aligns with kind of industry standard. Funny enough, they did use the word nomenclature. So off in the distance, Steve is shaking his fist. So they did in fact say with standardized nomenclature. So I was like, okay, great. From what I understand as well, for anybody who is interested in getting it swapped out, I think until the end of June, it's $5 flat to swap it out into the other holder. So I'm going to look into it because I've got 295s here, and I wouldn't mind swapping them out if it's not too onerous, if it's not too crazy. I'll see what the process is. The only thing that concerns me is the international shipping because obviously that can be a little murky.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, $5, $45 shipping. No.
Yeah, right.
That's not going to fly. So we'll see. I'll see what it looks like as far as that concerned, but at least I've got some time to look into it now. So that'll be fun.
So if you're interested, I have my opinions on this.
Right now would be the time, yes.
Okay, so I got a list of like positives and negatives on it.
Oh, he's got a list. Go on.
So I do take notes. I do care about this.
Listen,
show.
Eric. This is an exciting day. I have the warm white light of the content God shining upon me as we speak. This is serious.
That is serious.
Continue.
So I still so let's start with the positives before I go all New England negative. The still got the best plastic in the hobby. I'd argue with anybody who said that that's not the case.
One more thing I'll add real quick. Just I don't know if it's on your list or not. They still have $12 grading at the bulk rate, and since there's no more subgrades, it's $12.
Flat.
So if you're interested for PC stuff and it's not like high dollar stuff, it's like you can actually get $12 grading. You'll have to wait for it a while, obviously, but like that's not terrible. Like if you're in no hurry and it's not an issue, $12 grading's okay. That's decent.
Yeah, so the other one of the positives was going to be that, to my knowledge, with this change and the probable influx of people wanting to do this, because we all like shiny new things, they haven't jacked their prices up to try to scam us on this, and that's a positive because we've seen many times that when there's something new and shiny, all of a sudden the prices go up. So the fact that they don't seem to be doing that is a positive, and I appreciate that.
Sure.
So they haven't raised their prices. They still have the best plastic in the hobby. I do like the front of the new label. I like the clear number. I like the design. I don't think it's anything super new to the hobby, say like what HGA did. Okay.
I guess my better judgment while you're explaining it, I'll put it on there. Put it on the screen.
There you go.
So I think that looks clean. The green was absolutely horrific. I would definitely not purchase one on my own in the past. I'm definitely interested in this company even more than I have been in the past now. So with some of the things that I am concerned about, though, I've never been a fan. No, this is just opinion, I guess. It really is. I'm not a fan of half grades. I'm very basic. Give me 1 through 10. That's it. I don't want to hear about your 8.5 or your 9.5, especially the 9.5s. I think that just drives, I think, everyone in the hobby crazy when you get a card back and it's a 9.5. And, it's like, wait a minute, this thing looks absolutely perfect. It's worth a great deal of money. And, a half a grade, I'm so against the half grading thing. It should be solid grades, in my opinion, 1 through 10.
The financial ramifications of having a half grade is phenomenal for them.
I just think it's not. I don't think it's necessary.
It is in the sense that there were a bunch of cards that were 9.5 gem mints. 9.5 gem mints.
Yes.
Where this is really a marketing experiment. It's the psychology that the hobby is proving, is what is really done, is that if I take your 9.5 and I make it a 10, but it's the same card, but I leave room, I leave basically headroom where, like, if it is, absolutely perfectly dead center, 50-50 front and back, that's a superior version of this, but it met all the other criteria. There's no other flaws, no other issue. It creates that headroom for you to allow that. That allows you to have 2 10s. Because in fact, what they did is, again, they actually borrowed SGC's grading scale. Because if you look at the scale, that's basically what SGC did. They included a 10, and then they got the gold label 10.
Yeah, and Beckett does the same thing with their black labels. And
Correct.
I think, and I am not a fan of any of this. I think a 10 is a 10. I don't, I love the movie Spinal Tap, but, I don't think this one goes to 11. And they ask him, but if you leave it a 10, wouldn't that still be the loudest? But this one goes to 11. And it's that basic and that stupid what these card companies are doing. They are Spinal Tap. Why am I bringing it to 11? Because I can. Is there any difference? Nope, not at all. But this one's special because it can be turned up to 11. Can't
you say that until we find out. You say that until we find out that the perfect 10 goes for double the regular 10.
And that's the scam. And that's what I can't stand. Because a 10 in every every grading company should be 50-50, perfect on every side. Absolutely gem mint no longer means gem mint for some reason.
Well, gem mint never actually meant anything. To be clear, gem mint was invented when third-party grading came into parlance. Yeah. Mint was actually supposed to be what you just described.
So this company now has 9 is mint. So as what you're saying, mint is at one point in our vocabulary, mint is perfect, right? Now it's a 9.
Well, not since 1991, but yes.
And 9.5 is now mint plus. Mm-hmm. Plus what? Plus 0.2? Plus what? What the hell is plus? What equals a plus?
Okay, do you actually want me? I've got the scale. I've got the scale in front of me. Do you actually want me to tell you what the difference is?
I want to continue my rant for a second, and then you can educate me.
Go ahead.
It's like friends with benefits. Anyways.
So we have 9. There you go. So you have 9 is mint, which in vocabulary means perfect. Then you have 9.5 is mint plus, so that's more than perfect. That's like having more than 100% of something. You can't. How much do you love me? 150%. That's not a real number.
Eric, I need you to give this rant 110%.
Okay.
And that's the thing.
It's
we
not
always
a real
reference
number.
it. It's used in our nomenclature all the time. I'm going to give 110%. They don't say 100. Everyone says 110, so it must be relevant. So that means the best of the best. You're not just going to give you your best. You're going to be your best of your best. So there's that.
So then you finally get to a 10, and now it's gem mint. Okay, so say I bought into all this grading stuff over the years, and mint isn't really perfect anymore. We now have gem mint. Okay, fine. That's what you want to use. Nope, we're going to turn it up to 11, and now we're going to go with perfect. And we're not going to put 11. We're going to still give it a 10, which also drives me crazy. So you pick up the card, you see a number. That's the whole point. It says 10. Woo, woo. Oh, wait a minute. It's not the real 10 that I wanted. It is so ridiculous. It just makes no sense. If you want to Spinal Tap the damn thing, go to 11. Be the first company that admits we're going to an 11-point scale. No black labels, no gold labels, just we're going to 11 and just call it the Spinal Tap grade.
I'm a big fan because then the next logical step is somebody to go to 12.
Yeah.
And I love number 12. It's my favorite number. I would love that. That sounds great.
Then Don West will be on the air again saying 13s, and then it's all
Yeah. I mean, just might as well. And then you're back to SGC years ago with a 100-point scale.
Well, at least with the 100-point scale, we were closer to the Dart Mint, 180.
Yeah.
And everyone freaks out. It'd be amazing. Oh my God.
So
Eric,
I'm completely
Irish.
against
You love the
all
Irish
that.
green. It's gone now, so
Yeah.
there you go.
So
Pick the fight you know you have a chance of winning.
but you can't have 2 10s.
Oh yes, you can. And now several companies have 2 10s.
Listen, Bo Derek is a 10. You don't bring in Farrah Fawcett and say she's an 11. You can also say she's a 10.
Yeah.
There are many jokes there.
It's like to see which one is legible.
I was like, hold on. Which one will be Leighton's break appropriate? And which one is like? We'll get to that. We'll get to
Yeah,
that. Shortly.
right.
We'll get to that.
No
We'll get to
four,
that.
and I just went,
All right. Do you have a couple more points, or am I
Yes.
starting the educating?
Oh,
Go ahead.
no.
Go.
No, on the grading, you can educate me. That's my
Go.
rant. I think the numbers are ridiculous. Calling them mint plus, gem mint, perfect. When 9 is mint. No, it's not mint. If you have above 9, then 9 is not mint. 10 is mint. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's gem mint. And then we have another 10, which is perfect. So I'm against all of that. All of it is ridiculous, and it's just more sales crap to try to scam us in the hobby. So
But you're for pumping upside down 1 touches.
Well, God,
Just
yeah.
so that we level set.
That's because
You're
I
okay
get-
with the upside down 1 touches.
That's because I get a kickback on that.
That's right.
So you're saying if you got a kickback, you'd be all for the double 10s.
It'd be 11s.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's important. I need to level set as long as we're all transparent on this.
Oh, sure.
This podcast has always made abundantly clear. You know, our opinions are available for a price. It's a good price. Like you got to cut a good check. Make it worth our while. You know,
Yeah.
we're not going to do this for floating head money. We actually need real money.
Right.
And Carlos, you said that CSG stole from SGC, the grading scale. Well,
Yeah.
SGC changed theirs and stole from.
Yeah, they went to the 1 to 10 scale from PSA. Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah.
everybody's stealing from everybody. It's
Yeah.
plagiarism is alive and well.
Yeah.
In this hobby.
But you know what's a funny thing though? Here's a funny thing though. A little twist on this. A lot of people complained because you had all these weird modifications on the scale. So you'd have like a 9.5 for you is a gem mint, but a 10 for you is a gem mint, and et cetera, et cetera. Well, in this case, we got 2 grading companies who are now aligned. So you can say a 10 SGC is at least an equivalent for them as far as a 10 CSG.
Yes.
So they can say you're a gem mint, and PSA, your 10 is a gem mint. So we're all saying 10 is gem mint, at least for 3 of us. Okay.
And what's the other
You
company?
spend the money. You
The one that
you
Eric
waste the time.
Oh,
You
yeah.
get the card back. You open it up. You see a 10, and you're still going to be disappointed because it's not the 10 you wanted. How ridiculous is that as for a customer?
The 10 you wanted is 1 in 10,000. So there you go.
Well,
Unless
that goes
you
back to
work-
what we.
Unless you work for Leaf.
True.
Well, and
Okay.
your name is no. We won't even go.
Yeah. So real quick, the
Slim
difference
Shady.
between the 9.5, so on the new scale, the difference between the 9.5 and the 10 is basically for the 9.5, and actually they're still grading the 9.5 pretty tough according to this scale here, because they're saying a nearly flawless naked eye, centering must be 50-50 one way. So they actually want you to be 50-50 one way on the centering. 55-45 on the other, which is already pretty good. Corners mint the naked eye. Subtle wear is allowed under magnification only. Edges must be original with only 1 minor flaw. A few extremely minor print spots that are detectable under magnification are allowed. So above that is basically internally, they're keeping kind of the subgrades, but a gem mint 10 is allowed to be the equivalent of 10-10-10, 9.5. If you've got 3 10s and there's one that falls just shy of that, that's a gem mint 10. The perfect 10 is all 10s across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the subgrades always made it tricky because if you try to use subgrades, what's the difference between 9.5 centering and 10 centering? Is that like, 49-51? Is that
any
matter
other drawbacks, right?
Yeah. But let's assume everything else is good. And the centering is just the smallest bit off. So then do you move that? It's, 50-48. Do you move that to 9.5? Because that's basically the scale you had there. Because it's not 10.
That's not even measurable by the eyes.
That's what I mean. It's at that point you're really splitting hairs literally.
Yeah.
So it's at the tiniest level, which means that your higher end 10s still remain pretty difficult to come by, which does help with the resale
Yes.
value of the 10s because you're not handing them out like candy. So that is helpful. That is a pretty strict standard for the Gen Mint 10, though. That is still a pretty strict standard because you're saying that's actually still better than the PSA standard for centering,
Yeah.
flat out.
So
Yeah,
I've been laughing at
they're a
that
little loose
for
at that.
years.
Yeah, that's still pretty strong because they're saying 50-50 one way and 55-45 the other. So say on the back you want 55-45, that's fine, but the front has to be 50-50 then. That's the only way you get a 10, which is still
Yeah.
pretty strong standard for
And
the 10.
a 10 should be a 10. It should be the best thing available. Everything they should be unbelievably rare, and I don't know.
Well,
It's just
generally they
ridiculous
are,
what
right?
they're companies are doing. Well, no, they're going to be giving you
Eric,
Gem
you don't
Mint
partake
10s
in
left
it
and right.
anyways. You don't partake in it, so
There you go.
why
So
fight the fight?
nobody can afford an 11. I mean, any grading system around
I
cardboard
won't.
is going to have some arbitrary elements. I think grading is ridiculous for the most part. That's fair. BCC grading in the past was a sham. BCC grading at all times was a sham.
Yes.
Perfect 10 Ty Dillinger. Wrestling reference. Well played. Hitchhiker. There's something about Mary came up 7 minutes ABS to upgrade an 8-minute ABS, so there is a precedent.
No,
There you
abs.
go.
If you've seen the movie, it's 8-minute abs. He goes, I invented 7-minute abs.
Oh, okay. Well, he's
then-
emphasizing it because he made it all capitals. So
Yeah.
I was like, I just took
Yeah.
it as initials.
I'm a fan of the film, so I know exactly what he's talking
Well, Bob
about.
is trying to get on your good side before his next heel turn.
Oh yeah.
100% agree with Eric. Not 110% or 1000%. 100 because that's the max. This
you.
Rant is an SGT 11 Spinal Tap Grading
Thank you, Bob.
until his next heel turn.
Yeah.
Don't turn your back. The knife is the knife is bracing.
No, I'm ready to be stabbed at any moment.
Yeah.
So Peter Collect, good evening. I wonder if Beckett may consider changing their scale. Well, right now, I don't think Beckett. I think at this point, that's the only thing that distinguishes Beckett now is their weird scale. They got a lot of other problems before they worry about the scale. They got a lot of problems they need to sort out before they worry about the scale now. Here you go. Completely unrelated. Congrats, Tim, on the investment that was received. So he did receive that a little bit earlier, but Sports Card Investor did publicize it. He did say that he had invested in the companies. By the way, just out of curiosity, did you see Tim from the Mint Collective and his new hat?
I wanted you to post that. I was hoping at some point tonight we could get to that and just rip him to shreds if possible.
Well, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. See
Okay.
what I can do for you. I think
Yeah,
I know I captured it somewhere.
Oh
No,
my
yeah.
god! Just go to Instagram, and just play the video at some point, and
Yeah.
we'll just sit back and just laugh and laugh and laugh.
What's going on with him?
He's a hysterical human being, and and the fact that he's got a straight face through the entire thing is what is killing me. It's
Yeah, I
not
know
even what he's doing.
the Sports Card Radio had a few things to say about him.
Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Were they positive? I doubt it. It was
Absolutely
Sports
not.
Talk Radio.
No,
No, but that's
0%.
At the end, they kind of,
Well, the thing is, Sports Card. Remember, Jeff Wilson got a more favorable review than the cell phone guy that he invested money into. Tim did not get a passing grade on that. So let me take a look. See if I can find it. Because I know he didn't post it to his own. I think it was he was tagged in it. But now I got to see if I can find it. The thing is, I got the video. I don't want the video. I want the still.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can locate it.
But we can finish talking about this grading thing and then make fun of Tim later.
we
Oh, we
are
will.
finished. Don't
We
worry.
will. I agree with Eric. That's why PSA, even though they half grades, should be 1 to 10. No qualifiers. Yep. Don't turn your back on the wolf pack. Facts.
Get that right.
Seabass. Well played. Well played, sir. But yeah, it's like I said, I'm okay with it just because at least it does standardize things a little bit more. We can still quibble about the details in between, but at least it does. At least 2 of those graders are now aligned. They actually have the same grading scale. So you can kind of go, apples to apples. A CSG 9, SGC 9. They're aligned. The Gem Mints are aligned, and they gave you one more 10. The gold label, the perfect 10, they aligned themselves there as well. So that's one level. And then Gem Mint 10 for PSA is still Gem Mint 10. So again, aligned in that sense. And then you can do your comparables are a little bit easier because you can say, okay, take the 10 from this one and compare it to the 10 from this one. Look at the price difference. There you go. Figure that out for yourself.
And if another grading company comes in with an S and a C in it, I'm out.
At that point, just give it up. Just give it up. at that
I'm
stage.
managing with 2.
The other quick thing was the back of the slip. I just think that's really unattractive. They kept getting all this feedback that
It's the back.
it looks horrible.
Well, don't look at it. Look at the front.
I still read the back of hockey cards.
Why don't you get Tim to make a holder for you with a blank out on the back? Keep the rubber going on the back.
And just,
Done.
I will. I'll have him make me one special.
What he's going to do though is he's going to have him make one where it's completely sealed off the back, and it's like, this is actually a cell phone case. Like it's literally a cell phone case. It's like this is a new Slabstrong.
Yeah. Why does it say Apple on the back?
It's like wait a minute.
He's partnered with Apple.
Maybe.
It explains a lot. It really does.
Yeah, I just think all you're hearing about is your label stinks, your label stinks, your label stinks. All right, we're gonna fix the label, and I think they did a decent job. And then you turn it over, and it's absolutely garbage. And it's like, did you wear yourself out on the front? You didn't have enough energy to redesign the back?
The back is an afterthought.
How?
So just while we're talking here.
Oh, good Lord, there he is.
What the hell is that?
It's literally a Slabstrong hat, but with like an insert that lets his head fit into it, but it's like 50% bigger.
Hat.
Yeah. He'll tilt his head down in a
He's trying
second.
to shadow the card thing he hangs off of him on the sunny days. So because I don't know if there's UV protection.
He's seeking strong UV protection from the indoor lights.
There it is. Why is this guy my friend? I don't.
Well, I question your judgment on many things. Sir.
I just
I
why?
almost have to get one of those.
I wanted to pause it here so that we could all take a moment. I just wanted to take a moment. So, Josh, I'm just going to put your comment back up here.
Oh.
Now we know what Tim used the investment money on.
Yes, there you go.
And I have
can't wait to
further
see
questions.
this
This is the face of entrepreneurship in the hobby, my friends.
Yeah.
I want you to think about that. This is the face and hat of entrepreneurship in the hobby. And here's a movie reference for you. This one should be old enough. Dark Helmet.
Yes, exactly.
Dark Helmet.
That's what I was thinking.
Do you know that one, Bobby?
Baseballs.
That is Spaceballs.
Spaceballs.
This man needs to send us to ludicrous speed. That's what we need him to do.
And listen, I'm not Tim's best friend in the whole wide world, but we're pretty tight. And I knew nothing about this until I saw this damn video.
It's the best thing.
he
And now this
image.
image, and now this image is going to be your cell phone screensaver.
Oh, I think it's definitely going to be his,
Yeah.
his ID when he calls me.
I think
That's what I'm going to
really
see.
do justice. It'll be better.
Yeah, I just enjoy. I'm curious though. Like, there's serious important questions that I have. One, is it like a foam interior? Is it like fabric? It's like
It's a fabric fit over.
that's what I'm curious about. I don't know. Like, is it hollow on the inside, or is there like a foam, like holding it in place? Like,
When he
guarantee you
gets
that's a
back
flip
from
over.
Vegas and we get together, I am going to do research on this hat.
It's probably one of those Vegas things,
it's
Stop in. It's
Well,
right beside the.
You guys have seen the
girls
big
that- no.
chain,
Speaking of girls.
So I mean, you've seen the big chain that he wears. The slab thing he wears.
Yeah.
So they go together now.
Well, I just appreciate. I think if Tim keeps working on it, I feel my opinion is that if Tim keeps working on it, he can keep refining it, and much like his product, he can get some people to work on it and keep adjusting it, and one day we'll get the 2.0 version of that. I think it'll be very exciting.
Well, I'm glad
Yep.
SGC made the.
Now, can you imagine like Slabstrong on it, and it gives even more protection. Like this actually covers all the way down the sides, so good old Dark Helmet,
Mhm.
See, perfect. I can see it, guys. I can see it. I see the vision.
Probably to play off of that.
I think it's the next logical
Carlo,
step.
I mean, I can look for it myself, but if you send me that exact picture of Rick Moranis, I will post that to my Instagram account. Make sure that Tim is tagged, and I will say, "Hey, everybody, go see Tim at
Space Strong.
at the Mint Collective. This is what you're looking for."
What you should do though, like I don't know what your Photoshop skills are. You should pop the Slabstrong logo on the front. If you can put if you can slap it on front, like it. Wow. Take this from an expert level troll. As a trolling consultant, let me advise you that you need to put the Slabstrong logo.
I don't think I have
I'm good
those
at cropping.
abilities.
Don't worry, I've got my share.
It's like that's all we need. That's all we need right now.
If that is something that the great Because I'm Carlos can do, by all means, do it. Send it to me. I will post it and make sure he sees it.
You can just go download it yourself. Anyways, CSG. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, with regards to Tim, was he making slabs for CSG?
I think that
Because
was one of the ones he
now-
was working
now
on.
the shift down, because of the shift, obviously it's the same space, but is it like, was there a different thicker border on the bottom across the middle there? Because
Well, the good news is that the label is exactly the same size. So if it fits the previous, it's going to fit the current. Because
Okay.
they actually didn't change the label or the insert for the label. So that was the key. Like the black makes it look smaller, but in reality, it is the same. It is the same
yeah, it's the
size.
thinning black. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's very much of a dramatic.
That's why I say, like, I approve of it, even though it's basic and simple. I actually prefer it. I think it's better this way. But then you didn't have to change the mold, and that's important because changing the mold is expensive. That adds a huge cost, and like it would have taken longer and all that good stuff.
Yeah, optical illusion for sure.
Yep. So Becca, changing scale may help the 9.5 second market price. That's kind of the key. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. Because just psychologically, people have an easier time considering the gem meant to be a 10. It's what they're used to. So if you swap out the 9.5s and make them 10s, which is presumably what they're doing, and if that's the case, and then going forward, they just apply the scale according to what they have here, that's an opportunity to be like, okay, it's a gem and it's a 10. There you go. Done.
Send yours in for review. You might get a numbers on the bottom.
Well, that's the intention is to do. It's going to be tricky though because technically these have subgrades. So it's like, yeah. So it's like you want to. It's like, can you just ignore what it says in the bottom? Hold on, let me take a Sharpie to it. Don't ignore that.
Yes.
Those are 10s. It's fine.
Yes.
It's fine.
We're good.
Yeah, I think CSG has the money and partnerships to be number one by 2025. They have enough money. It's going to take a lot though to dethrone PSA because they're in a very strong position financially and with resources. At least he bought a hat that blocks the sun. True. Yeah, Liam James needs to get that image. Facts. May the shorts be with you. Correct, Albert. What position is Trevor Story going to play? Oh, Eric is an expert.
Second base.
There you go. At least you took a guess. That's a real position.
No, that's what is being said.
That's what you're going with? Okay.
Well, that's what I'm hearing on the sports radio.
Oh, good. Okay. Fair enough.
Now,
I did get a bit of a Trevor Story thing. I knew he had signed, but I didn't pay too much attention to it yet. I'm very much in the vein where I just don't pay attention to Hot Stove League or preseason as much as I used to. Like, tell me when opening pitch is on the regular season. When we actually start playing the real games that count, I'll be there. I'll be all set. Don't worry.
Yep. I mean, the fact that I even know who he's talking about is only because I listen to sports radio and they cover everything. But I have not watched a Red Sox game in I can't even tell you how many decades. I have never even watched any of the World Series wins. No interest. Baseball is just, I can't do it. Women's golf, much more exciting to me.
Well, you were already pumping mountain biking, weren't you? Wasn't that the thing that you were pumping a little while ago?
Women's
Mountain
golf.
biking.
I'd much rather watch.
Well, he was
women's
also
golf.
talking about like women's mountain biking. Wasn't it women's mountain biking the other thing?
The UCI for the first World Cup races this weekend, and I'm looking forward to see Tani Seagrave win the event. So,
yeah, she's tiny.
No.
Well, he said Tawny. I think.
Tani. She's from England. She's Tani.
Does she
Well,
CSG 10 or
gotta
perfect
learn
10 or 9.5 mid plus?
I'm not going to grade a woman because that's going to really just blow up. And
I honestly think you should have just avoided this entire discussion in the first place. Like you should have just gotten away from it as fast as you could.
No, I'm a huge fan of women's mountain biking, and
he was tuning into Leighton's breaks. I know,
and I'm a Tani Seagrave fan, and I'm really looking forward to her racing this weekend.
There you go. Cross country running. There you go, Josh. Okay, so let's get into
I'm a cross country coach, by the way. I've been coaching cross country for since '95.
It's like you go out of your way to be like, what is the most boring things I can associate myself with? It's guys, cross country running. You know what cross country running is without the ball, with a ball? Soccer.
And I played that in high school and college, and I've coached lots of club teams and high school teams.
Were they also morally opposed to scoring? Because that's kind of a thing.
I wasn't. I scored all the time.
Scoring is banned in this league. We don't do that. It's like, what do you think is the one difference in card collectors in Canada versus the States beside what people might collect? The demographics of collecting is a big thing for sure. The money's smaller. Like we have collectors who will spend money, but not like the dollar amounts that you're seeing.
not stupid money.
It's just not available. Like
I don't
the people
mean amount.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying though, like in hockey, it isn't required. Like you can build an elite collection for a fraction. Like it's not necessary. I always use the comparable, like Medano's not at the top of the food chain anywhere near it. The point though is an equivalent basketball guy who's like, up there with a lot of the products that he'd be in would cost me 10 times as much. Just like that's basically where it would go price wise. I can have a guy who's in the Hall of Fame and has accolades, but it's like the cost is a fraction. I can buy an autograph of his stuff for like 30, 40 bucks, sometimes less. So it's like just not comparable. You can get game used material, game used autograph material on card. You got all these things like on card, game used, all that stuff. If it was a basketball thing, it'd be like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. It's like, how much did you pay? I paid 60 bucks.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not a big deal. So that would be a major difference. I do think the demographics are huge because obviously it is going to skew hockey heavy, although there are collectors for the different genres as well.
Yeah.
Just less. Just less in terms of numbers. That's really the biggest differentiators.
There's no difference really.
Yeah, because the shows are going to be the shows
Come
that are
to the
successful.
Expo, go to the Nationals, basically the same thing.
It's just scale. It's just scale. You're just comparing scale.
The question is for you two,
Yeah.
but what I would say in my one and only experience, going to the show in Canada, which was the greatest show I've ever been to because of what my passion is. There was not one table that I found.
There were tables with women's mountain biking?
Oh my God, I wish there was. But
we would never have heard the end of it. All of a sudden, Marcel Dion gets put to the back. It's like, guys, this table.
Tiny Seagrave cards.
Finish your story.
So
Tiny?
Her name is Tani.
Well, you got to say it slower.
All right. So all I can say is there's the biggest show in Canada, and I did not see even one table out of the hundreds and hundreds that were there that did not have hockey cards on them. There were no, there was not two. It was none. I said none. No, Bobby's lying. Carlos, get rid of Bobby. He's lying.
There's a non-sports dealer right at the corner. As soon as you come in
Wait,
the
so
back
just so we're
door.
clear,
Oh,
I want to be clear about this. So you were asking me, Carlos, the guy on the logo,
it's your show.
to remove. No, that I understand. That's the first thing. But it's like you're asking me to eliminate the Burrell.
I'm going to be putting time out on it.
Sir, do you understand? Do you understand the gravity of what it is you're proposing? It's like you, my friend, on the scale. I'm the perfect 10. Bobby's a gem min. It's like you're like, well, what's 4? What do you got under 4? Like on a good day, but with 4 qualifiers.
You
like
BGEX plus.
I'm a 4?
It's like your mountain biking take brings you down several notches, sir. There's some dents in those corners. There's some gouges going on. Like, holy crap.
There's some wrinkles.
You're lucky if you get authentic. You keep this up and you're lucky. It's like, cannot hold her.
You're like 95.5, off center, offside, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
All right, finish your story. Finish your story.
No, I was just wanting to let them know that it's 99.99%. It's 110%, 110% hockey up there at the big
Oh,
show.
now it's available. Now we
yeah.
can get to 110%.
110%.
Yeah.
On a scale
Good
of 1
evening,
to 10, it's an 11 for hockey up there.
Yes, and that's the right way to say it. You said it right.
There you go. 4 near good. Yep,
Gosh.
that's exactly right. All right. So along the way, if you guys have any other thoughts on the CSG, the scales, or anything, you can put them in there. No problem. That's fine. And then we'll talk about it as we go along. But then we'll move on for now to Leighton. And if there's anything else you guys want to chat about, throw it in the chat. So we can definitely do that. So I'll give you. Go ahead.
The text I just sent you.
Yeah. I scanned through it quickly. I'll look at it again.
Josh is making fun of me, so I sent that to you.
Okay. There you go. I'll take a closer look at it. So let's see here. We can do. First order of business, we're going to talk about the Leighton one a little bit. I'll give the short version a little bit, and then I'll leave some room because there's a couple angles that I can take on it. There's one that honestly I don't want to spend too much time on, but there is an angle that I do want to spend some time on because I do think there is some good discussion point on it. So let's start off with the simpler one. So they did the break, and it was for flawless basketball. They advertised it as being this gigantic break. And at their apex, they were getting like 2,500, 3,000 concurrent viewers. So really good, big audience for it. And they did it out of Vegas. The initial big controversy of it, like I said, I'm going to focus on the simpler one because to me, this is a simpler cut and dry. And I'll explain why. And then if you guys want to add anything, we certainly can. I'll keep it simple first. One of the first big controversies came out is that they had some models that they brought in for it. So I did the video on it, and my statement was a simple one, and I'll expand upon it in a little bit here as well, just so that we're clear. I don't have any personal objection to it. I have no moral issue with it. It's fine. Now, is it tacky and a little bit sleazy? Yeah, it is. Is it morally offensive for me? No. But at the same time, if someone legitimately, like an actual lady in the hobby, is bothered by that, they're entitled to that opinion. That's perfectly valid. Because Lord knows, I heard multiple videos of people whining about V-Friends and the doodles. So if you want to whine and bitch and moan about doodles, guess what?
did that?
The lady gets to complain about models in this thing. But let me take it away from that. So like I said, for me personally, no issue. If the ladies have an issue with it, no problem. They have plenty of room that they should be allowed to give that opinion. That's allowed. And again, if somebody wants to complain about that opinion, well then let us know the next time you have an opinion so we can tell you your opinion doesn't matter. No problem. As long as it's even, I'm cool with it. But other side of the scale, I don't think it added anything to the presentation from a strictly business perspective. So like I said, the first part of it, I understand where some of that backlash came. Some people were overblowing it because I'm like, you're not the one who should be offended by this. She has the right to be offended by it. And if she wants to utter an opinion, she deserves it. She's earned the right. But you just get out of here. I don't care about your opinion. The other side of it, though, is just from a business perspective. Forget everything else. I don't think it added anything to the presentation. I don't think it drew any additional eyeballs that weren't already looking at it from a train wreck perspective, because they were struggling from the beginning of that live stream. I went back to the beginning of the live stream. They were unorganized. They weren't ready. It was basically a clown show from the start. You could not have been less professional. You've got $1 million break, and you made it look like a ramshackle thing with all this opportunity to. You've got sponsors. You've technically got money put into this, and the camera looked like shit. You had weird camera angles that didn't do anything. Even with the models you got in there, they're literally just standing in front of the cases doing nothing. Like, they're not serving a purpose. Forget everything else. They're not serving a purpose. Why do you even have them here? And you know what? If you're just gonna have them sit there, give them chairs. Let them sit there. Then there's no point in just standing beside the cases.
Had skirts on anyways.
They actually had pants, but yes. But the thing is,
I thought it was a skirt.
Yeah, but it's like literally just you may as well give them some chairs then while they're sitting there, because you're going through the cards anyway. They're just standing there like idiots in front of the cases, accomplishing nothing. They put them in the corner, a little camera, so you can see that they're still standing beside the cases. I'm like, what purpose does this serve? Who cares about this?
They got employed.
Like I said, I don't care that they decided to employ them, but they employed them in the dumbest possible way. It was a waste of money because it didn't add anything to the presentation.
It was Vegas. That's...
Yeah, that was low rent Vegas. You didn't even try to really go like you. If you're gonna do Vegas, do over the top.
What,
do like really
Minaj, Doja Cat?
Maybe.
Where do you want to go?
Maybe. Listen, Ken Golden spends enough time telling us he knows Shaq. You telling me he doesn't know Doja Cat?
That,
Ken, you're letting me down, man.
Okay,
let me
so
down.
You look at the Doja Cat video, and then you look at this, and you go, child's play.
That's
like,
not
really?
my point. Is to get past that. I don't care. That I gave the piece on that.
Well, that's why when I looked at it, I went, whatever.
Yeah. I'm more interested in the fact that they had a great opportunity and a very large audience to be able to promote their respective businesses, and they could not have dropped the ball in any more ways. Again, even if I exclude the models, the rest of it's still bad. All of it was bad.
And then they reinforced it by saying that we don't usually like to go this way. It's like, what are you doing?
But you did it in the middle of the stream.
I know.
You posted that in the middle of the stream and then stayed on the stream for additional hours. It was a 7-hour live stream.
It went that long? I didn't even.
It went 7 hours. So it's like, guys, that
beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Carlos doesn't get drunk by the end and start ripping his own sponsors and making a complete fool.
Yeah, and then also Blaise went like shirtless. He went backyard breakers at the end.
Right.
Decided to go for it.
Yeah.
But the other thing as well is that 7 hours, but it was like a 45-minute pre-show where they're just standing there doing mic checks. It's like you turned on the live stream and you're just standing there doing mic checks and trying to figure out how to make
live. Then
that's my point. So it's like, my point is that you basically demonstrated your amateur hour, right from the get-go. Every piece of this execution was amateur hour, all of it. Yeah. The table behind there, holding the cases, looked like it was going to collapse under the weight of the cases. It looks like you got the cheapest table you could. That's what I'm saying. I can pick apart everything. I led with the models just so we could get that out of the way of the conversation. I understand. That's why I said I'm going to repeat. I understand some of the ladies in the hobby who are actually in the hobby who thought that was bullshit, because as soon as the ladies showed up, the comments went full toxic. Like if you read the chat and they were participating in that, it was trash, because it literally played to the closed common denominator. They had to go to basically follower only They had to switch the chat to follower only to turn off a bunch of the people that were just
People were offended
no, they were just catcalling the ladies, as if
Yeah.
the ladies could see the chat.
Yeah, it was bad.
because
It's
what you
it's
get.
it's exactly. You've got a live stream chat, and you basically put blood in the water to give them something.
Yes.
Yeah. So for people that are actually trying to participate, imagine you're somebody who paid $40,000 for your freaking break, and you're reading this chat of trash, and you paid 40 grand to these morons, and you're like, I wasted my money. This is stupid.
And there wasn't any big
Unless
hits
I got
from what I
something good.
understand either, correct?
Yeah. What was that?
There wasn't any huge hits or anything. In
No,
this
and it was
break.
it was a dud of a break as well.
Yeah,
On
it was
top
a-
of everything
it was
else, it was a
junk.
dud of a break. It was too long. It was unprofessional. You botched every aspect of it,
Yeah,
and it was like a complete waste of everybody's time.
right.
So as I was saying, like you botched everything.
The
Nothing
best
was good
entertainment
about
value you
this.
could ask for.
Yeah.
There you go.
But that's my point, is that I don't think it was even a good use of money to bring in the models, because you didn't draw any eyeballs because of that. You drew the eyeballs because it became a train wreck. As soon as it became a train wreck, people were like, hey, check out this train wreck. I only heard about it because a couple of people were like, Carlos, you got to check out this train wreck. Otherwise I don't care. Like, I'm not watching this break anyway. It didn't make any difference to me.
I'm not watching 7 hours of people opening up packages of cards. That's just ridiculous. I just can't do that.
Yeah, Kevin speaks correctly here. The models are the only professionals the whole stream.
Yeah.
Facts. That is 100% facts. The ladies did their job and then they left.
I just want to give Kevin a shout out. Hey, buddy.
There you go. Yep, the drunken boorish behavior from about case 21. Yeah. Yeah. So it degraded very quickly and became that the sideshow was the people supposedly presenting the break. That was the issue they ran into very quickly.
That's so much fun.
Just like
So I agree with
When in Rome.
100%. I don't think I could have said it any better. I think you nailed every single aspect. I agree with everything you said regarding the women, regarding the break itself, the camera angles, the boorish comments that were being made, absolutely everything. Just one quick thing on the women. I think the women in the hobby have a right to complain about anything they want, just like I have a right to complain about anything I want, and I respect their right to do so. I think just to touch again on what you said, and I agree with you, it was like low rent Vegas.
Yeah.
I've
I've been to high class. Believe me,
Yes.
I did in the video. I wanted to make
Yep.
clear. I went to Las Vegas for my 30th birthday.
Mhm.
We had a good time, but we hung out most of the time in high class Vegas.
Right.
I decided to go all out. It's like, no, I want to go to a nice hotel. I want to go eat at some nice places, even though like I lose a lot of the experience. But I thought for my buddies that came with me, I thought it'd be fun to be like, no, let's do it properly. Let's go here. And we hung out and had a good time, and we went gambling, and it's very easy to get in trouble in Vegas. It's not very
Yep.
difficult at all.
No.
If
And
that
they
is your
managed.
desire, if that is your
Right.
goal, and yet somehow we managed to have a whole week there, have a good time, make some money, lose the money, make it again, lose it again, and have a lot of good stories to come out of it without any issue or incident. And there were plenty of attractive women everywhere you go. Don't worry about it. There's no issue. It's not difficult.
Well, it's like a bathing suit top, so people are out in the beach.
No, if you
It
my
wasn't
point
scantily clad. It
my
wasn't
point
that
was less
degree.
about that.
Wasn't
I understand.
lingerie-ish.
I understand why some women that actually are participating in the hobby and businesses and things would be like, "This is trash,"
Yeah.
because the whole presentation was trash.
Right.
That was one element of the whole presentation being trash.
Understood.
So I give full runway for them to say their piece, because again, I listen to people whine about really stupid stuff in the hobby all the time. So it's like, if you're gonna prattle on endlessly about junk that doesn't matter, let the lady have her time to say her piece. But it's like, you don't agree? Fine, move away, let it go.
So, I just wanted to wrap up on this and say, with that kind of money invested, being that's in Vegas and the Mint and all this is going on and $1 million break and all eyes are on you, this is when you say, okay, I'm going to get some of the men and women that work at Caesars, for example, right? They're going to come in. The girls are going to be in the big, the hats and the fluffy, Vegas.
I would have done the
right?
Cleopatra
You
Mark
see-
Anthony thing. Have
and
you guys
then-
seen the Cleopatra Mark Anthony thing?
Yes, and then you have
them present it.
The guys come in with the muscles and all that, and the white robes and the sandals, and carry them all in, carry all the cases in on something. You make it a Vegas show. This looks like it was done in someone's garage, and they found two women at the at the $3 beer bar down the street to come over here and do
That's
this.
the expensive beer
It was
bar.
so low class. That is the issue. If they had 2 in shape guys, 2 in shape women that were dressed in appropriate Vegas show clothing, there's no complaint there. Instead, they just went, hey, just go get these 2 good looking women, put them in bikini tops, and just stand there and do nothing as eye candy, while a bunch of, fat guys in sweatpants in their mother's basement are ogling them and being, keyboard weirdos.
I was in my room. Sorry.
Moving on.
Bob
I
was
agree.
in his office.
I agree with a chunk of it, because in Vegas you have this opportunity to really put on a little bit of a show, because it was $1 million break. Like,
Right.
literally the total amount spent on it. You don't have to go too crazy, but like, look, could you imagine if you had done, this is what I would have done. Like, look, if you're going to bother with it, you don't even have to go quite to the extent that Eric said, but you can leverage some of that. You're in Vegas, you can do it. I would borrow a lot of the same stuff that the poker tournaments do. When the final table arrives, they'll have ladies that work at the casino to present whatever, and you'll have part of that. So you can have that be part of it. But you know what they'll do? They'll present it and then leave. It's like a procession. They'll put they would have maybe put the boxes on the thing just as part of a opening ceremony, as a presentation. You could have had a little video package. You could have done it at the Bellagio and had the fountain go off and be that part of your opening production there. You can pre-tape it and just put it together and then go, all right, guys, so we're going to do... You're not testing your mics live. You're not doing a bunch of miscellaneous crap live. You're going straight in. As soon as you go to you live, microphones are already checked. Everything's cool. You've done your little opening ceremonies presentation, because the casino will accommodate you. They'll make sure you're good to go, and they'll make it look good, because the casinos like to look good. So they'll make sure you're set up right. And then as soon as that's done, get to the break and get opening boxes and packs, and let's go. Because people are paying $40,000 a box for this.
Yeah.
The expectation, not unreasonably so, is at least show me a professional presentation. I'm paying a lot of money for this. And you look like you went as lazy as you could.
Yeah.
I
And I don't think women would be upset. Yeah, and I don't think women would be upset and insulted if they did it in some way that I described in Vegas. Even if they came out in little tiny bikinis, and with the big fluffy hats and all that, and they had 2
Wait,
guys.
like Slabstrong fluffy hats?
Those ones.
Well, that would be awesome. Okay.
Tim is like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Somewhere off of this, he's like,
And rocking a deep V-neck. You got it.
Yeah.
somewhere off in the distance, Tim is like, I don't know what just happened, but the greatest moment of my life just occurred. The best idea in the universe just happened. I don't know what it is.
What's next for Tim?
But that I would debate I would debate. I wouldn't say she was wrong, but I would debate a woman if she said, I have a problem with something that I described. I would say, well, I think you had to look at the bigger picture. And, these women are well paid. They're professionals. This is what they do. That isn't just the 2 girls they picked up down the street and said, hey,
you're really picking on these
here.
2 girls. Like, you are particularly hammering these two women here. Like,
Keep going with flowers. And
are we back to Bougie Eric? Were they not up to your standards,
No.
Bougie Eric?
No,
Is that what's going on right now?
Yes, that's what it is. Bougie Eric wants the showgirls and the show men.
Would it be okay? Would it have been okay if they had gotten the UFC girls? If they gotten Ariane and a couple of those, because they basically do that during the fight weigh-ins. What if they showed up and be like, "Hey, boxes, see you later."
Yeah. I just think in Vegas you had an opportunity to put on a show. I just don't think, scantily clad women just standing around doing nothing is the way to to say, hey, this is our hobby, come check it out. But putting on a show, like you said, the Cleopatra type of thing, and
they literally do that. They've actually done it.
Carrying a woman in, with these boxes of cards, and they could have made a show out of it, a Vegas type show, and you shouldn't have a complaint there, even if you're a feminist.
Still would have got drunk in the 7th.
Well, that's the thing. It's really about these morons.
I think though. Okay, so stop for 1 second. Stop for 1 second. Stop for 1 second. Breathe. One important thing that I'll say though is that the reason why I wanted to really focus on the business piece a little bit here, and like I said, I kind of want to get away from the thing with the girls already. Let's just move on. But they had an opportunity. Both of those were businesses. They're breaker businesses. And the point that I'll make on Dakota's, and I'll repeat it here because it deserves to be said, is that in a break-in business is a service business. You're trying to acquire clientele constantly. These boxes were sold. These boxes were already paid for before we started the whole thing. So you weren't going to sell or not sell these boxes based on what you did on the show. That wasn't going to change anything. So that's why I said, like, you're not selling anything here. Even the sex sells doesn't work here because you're not actually selling anything. This is already sold.
Looking for hits.
The only thing you would have gotten out of it is basically getting eyeballs on you, and then you better be willing to show a professional side and that you can actually execute on this, because then future business down the road rides on your ability to show that you can perform. And guess what? You didn't. You failed on all accounts. Everything you did flopped, all of it, and it was a bad show, and it was a dud set of boxes and cases, so that didn't work either. So in the end, you alienated a piece of your audience that did get annoyed by it. They got sick of it. They got sick of your antics. They got sick of a whole bunch of stuff there. And you didn't gain too much. So it's like, and at that point, why even spend the money? Because you gained nothing from the money. You may as well just pocketed it, because you didn't gain a single follower from it. And I did get some comments in the chat of some folks that actually do business with Leighton, that have actually done business with Leighton in the past. And they go, I'm out on Leighton. I'll just use a different group breaker because this is trash.
Right.
And that's valid. That's an opinion. That's they're entitled to it.
Had to have killed their business. Come on.
No, that not killed. Backyard breakers didn't kill their business despite their best efforts. Yeah. But did it hurt? Yeah. Because Leighton sells themselves as family friendly. And then they try to kind of harp on that in their little statement, and then you stayed on the break. It's like, right, you didn't go anywhere. Like, so you lost some credibility. So it doesn't matter even if you lost a handful of folks. It's like you didn't gain anybody. So you didn't gain anybody, and you lost a little bit of business. Not enough to break you, but it wasn't a good look.
You think they're gonna get another $1 million break going?
Oh no, so Neo, Northeast Ohio Comics, made a good point in the comments section, and I give him credit for it. He basically said, remember, in the future state, Fanatics is going to be looking at some products that are going to be breaker exclusive. Do you think Leighton or Blez appealed themselves to that demographic for future possibilities of allocation of that? Or are they going to look to Mojo Break and other ones that have shown a more professional presentation?
Right.
They're going to look at those guys and be like, they at least know how to run their business. What the hell did you do? You had a very public disaster that a lot of people got to see.
You know, and it's really good that this happened. I think it's always best to see what people are going to do before they do things. You know, a lot of people get into certain areas that they're really not equipped for without having that sort of trial period. And they had a great opportunity, and look what happens to opportunity. So it's a really good thing that it happens. It just shows you where people are in this hobby, and now going forward, you know who to pick.
There you go. And that's my other takeaway though, is that it basically showed they weren't ready for prime time. It proved it. Like they had an opportunity. If you're in that position, you need to take it seriously. And I use the joke. I always made the joke, right? Like about the show and how we sit here and have fun, and then I have my beers and everything, but responsibly, but at the same time. Look, if the joke ever came to fruition and Fanatics said, Carlos, I'd like you to host a show, I'm gonna be drinking water. We're gonna run like the tightest of tight ships. We're gonna get it from point A to point B to point C, and we're gonna deliver on what we promise.
Because we want that check
to the sponsor. We want that check. That's right. In other occasions, when you're just doing it and just having some fun, whatever, it's fine. But if you're actually there to do a job in that moment with all those sponsors, you're doing a job. You agreed to do a job over there, and you drop the ball on it, and you're sitting there drinking and getting shirtless. It's like they didn't sign on for that crap, and it wasn't a good look for them. It's like they don't want any part of it.
It just shows you the purality of the kids' mentality, that they can do anything, or anybody's, they think they're at this level, and they're not. They're clearly not. Everybody thinks they run a big business, and then all of a sudden shit happens, like, oh crap, I wasn't really ready. You have to have tenure. Tenure is actually 10 years. You need that experience in this hobby. You just can't walk in and take over and think you know everything. You don't. Even I don't know everything. I've been here 25 years doing shit. Probably my whole life, really, but in the business sense, 25 years, yeah.
Yeah.
And I still don't know everything. So,
yeah. Good evening, Boston Kid.
I think if you look at, at the beginning of this hobby explosion, all these breakers were just, they were everywhere, right? Well, 2 years have gone by, and people have a different expectation of breakers because they've become such an important part of the hobby. They're cracking open this stuff. We're able to get singles instead of buying cases for ourselves. And I think we in the hobby are now expecting a certain level, certain standard from breakers that we didn't expect 2 years ago when everyone was kind of new at it. and just all over Whatnot and all over YouTube and Instagram and whatever else. And now it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. This isn't the Wild West anymore. We have expectations for our breakers now, and professionalism and trust in them is a big part of it. And these guys still think it's 2 years ago, and it's like they think it's the Wild West still. And
well, that's the
not
point
it.
here. So this is what Rock Latex is saying. Do you think Fanatics had a reaction to break? And that was Neo's point as well. Future allocation is going to be based on Fanatics criteria. They're going to look at card shops that are modernized, that have the ability to do certain things when they look to who they're going to partner and give allocation to. What is a breaker without allocation? Out of business. Without allocation, if you can't find a way to get the product at a competitive price, why would then anybody break with you? They're going to look to the ones who can get allocation and get product at a reasonable price. And that's the only way to play this game long term. So basically putting your worst foot forward in the most public break thing that you could have done with because Golden was one of the sponsors. What's his name? GTS Distribution was one of the sponsors. Wow. Think about that. GTS is a decent company in the space. They're there. Golden's doing his thing. I don't remember who the other sponsors were, but there were other legitimate like businesses in the hobby that sponsored this break. And you got high level clientele. $40,000 boxes are not like your ham and egger who's there grinding it out on eBay. It's folks that are at least willing to play the game. And they have certain expectations, and you fell well short of everybody's expectations.
Call Carbon and ask for a comment.
There you go.
No, you won't get one.
Shockmaster helmet. I think the Shockmaster helmets could have helped. The Shockmaster helmets might have been a thing. Bougie Eric wants bougie girls, yeah. Albert, not my fault. He kept harping on. He did not approve of the level, the caliber of ladies that were brought into this. Like, I don't know, man. Case girls instead of ring girls, yep. Yep, I mentioned that one. Was Fanatics part of the break? They were not. But they're looking at everything as far as the future because they've already said there will be some products that very well could be breakers exclusive. They're not going to give it to every breaker. They're going to be pick and choose. The ones that have been in the game longer, the ones that have an established brand, the ones that have been able to successfully run their business over time are probably going to have a better shot at getting a lot of allocation and having that opportunity. Sure. Do you know what I mean? It's important. So right now, if you're in that business, you should be trying to run a tight ship. And also for your own business, long term, you should be trying to, the way I phrased it, it's not about offending people or not offending people. That's not the way I phrase it. What I'm phrasing it is this. You should create the least amount of unnecessary friction between you and a potential client. You should give them no reason to not come into. If you basically say you are not welcome for any reason, you're turning money away at the door. And why? And for what?
There's a time and a place for everything. You know, here at the show, we have a little fun. I'm a little looser. Yeah. At the show, you know, I'm tight. I'm always talking. I'm professional. Yeah. You see me act with everybody. You know, there's 50 people every hour. It's just, you know, you just keep on going as you do. You don't play around and have stupid, you know, taking my shirt off. And
I will pay to see that.
That'd be funny. You would.
Yeah, please. And next time I come up to Canada.
Are you rolling that into the monthly fee you're going to be paying?
Whip it around, all of it.
Eric, we're finding out a lot of very strange things about you. Your fixation with women's mountain biking, your desire to get Bobby shirtless for some reason.
Carrying women.
Yeah.
You were oddly specific. It's like there was a lot of detail going on in there. He's like, guys, I've been planning this for years. This is my moment to explain it to you. Finally, my vision may come. I can manifest my vision.
If you didn't interrupt, there was so much more.
I needed to interrupt because I felt there was more.
He wants to be a Vegas show producer. I knew it.
Yeah.
They get paid a lot.
Yeah. I agree with Kevin here. Dress for the part. Yeah. And they did. Yeah. They did dress like they were homeless. Like you've got you've got this huge $1 million break. I don't expect you to dress in a 3-piece suit. That's unnecessary. I get that.
Right. That's
but
silly.
Pretend it's the analogy I used 3 seconds ago. Okay. It's the analogy I used 3 seconds ago about the thing. If suddenly the show is sponsored to that degree and they ask me to do a specific show, I'll come prepared. We'll do it. We'll even do the little green screen thing and we'll have a very neutral background. The point is to present a professional presentation, whatever that is. Day to day, like, look, it is what it is. If something's out of place or something's out of whack in the background, I didn't pay that much attention to it. But we're also here just having fun screwing around. But if it's a show and I'm expected to do a job, that's why there's a big difference between when I'm in a team meeting at work and we're just throwing around ideas and stuff. You can throw a lot of off the wall crap. I deliver a presentation in front of the other businesses and that. Guess what? My presentations are tight. I know exactly where I'm going from point A to point B to point C, and I'm ready for a lot of different things they can ask because we're doing work now. Now we're working here. And that's what they were supposedly doing during the show. They didn't do it. They need 2 breakers just to come up with the amount of cases. I'm not sure who provided the cases. I'm not sure about that. So this one here, no, we were talking about CSG, not SGC. If you want to go shirtless, maybe do a push-up or 2. Facts. Paul gets
Get a
it.
pump on, come on.
No, like, but here's the thing. I was literally like, I saw like the like somebody took the screen grab of it. I was like, I wouldn't be bragging about that being shirtless. No, you know they say take it off. No, put it on. In fact, put more on. Put layers, lots of layers.
No, then it looks sloppy. I don't know what all these.
So
people
so
doing
on brand with this live stream.
Yeah.
They look like they walked off the street. The 20-something-year-olds who walk down the street and they still got their pajamas, but they're not the pajamas, and they got the Dozier slippers on and whatever. It's just like, God, what kind of society? And they're just bringing that in. It's like, dress up, put something half decent on.
That was my point though. Like, you don't have to go crazy. You don't have to go too nuts, but like try a little bit. Come on, try. At least pretend that you're doing this professionally. Pretend that you're doing this professionally.
Quick little story, 2 seconds. I was helping my friend. He owned a bakery. He did catering. This is going back to the 80s. He had a girl working for him. And she goes, we were doing a catering job. And I said, I'll help you out, Rick. Sure, no problem. He goes, yeah, anybody else? Because it was last minute. And he asked this other lady who works there. And he goes, okay, wear something nice. So she goes, oh, don't worry. I got something really nice. So she comes in with a sweatshirt with a big bear on it. And I went, oh, my God. My friend Rick and I, we just went, oh, my God. And we laughed like for years afterwards, about that.
But the important thing was, a nicely stitched. Was it a stitch bear, or was it like printed on? I was like, oh no.
It was actually a sewn-on big bear with, whatever.
Oh, that's just sad. Is that like the Boston Bruin jersey with the Bruin bear? Like, is that what you're talking about?
It was worse.
Was she wearing a Bruins jersey? Is that the problem here?
I think it was. No, it was brown, and it was brown. It was like a chocolate kind of. Ooh, just. Oh, man.
I need a refill after that. I'm not even done this one.
Everybody's perception is their reality of what they think is nice or what they think is common. Everybody dressed in track pants. Well, kind of stand out a little bit.
Look, you know what would be, like, jokes aside, you know what would be my suggestion for this? If you're going to do a stream like this, that is like for a legitimate, like, sponsored event in the whole 9 yards, at least do business casual. Like, I think that's a reasonable level. Business casual, I think, is not too formal, but you look like you're like, look, I'm here to do work. I'm here to do this. We're to do this stream. We're going to open up all this stuff. Some people are going to get some good cards. Some people are not going to get some good stuff. But we'll be here for the duration. We'll do our job. And when we're done, here you go. Your stuff will get sent out to you.
And then go have some fun after.
Exactly. As soon as the stream is over, go do tequila shots in the bar. Knock yourself out. No one cares at that point. You've already done your job. The job is now over.
Stream. Have 3 beers. Enjoy.
Yeah. The job is now over. You have earned the right to do that. Not while you're working. You got to do the job while you're working.
Not with Vegas, people who have paid you $40,000 to be a part of it.
That's the best $40,000 they could have ever made.
Oh, it's without a doubt.
And it's probably the only $40,000.
That is my underlying point. Is that you foregoed how much future business? You threw away so much future business. Like, okay,
well,
okay.
Those things you look back in hindsight when you're younger. Oh, remember I went to can't forget. Yeah, and it's a learning experience for them. And entertainment for us. How's that?
Well, the thing is, Layton, the one guy with the beard there, he's like probably in his late 30s, early 40s. He's not a spring chicken. Like, this is supposedly his business. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he shouldn't have let that get away from him.
But that's my point. Look, the reality is, if I'm right on my guess on his age he's my demographic. So if I'm there, guess what? That stream is not running that way.
Yeah.
Because I actually, if I intend to be in that business, and that's the business I want to be in, I actually want to be profitable. I actually would like to continue having business long term and actually be able to do my thing. Look, do you have an idea how much gratuitous bouginess I can partake in exactly as my bougie consultant? He can teach us the ways. But the point is that you can only do that if you're successful. And you can only be successful if you prepare like you're going to be. You got to take it seriously enough to be like, no, if we do this well and we execute here, there's more business down the road. There's more opportunities down the road. Why burn all the bridges and leave ourselves with nothing? Now we got nowhere to go.
Eric could run in those tuxedo guys shirts with just the collars and the bow ties. I mean,
the shirtless Roman. It could have been very exciting. So I saw a little.
Are you going to read that?
I'm going to read a couple of these.
I wish I saw this.
Yeah, I saw a little Blez live stream today. They were throwing Leighton under the bus, which is not a good look. Albert here says at least a golf shirt company. That would be like the bare minimum. So I think that would still get you like at least that. At least pretend you're doing a job.
Yeah.
Good evening, Victor. Breaker's embarrassing in every respect. I agree.
Yep.
The Breakers will not be known as shirtless guy. A terrible representation of the hobby. Yep, that's fair. Good evening, John.
Yeah, it doesn't help the hobby, sure.
Yeah. Breaking card boxes shirtless is a move that only French Canadian lumberjacks can pull off while eating beans with maple syrup.
True.
That is oddly specific, but I don't disagree. I feel like that was. I feel like that's on brand.
It could work.
I feel like that's on brand.
Streaming live from Flin Flon. Yeah, it'd work.
It could be fun. You never know.
You know, a couple Carlsberg horses out front, towing the line with the big trees on the back. No? Yes.
Who knows? We'll have to leave that. We'll have to leave that to Yannick. He'll have to give us the. He'll have to give us the lowdown if this is valid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where is that? That gentleman.
Well, it started at 5:30, so he could have. He could have passed out at his desk by this point.
Good
Who knows?
God.
So anyway, so question, guys, I'll leave to you. Is there anything else in the terms of this topic that you want to touch on? I think we got the general point. I think we got the general idea. We've covered a lot of the elements of it. There's really not that much to it beyond that. Like it was a botched opportunity. It really was. It was a botched opportunity for. I'm taking the tact of just bad business. You made a bad business decision. And my big thing with Layden, I'm not letting him off the hook. You compounded this. You decided to then put a little statement out and then contradict yourself by continuing the stream. If you put that statement out, you get your ass off the stream then.
That's right.
Look, if you're gonna try to backtrack, then do it with some conviction. And you have to follow it up. You immediately have to get off the stream as soon as you post the damn thing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you have no credibility. Why would I trust you? Your words mean nothing. That doesn't work, buddy. That doesn't work.
Buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, buddy.
Look, man, I knew of Layden because at least they had been around a little while, but it's like, well, you missed an opportunity, like because this could have been your make. This could have been your make. You guys hit a home run with this one. There's a future for you doing a lot of other potential big events and stuff. Like this was I don't know if this was directly related to the Mint Collective. I really don't know, but like if it was, that's not a great look.
Oh, I don't.
But if it wasn't, doesn't mean in the future couldn't have been. Doesn't mean you can't incorporate some breaking stuff into future events.
Great idea.
Like it's an opportunity
to start things going, right?
But I'm saying like you disqualified yourself. Who can trust you? I can't trust you with a big deal now.
It's kind of funny. I heard this Leighton going around, and I have a friend, Leighton Sheldon, who's a dealer who owns vintage brakes or runs vintage brakes. And I'm going, that wasn't Leighton, was it? But Leighton is Layton, and this is Leighton is Leighton.
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds fair.
But his last name is Sheldon, which is kind of like a first name, but I mean, it's...
There you go. So good evening, Ziggy. Kevin here. From a breaking standpoint, I don't think either group suffers in day-to-day operation. No. They'll still be in business. Like I use the backyard breakers as like an extreme example. They're still in business, technically. I don't know if they're hanging on by a thread, but they're still in business. One way or the other. They're still around. So based on that, Layton has a little bit more of a history in the hobby. So like it's going to be easier for them to keep running for a while.
By car from Jeffrey Dahmer. I seen that. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. Well, so here's what actually, you know what? This reminds me. Thank you for reminding me, Kevin. I like to poke fun at a lot of the sports car radio thing because they're sensationalists. They're
Sure.
trolling. They're shtick. You want to know how, protect your children's ears. You want to know how you fucked up? Do you know how you know?
Oh.
Sports Card Radio did a video on it, and they basically did it straight without shtick and condemned your crap. Damn!
Yeah.
Hell didn't freeze over, but it got cold. A cold front just rolled through. They did it. They basically did a 7-minute video without shtick, and they basically said, like, you guys are idiots. Like, this is unprofessional crap. I'm like, from you?
Yes.
From you?
It was very good. Like
What alternate dimension, hell demon dimension am I in right now? What's going on? I'm confused. If Sports Car Radio can make a coherent video with minimal shtick, condemning what you've done effectively, you screwed up. You screwed up real bad. Wow. Ooh. Huh. What do you expect to happen with the graded card market as PSA works through the backlog in the second quarter? Are you holding off until summer for any purchases? Purchases, no. Nothing has really changed for me. So let me give my opinion, and I'll defer to you guys if you want to add anything. Nothing has changed for me. I'm still a guy who looks for opportunity. I look for timing. I look for price. That this matters to me. Because if it's something I want, I'll pay aggressively. I'm not worried about that. I'm collecting it, so I don't care. Now, if I want to buy something that I may potentially flip, well, then we're really price conscious. But that didn't change. That wasn't different than before. In a hot market, I'm price conscious. In a cold market, I'm price conscious. In an in-between market, I'm price conscious. You win the deal on the purchase. You still want to buy it at a good price that gives you some room, gives you some headroom to work, right? You still want that, no matter what. So nothing changes there. And if I see stuff now what I will say is I'm being pickier because I'm finding stuff that's for my collection. If it's something interesting, today I found something on eBay that I thought a price that was fair, so I pulled the trigger on it. I also sold a card for about $2,000 last week. Money cleared. Yeah, they got their stuff. So like the last month or two, I'm net positive in money coming in versus money going out, which is what I want. Right now, I want a net positive cash flow. So I'm moving some stuff, and I'm going to keep doing that, but I'll also pick up some stuff. I'll pick up stuff that makes sense. I'll move stuff that I don't need. And that's how we're going to play this game for a while. And that's actually a good place to be. If you can do that, that's an advantageous position. I don't see any reason why not. If you think it's too high a price, don't pay it. Wait. I think that's valid almost any time. Do you guys want to add anything? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I'd just say July 1st.
Well, there you go. You got to save. You got to save up your dry powder for July the 1st when the zombie apocalypse comes, and you're going to be able to get all your shit cheap. Enjoy.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a lot cheaper, and that's just this isn't just a shtick. This isn't a gag. I honestly believe this. I think you've seen the prices have gone down over the last few months. They're going to continue to go down as the weather gets better. COVID disappears. I think, I think another big thing that I wasn't even contemplating when I first brought this up is the inflation.
Better move your date.
I mean, you got $4.30 for a gallon of gas down here. I don't have money to buy $1,000 sports cards anymore and memorabilia. So I'm telling you, July 1st, it's just the prices are going to drop because people don't have the interest in the summer as they do in the colder months, and they're going to be spending their money elsewhere. And with inflation, they're going to be spending it on bills.
Traditionally, hockey drops off anyways in June, July, August. And September it starts to come back. So there's definitely a down curve there. So that is a natural thing. For the other sports, well, you're still in basketball coming in, baseball's ended. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting.
It drops every summer, but I think, we had these 2-year highs and these just astronomical prices on even, base cards, for God's sakes.
Last year, though, to be fair, last year in season, some of the stuff did drop off. Because there was a run up to leading into the season. So like if you want to sell some baseball stuff, you still got a little window here, a little bit of time if you want to move some of the stuff. I know I'm putting up some baseball stuff on eBay, like I said, for me, because what I did now in full disclosure, full transparency, I stockpiled when the prices were cheaper on some of these guys. So for me, it's very easy to be like, I can reject otherwise reasonable offers because it's like, well, I don't really need it. But I'm also in a position where I don't need to sell. If none of my stuff moves, whatever. The card I sold was a vintage card. Gasp. Scandal. But the thing is that I didn't need to sell it. I priced it very aggressively. And my sale is the highest sale in months on the card.
Yeah, vintage doesn't have a problem. Modern will have a problem. And the more they keep producing, the more it's going to get a little harder and harder. And things drop
But
off
everything else I sold other than that card, Bobby, was all modern. And I've sold thousands of dollars of it the last couple of months, but I bought at a great price. So for me, it's like it's easy to flip this stuff.
Yeah, they were stars. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's just it. Exactly. Like I'm very picky on what I'm buying.
Minimal, yeah.
I agreed. I'm very picky on what I'm buying here.
So not everybody is dealing on stars. There's all this middle ground.
Agreed.
And that's just like tanked down, and it keeps going down.
Yeah, I think if so, like when I sell, I'll use a simple example. Vladdy Jr. When I'm selling Vladdy Jr., I bought in 2020 when he was a bust. People had decided he was a bust. Then he had a 46, 47 home run season or 48. I forget what exactly it was. Great season. And then all of a sudden, oh, he's good again. I thought he was still pretty good. Like I thought he was 19. I thought he's going to need time to develop and get better. So I was like, I'm not going to throw him up. But look, if you guys want to sell it to me for like pennies on the dollar, that's cool. That's all right. Great. Sounds good. I'll take it. Why not?
Mhm.
So we'll see.
The big cards that are being purchased by extremely wealthy people, that's not going to stop. Even if there's a dip, you're still going to see someone buying a Kobe card for $2 million. Okay, but for the rest of us, your cards are not going to be worth what they were a year and a half ago. And you're seeing this at card shows. You're seeing that you can get stuff cheaper now, and that the sellers are looking to try to get some of their money back because they know that if they wait another month, another 2 months, another 3 months, the money they have invested, they're going to eat it, and they're very aggressively selling now at card shows and at card shops because they don't want to be stuck with the stuff they paid astronomical prices for just 6 months ago. They want it out. They have to move it and at least break even, or come close, or else they're in huge trouble.
Sometimes you just got to take the loss.
It depends how much you've invested. If I bought a $150
A loss is a
card,
loss, and it keeps losing. What are you going to do?
but
Wait
if
it
me
out?
personally bought
Yeah.
a $100 card and now it's only worth 50 and I sold it for 50, that's not going to affect my life anyway.
So hold on. You just touched on something very important, because it's a point that I've made in a couple of things. I was on FD's channel, Rolling with FD. I was there, and I explicitly made this point, and he actually pulled the clip. So good on him. They understand how to pull the right clips, so they did a good job with that. But I keyed in on a specific point. I said my goal in life is that my collection should never be really a line item in my assets. I don't want that. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. So to a certain point, it's not that I would sell off everything, is that if something reaches a point where I feel it's uncomfortably high, sure it can go higher. In some cases it can. But if it doesn't serve a purpose for me. If it doesn't help me, if it's not useful to me, it's literally just letting money sit in a box collecting dust. What's the point? I've got things that I can do today that would be very useful or very helpful. I can pay bills, or I can invest the money in different categories in different areas. If it's just sitting in a box collecting dust, that's not collecting to me. That's not exciting. That's not fun. I like to be able to look at my cards sometimes and be like, actually, I want to see these cards. I want to flip through them a little bit, go through the binder or something. If I'm doing that, to me, that's useful. That's good. Whatever I did, fine. I'm happy with it. If it literally collects dust and I haven't looked at it in 3 years, then I'm just letting money rot for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
And the likelihood is if I bought well, I actually probably have more to come out of it, if I wish, than what I put into it. And that was the example of that card I sold. I sold it for $1,800 US. I bought it for $400 US. Do the math. Even with fees and everything, I did fine.
Well, the fees actually just equated down to Canadian dollars.
That's what happened. It came out to about 1,900 Canadian after fees and everything related to it. So I made just under $2,000 Canadian for $400 when I bought it. At the time, that was the going rate. That was the fair price. I bought it at the going rate at the fair price.
Mm-hmm.
I sold it at the going rate at the fair price. But I've got the highest comp in the last maybe 3 or 4 months because I was in no desperation to sell.
That's right.
The person who's not desperate to sell can hold out. I had somebody make an offer because I have their auto reject. I put the minimum price. I put the auto reject.
Thank God.
I had somebody offer me $500. And I go, dude, I paid $400 for it. It's like, I'm not selling it to you for $500. The last one sold for $1,300-ish. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I have no reason to sell. And then he had the audacity to message me. He goes, what's the minimum you would take? More than $500. So I actually replied back to him and I put $2,000. The guy who ended up winning it offered me $1,800.
There you go.
Which is fine. That was over my threshold. But I've gotten messages where somebody's like, hey, what's the minimum you would take? So you know how you made an offer and it rejected? Higher than that. Try going higher than what you offered initially, because I double check. If the person messaged me, I double check. And every single time they made an offer that was a low ball.
Yeah.
Super low ball. And I was like, really, dude? Really? Yeah. Not going to happen, my friend.
3 more chances.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you got 5 shots at this. But I have them message me. They're like, what's the minimum you take? Why on earth would I answer that? What possible benefit is it to me? I'm like, yeah, let me tell you what the minimum is so that you can offer me exactly the minimum. What is wrong with you psychologically?
I don't know. Maybe some guys are desperate and they're going to say, well, maybe they'll take lower than they think they want. If something is listed long enough, a lot of guys do take a lot less.
That's true, but that's why I
Then
say
they
like,
overlist it anyway. So,
but that's the advantage of Albert here asked the question, and I'll actually show in a second. I'll show the little chart too, so you can see for reference, just so you know what I'm talking about. So Baz here says, on fire lately. Yeah, they're pretty on fire. Major trolling, true. Recent videos of making product spread. Here's the thing. For me, sports card radio is like the low end, Vegas version. It's the latent breaks version. It's like, no, man. I like my trolling is a bit of an art form. I take pride in my trolling. Like I have a certain level that I expect, and they're not meeting that level. They're not on that level yet. Sold a Trout card. I needed more than $2, man. Come on, Josh. Gas cheaper is $1.70 a liter. $1.70 a liter will get your Trout card. Many analysts suggesting USD will crash late this summer. They always suggest that. It's very possible, but it's going to be mostly based on inflation. As long as USD is still the reserve currency, it's going to inflate, but it's still going to be used. So a crash should be very difficult. Inflation is very real. Yep, we're in a soup kitchen food pantry here in New York. I'm seeing clients' visits double. I have no doubt. Eric's theory is gaining steam. Yep. Thank you, Baz. Appreciate it. Okay, so to answer kind of this question here, it's the 52 Bowman Mickey Mantle. I've had it for a while, and I gave up some time ago on doing the set. And once it was clear to me that I wasn't going to do the set, then the card is just sitting there gathering dust. So, and that's what I don't want. That's specifically what I'm not interested in. So I'll use the chart. Normally I don't bother with it, but I'll show it to you just so you can see. So right here, this is one of the examples here, and it's actually the last sale. So what happens, you can see how the chart has gone up all the way up and down, blah, blah, blah. It topped out, I think, at 2,300 back in June last year, but it's been up and down, up and down, up and down. The last sale was $13.99 in March 5th. That's my sale, March 13th, 1,800. But that's because I put it for 2,200 or best offer. And I was in no hurry, and I was perfectly fine with letting it sit. There's no hurry. I didn't need to take less than I was willing to take.
That's one question we were talking about CSG.
Sure.
Is how are their grades selling comparatively speaking to any of the other graded companies?
CSGs are dirt cheap. You can get quality cards in CSG dirt cheap.
They haven't come up?
Nope. That is why I think the label will be really interesting, because if the label helps them, that could be really good on a lot of different levels for a lot of folks. That's why I'm kind of like, I have these cards in my PC, but I'm willing to entertain options. I'll get these swapped out into the 10s, hopefully. That's the intention here. I want to do that. But if that happens, then I'm still going to hang on to these for a while. But again, I like these cards, but these are base copies of these cards.
Yeah.
If down the road somebody, if he plays well and does what I hope he can do over time, and these go up in value, and somebody really wants to pay a premium for them compared to what I paid for them, I paid cheap for these. They want to take a premium, I'll take that. I'll swap out 10 Soto cards, sell them out, take some profit for myself for my own personal purposes, and then swap it out into a nicer copy of a Soto card that I like. Again, my goal is not to have thousands of Soto cards. I've got thousands of Medano cards because I've been collecting them for 25 years. That's different. I want a couple of dozen nice Soto cards. That's it. No more.
Yeah. You want to be sitting there showing your no Soto cards in air conditioning.
That's all part of it. But that's what I mean. Like, and here's the thing, though. I make fun. I have a little bit of fun because Chris Hoge and the Card Ladder guys, and they talk about how people take money out of hobby economy. They would be very proud of me. By that meaning, they would hate it. I took that money from the proceeds of that mantle, and I probably spent $100 of it on cards, and the rest of it I paid bills and I put money aside for an air conditioner. I took the profit for things that were flat out more important.
Gotcha.
So I'm not just throwing the money back into the hobby. Sorry. But the other sales are going to be in a similar kind of ratio. I'm going to put a little money back in. I'll pick up some cards. It's not that I'm not buying stuff, but I'm buying stuff that I think is fun. I'm buying stuff that I think is cool. I'm buying stuff. Most of the stuff that I'm buying is pretty affordable stuff. Yeah. So I'm selling pretty nice stuff, high-end stuff, getting the proceeds and going like, okay, bill paid, bill paid, bill paid, bill paid. A little bit of money for my purposes and down the road here. Mm-hmm. I'll buy a little bit, sell a little bit, buy a little bit, sell a little bit. That's it.
Because we don't want to see you in the summertime with your shirt off.
I don't think that's going to be a problem for me.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. Like, we already did this last summer. There is no amount of heat that will get the shirt off. Sorry. Buying cards since 1976 at age 5. A decent collection at age 51 is not part of my personal financial statement. It's a hobby. Yeah. But do you have any idea how, like, and I'm saying this to give just perspective for folks. Do you have any idea how freeing it is when you're not worried about it, when the machinations of the market are not a concern for you? You're just living your life. Again, I'm buying stuff that I like. I'm buying stuff that I enjoy. Stuff that no longer serves that purpose has to go. Not because it's like, oh man, this stuff sucks. No, I liked it at the time. I had an idea. I bought that mantle with the intention of doing that set someday. But as time went on, it fell further and further down the pecking order of things that I wanted to do. There are still some vintage sets I want to work on, but the 52 Bowman fell so far down the list that I'm like, I'm probably not going to get to it.
And it's pricey too.
It is, yeah. I was sitting on a $2,000 card effectively that was just sitting in my box, collecting dust.
The most expensive card in the set, isn't it?
The mantle, yes, yeah. So it's like at that point though, like, what good is it doing me? Oh, it's in the box. I can pull it out. Hey, look, I got a 52 mantle. Not the tops, but I got the other one. That's still pretty good.
Not the rookie, no.
Oh, it's not, heaven forbid, the rookie. But the point is, like, it's a cool card. And it was a grail card for me at one point. And then I've owned it. I've actually gotten to own it for 10 years. So like I've gotten my mileage out of it. I've owned it.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing. Saying that the mileage is a good way of accurately saying what you need to say about it. We all have collectibles that we have in our collection. Away from Eric's maybe Boston Bruin collection, because he's a Bruin fan, he's always going to collect. But I collect a lot of diversity of things. And there's certain things I loved 10 years ago, but I don't really care that much about right now. As we project ourselves forward in the hobby, every 5 years you kind of go through another change. Maybe you get into more autographs, you get into other things. It's a constantly changing landscape for everybody, I think. And I'm there all the time. There's certain things I love. I finally got some. Oh shoot! I'm gonna bring it. I'll go get it.
Sure. But Bobby, the key point there is that's the reason I like doing my annual reassessments, because part of that figuring out the goals and all that, there are certain things that are going to stay. Sets that I've built or certain projects that I've completed that I'm very fond of. But here's the thing. Here's how I know. I go back and I look at them. I'll go grab the 56 top set out of the binder and I'll flip through the pages and go through the cards. I do that on a semi-regular basis. That's how I know. That's how I know that's a winner. That's a keeper. That's a favorite. If it sits there and I have to wipe dust off of it, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to go. Maybe you're not.
It's when you say under your breath going, why the hell do I still have this card?
That's right. And it goes for anything else. It goes for what we talked about last week. I joked about it, but if Eric ever takes me up on it, I'm serious. I have that Bobby Hall lithograph. I think it's very cool. I've spent the last probably 10 years, more probably, honestly. I don't remember how long ago it was. It was years and years and years ago they did that promotion with the intention of framing it. It hasn't happened. Years go by. Another year goes by. Another year goes by. I'm still not doing it. It's not like I can't afford the frame. I can go buy the fucking frame.
You acknowledge that you're a lazy person.
Yeah, but I do. But if I care, I'll do it. It's the funny thing about laziness is if it's something I actually care about, it's something I actually want to do, it'll get done today. But everything else will get pushed back in the back of the line. So that's the way this has to work.
When we have so little frame wall space left, I would choose something else.
That's what I mean. So for me, it's like, it's not a priority. It was so far down the priorities list that at a certain point I was like, it's not going to happen. So at this stage, I would rather than just cut a bro price to Eric. Eric, go hang up this Bobby Hall somewhere, enjoy. I would rather do that. Because then at least it's out of my damn house. And then he can enjoy it. And great, somebody gets a kick out of it. Awesome. Yeah. It's worthless to me. Not price wise. I'm still going to charge you something. But the point is, it's of no use. No, yeah, it won't be that much. But the point is, at least there's some use to it. At least there's some use. Oh,
that's okay.
We'll work out the translation. Don't worry about it. You can pick any currency you want. I'll make it work.
Drachmas, we could go there.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry. You have no idea how many Zimbabwe dollars it is. You don't even know. You can't count that high.
Yeah, we'll do it all.
Yeah, I made an offer on a major PC card last week and they took it. Freaked me out. Fair enough, awesome. I get you. If they accept it too fast, you do get. If they accept it too fast, you get a little worried. I know. I understand, Albert. I understand.
You took it. Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, I tell them a minimum below the auto rejections because I'm evil. There you go. There you go, Paul. Paul is evil. That's a fact. Yep. Okay, hockey. Thank you, hockey. Appreciate that. We're all bougie strollers. Yep. I'm trying to get caught up in the comments, guys. Sorry, it took me a little time. We had to talk about a couple pieces there. Scooping up CSG over the last few months. I think the value proposition is there. I think you can get some quality cards and CSG holders. Take advantage of it. Kevin's
a big Packers fan.
Nice.
So, Yeah, Kevin loves the Packers.
Cool. Kevin, you shareholder? Are we going to the meetings? Because I got some conversation. I need an ally at the meeting, at the shareholder meetings. We got to talk. So I recently purchased a CSG 8 Karl Malone boogie for half the price of PSA. Great deal. Sounds good. Carlos, do people on eBay still have 90 days to return a card?
Yeah.
Yes. So the buyer, I'm good because I waited until they gave positive feedback to confirm it's good.
Yeah.
So I actually wait. I didn't want to mention it until they got to the point. They're like, "Yep, great transaction, quick shipping. I'm happy, good, awesome."
And he probably had good feedback anyhow.
Yeah,
More than likely.
I'm very picky on a high dollar card. I'm really picky whose offer I accept because I had a card that was lesser, but I looked at the feedback for the person and it said never pays, never pays, never pays. Well, I'm not gonna waste my time then. Literally, they had positive feedback, but the positive feedback says doesn't pay for the thing,
You have to
offers
read
X,
it,
doesn't
yeah.
pay. You got to read it. Yeah, take your time and read it.
Oh God, yeah.
Because positives can be negatives.
That's
Yeah,
right.
It's just, we talked about this in the past about why eBay is broken, and it's so it needs to be 50-50, but it's very buyer friendly. And as a seller, if someone doesn't pay, why can't I give them a negative? You have
Well,
to,
that you
make a
used to be able to.
comment.
You used to be able to
Yeah.
many years ago. Many years ago.
Exactly, I remember. But now you have to give them a positive to leave them a negative comment.
Mm-hmm.
And 99% of the people on eBay just
You can do a neutral though. You can do a neutral. I think those guys skipped out. Like you can do a neutral. Like that is available.
In
It's
hour
just-
two,
it's
in hour
horrible.
two, Eric, you're going to go to the positive, Eric.
By the way, I tried to get I was looking at what the going rate on positive porcupine was. The problem is too much chili. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Not yet. Now is not the time. So DR here. I feel like the best way to do a hobby long term is using your knowledge in cards to make money. Use the money for life. Percentage in new cards. Agreed. Yes, correct. Let a fella on. Maybe later. Ben Larkin had to step in and say, "Evening, gents. Good evening, Tom." Also, CSG flip remind me of GMA a little bit, like the green flip for alt sports. No, I get you. It's going to be a personal preference thing. I think the new label is fine. I think it's good. CC, nice sale. Thank you. What is the grade on the mantle? It's a 1, which tells you what the going rate is now. A PSA 1 of the 52 is pushing $2,000. Think about that. So imagine as you go up the scale, like it goes up exponentially very quick. That's why it was. That was when I had that old visual price guide with the pictures. Like I said, when in the early 90s, I got one of these. My parents bought me one, and it wasn't a Beckett. It was one that had color pictures of the vintage cards. That's where I cut my teeth learning about these different vintage cards and looking at them. And there were certain cards that were aspirational. A lot of those 50s mantles were. I've had the good fortune that I've owned all of the 50s mantles except for the 51 Bowman rookie, the real rookie, the actual rookie, and the 52 tops, which obviously is the famous one. At this point, I'm priced out of the 52 tops. Even if I had the money sitting around, there's other things I would spend it on. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. The 51 Bowman was a consideration, but I'd only do it if I was going to do the set. Probably not going to happen at this point. Because I just don't want to do it. It's too much. I don't have the energy in me. There are other projects I want to pursue. Like I'm building a roadmap of sets that I want to build. And the 52 and the 51 Bowman isn't there. The 52 Bowman wasn't there. As soon as I realized that, I'm like, we're done. We need to get out of this. And if I held on to it, I promise you another 5 years or whatever, I could get more for it. But I'm like, okay, look, this serves a purpose now. I can pay some bills now. I can put some money aside now and make my life more comfortable. Why wouldn't I do that?
You know what Eric says after July 1st, so best you sold it now.
Well, there you go. That's another reason.
Glad you gave warning, Eric.
I think mantles aren't.
I think they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
I don't think mantle's going to lose too much steam.
I think it'll be fine.
But you know, I mean, just look at, we said these modern cards like this Wander, whatever his name is, Wander, right?
Wander Franco, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, his cards were through the roof, and then all of a sudden it came out that there's like 1 million of them, and they dropped like a stone.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's going to continue to happen.
I think this is a spot where, like, Bobby always likes to preach the scarcity thing, and I'm always very picky on it. I say, remember, demand matters too. Demand matters too. However, in this case, the supply is really high.
Yeah,
really, really high. So even if demand is pretty good, you need amazing demand to compensate for the supply.
right.
I was talking on a Discord, and we were chatting about my good friend Juan Soto, and there are some cards that I think are very good. Now, one of the ones that has done very well is that Bowman First autograph, the like kind of the prospect card. It's not a rookie, but it's a very popular card. There's a lot of demand, the supply is decent, but not crazy. It's not like overwhelmingly high compared to the 2018 Topps Update, which is super high population, or the Chrome, which is still fairly high population. But by comparison, these first Bowman autographs are much lower because he had to sign them. Obviously, that's still going to keep them lower. So it means as his popularity grows, then this card still holds and sustains a pretty strong value because the collectors that have it already kind of have deep pockets now at this point, and they're not necessarily going to move it. They're not weak hands in the market, to put it that way. So that means it's going to be more likely to hold some value. That would be a card that I think would be kind of cool to have. I'd love to have a base version of that. And I may trade up on some cards, sell a few cards off and get into it before the price goes super crazy. Because I would love that to be one of the handful of Soto cards that I kind of display on the shelf, just have them on there. Because again, I don't want hundreds or thousands of Soto cards. I don't want that. I would like a handful of like, this is a cool card. This is fun. I like this card. And then what happens after that? Don't really care. Because I'll have other cards that can move. They'll be fluid. They'll come in and come and go. And if the price is going crazy, well, here you go. You can have these. I've got some nice ones. Don't worry about it. And that's kind of how I think you can play this and make it work for you. Hope the new flip will provide CSG catch on more and be a good, cheaper alternative. Yep. PSA still has the best flip. It's not even close. Yeah, that's fair. It's just a matter of opinion, but I get it. I got a card stuck at customs for a week now. First vintage and first boxing card. Well, fair enough. Best of luck to you on getting it out of the customs. Bring on Justin Bodie. He's a BIC legend. He's something. He is spoken of in the annals. He'll pay you in rublos. I like that.
I think the Russian ruble has become completely worthless.
It might be about the same as the Zimbabwe dollar. You might need a lot of them to make it work.
Bad.
Yep. Shareholder, sounds good, Kevin. We got to talk. We got some do things there. What are complaints Sue's had that took place last evening? I don't think she expressed any specific complaints. I think it's just
she said it was a poor. I'm paraphrasing.
Sure.
It was a poor day for women in the hobby.
Yeah, exactly. Which is still kind of vague, but I understood.
Mm-hmm. Right.
She is the one I was referencing where I said, like, look, she's entitled to that opinion. Mm-hmm. That's why I say I can say two things at the same time. Personally, does it offend me? It does not. Do I care personally? I do not. Is she entitled to that opinion? Absolutely. 100%. Without a doubt. Because it was useless and it didn't add anything to it. Again, it didn't offend me, but it didn't add anything. It wasn't a good scene. It didn't make for a good chat after that. So like I can say both of these things truthfully. It didn't bother. I didn't lose any sleep over it. However, if she's pissed off about it, perfectly justified. I don't have any issue with that. Yeah. Plenty of people in the hobby get pissed off about dumber things. So I'm sorry. She is entitled to be pissed off about that if she wants to be, and that's fine. And that's valid and that's fair.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Talking about the slab. Gotcha. I think eBay's return policy now is 3 days from the track shipping. Okay. Perfect. Cool. That's good. Good to know. Too much Kurt Schilling.
I didn't.
There's always too much Kurt Schilling.
Well, what did I miss?
I have no idea. I missed that one, Bob.
All right.
There's always too much Kurt Schilling, though. I think he's overrated. Do you think CSG is one?
Wait. Just for a sec. Do you think he's overrated because his baseball statistics aren't good enough, or do you think he's overrated because most people find him to be obnoxious and a jerk and a conspiracy theorist, and that he kind of stole all that money from the state of Rhode Island and destroyed his own
the latter
company?
portion of it makes him overrated as a human.
You're
the
right.
first portion of it makes him overrated as a Hall of Famer. Could I see him being a Hall of Famer? Yes. To me, he's more of a borderline case. He's not like, guaranteed solid case. He's a good case. You can make a good argument for him. The fact he's a trash bag is like, hey, I'm okay with you like not getting in.
If you're going into the Game 7 of the World Series and you have him or Hall of Famer Bert Blyleven, who do you start the game with?
Randy Johnson.
It wasn't one of the options.
It's the option I'm picking.
Kurt Schilling's a Hall of Famer every day of the week.
Kirk said.
There you go. Do you think CSG has won the collective media event? Seems like a ton of free publicity and buzz. Well, compared to Layton, they've done great. Comparatively speaking. Again, the content gods provided, so no complaints there. I remember trying to convince my parents to buy me a 52 set for $8,000 back in the late 80s. Would have been a good investment on that one. #invest.
Yeah, but that's worth like $20,000 now.
Yeah, well, I think the Mantle was listed at 8,000. So if you could get the set for 8,000, because you also get the Mays, you also get Jackie Robinson. Like, there's some. Oh, the Eddie Matthews rookie. The Eddie Matthews is actually a rookie. That's a legit rookie. Like that'd be a great set. $8,000 in the late 80s, while a lot of money, no doubt. That would pay dividends many years over, especially if you get a decent set, a decent copies.
Absolutely.
But
Be
when would you
amazing.
sell it though? That's the problem. On the way up, it would have doubled, tripled, quadrupled.
So actually, let me touch
where
on
do
this
you-
real quick. Let me touch on this real quick. I want to convey this thought out to people because people worry about FOMO. And the thing is, I did a video where FOMO on the selling side, because people worry about, well, what if I sell too soon and it goes up more? That is very possible with certain cards in certain situations, certain things. But here's my counter to that: time value of money. And the thing with time value of money, it's a simple concept. It is that the answer to your question is going to be that if your scenario plays out and if it goes up in value the amount that you think, will you do better if you sold X item in another 5 years or another 10 years or whatever you project to think to that next level, next year price? Or would you do better selling for a tidy, solid profit and then reinvesting that money other ways, other things? Do you trust in your ability to do so? I do. I feel like if I decided to sell these things and I strictly, if I had taken that Mantle money and strictly put it back into cards, I'd buy cards that I could then sell for 4,000. I'd then sell those cards for 6,000 or 5,000 and then make that into 7, make that into 8, make that into 10. If that's my only goal and that's all I'm trying to do, I believe in my ability to do that. And I think I can make that money grow faster than that Mantle will go up in value. I believe that. Not everybody can do that. If you don't have that confidence, I understand. But
There's no labor involved in that.
what's that?
There's no risk in labor keeping the Mantle.
Agreed. Absolutely. But that's the point. You have to be comfortable that you are going to have to do some more work. However, the rewards can be great if you are able to successfully execute that. You're going to have to put more work into it. Are you willing to do that? The answer to that question will help you, and then you'll figure out that from there. But then the follow-up to that is, if you do that, my opinion is then that money, taking the inflation into consideration, right? Oh yeah, it went up. Did it keep up with inflation or did it just keep up with inflation? Like, did you actually win the deal? Because if you made the money now and then you're able to reinvest it a couple of times over and do well with that, you could actually be well ahead, relatively speaking. And you were able to take care of some business today. Again, I'm not in that category, but if I was in a position today where I could sell enough cards in my collection to pay off my house, the dividends on that would be huge. Like, that's monstrous. Like that changes the game. That changes the game. Because all of a sudden my expenses suddenly completely change. I can work part-time if I want to. Like, it changes, it gives me opportunities and things that I don't have otherwise.
Interest, you would say. It's just phenomenal.
Absolutely. So that's what I mean. Like, the answer depends on that. Are you in a position? We talk about life-changing money. Well, Eric, if you can pay off your mortgage, that is basically life-changing money because that changes a lot of things. That means one of your biggest commitments, one of your biggest, liabilities that sits there suddenly becomes a pure asset. You can decide then what you want to do from there.
I paid off my mortgage on my last house, and it was liberating.
Yeah, that, my friends, is a major #invest. That becomes a big, because that then gives you flexibility. That right there, that can work in you. Cards are fun. Cards can be successful. Cards can do a lot. You can do very successfully in it. But if I could sell off all my cards right now and pay off my mortgage straight up, that's kind of a good deal for me, long term.
Do your selective collecting after that.
That's correct. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not
acquirable. You'll always get it back.
Agreed. That's been my underlying. Hopefully, if you guys have been listening to my videos over time, I've tried to convey this concept. Nostalgia is the bedrock of the hobby. I don't like living in the past. I also am not so precious. I love the process. I love the process. Which means if all this has to go away to set me up, if I can pay off this damn thing in one shot, all of it goes. I'm never going to get all of it back. I can't rebuild it because some of it I spent decades working on. I can't do it again. And I wouldn't want to, and I wouldn't start again from scratch even if that option was available to me. But would I still collect? Yeah. I just modify the context. I do it a little differently. It would be more streamlined, be more lean.
Finite.
Yeah. And you know what? I buy some fucking watches. That's what I do.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So I'd find my amusement. I find my entertainment. And guess what? I still do the show because I feel like it. Mm-hmm. So guess what? Doesn't hurt. I can do both. Why not?
True enough.
Understand that. So Eric, that's a question for you. Go for it.
Well, I think I'd just say that the Or rookie obviously is the my favorite. I don't own one. I got copies of it. I got one sitting right here on my desk, which is a complete fake, but I get to look at it all the time, and it's in mint condition. So that's cute. But right now, I think my favorite Bruins
really
card.
your favorite card, or is it just because it's the rookie?
No, well, it's Bobby Orr, and it's
until the women's mountain biking market really takes off, and then those RPAs come up. Holy crap!
When I get my Kate Courtney rookie card, that will be my favorite card. But this here is right now my favorite Bruins card.
That's a cool card. And
the reason, well, Bobby, do you know why this is a cool card?
Oh, the 73. Why is it cool? Because the Bruins.
Who's the goalie?
Well, 73 beats Beavers, right?
Nope. Look at the mask.
Oh, is that? I can't even see it that well. Let me get my glasses.
It's basically a white mask. It's kind of the white mask all the way around.
Oh, Plante.
This is Jacques Plante playing for the Bruins. It is the only action card, game card of Jacques Plante playing for the Bruins. He's also in the team's card, the team photo of this year. He's dead center of the team photo.
He didn't have a regular card, eh?
No, this is as close as you get to seeing Jacques Plante in the greatest goalie of all time. I know he's not, quote, Mr. Goalie. I know who that is. But
Mr. Goalie.
Yeah, Mr. Goalie's Glenn Hall.
All right.
But I'll give him Senor Goalie. Continue.
But
maybe
this
peasant goalie.
I
just Bobby, harshness. I like it.
Come on, Glenn Hall. Come on.
That's his nickname is Mr. Goalie. You have Mr. Hockey and Mr. Goalie.
Who gave him that nickname? I genuinely don't remember that one. Like, I don't remember that one.
You got to be living in New Hampshire.
Okay, so real quick, we'll get back to mocking Eric in 2 seconds. Let me read a couple of these comments and get caught up for a second. We'll come back to it. But that is the answer to the question of favorite Bruins card. We'll come back to it in a second. Will the Jordan 101 surpass the Fleer rookie? I think the numbers will rise. People are really fixated on the 86 Jordan, though. I like the Star card. Personally, I like it. I think if the other companies became comfortable grading it, it would help it a lot. Like, it really would. It would help it a lot. A hobby content spammer recently upset the these GC prices aren't worth as much as PSA. People don't understand brand value. Are you talking about Dustin? Personal. Wait. It's not personal finance dad anymore. It's personal card dad. Is it personal card dad? He changed his branding. Yeah, now he's personal card dad or something.
Finance doesn't make any sense in what he was doing.
Well, he was trying to leave it open ended, but now he's gone into it like, oh, hold on, is it personal card dad? Is that what?
I think so.
Am I getting it wrong here?
No, yeah. I think you're right.
Oh, the sports card dad. It's a sports card dad. I got
it.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, his cartoon is still alive.
Okay.
Really? Yeah.
Well, go look at the freaking cartoon guy. The cartoon guy's jacked. I'm sorry, the real man is not jacked. I called him out on this. And also, he's a wizard. The 52 mantle back with the 68 mantle front, that's a lie. That's all a lie.
You saw that.
Yep. I caught that. Lies. Replied too much shilling. Gotcha. Perfect. Well played, Bob.
Kurt Schilling, right?
Baseball card investor dealer feels COMC is the future of the hobby. I love COMC. Fair sentiment. COMC is not the future of the hobby. It can be a part of the future of the hobby. They've stabilized. I gave COMC as much flack as anybody on the internet, and I enjoyed it, and it was fun. It was also justified. All of it was justified. But they have stabilized. They have done a much better job recently, and as long as they continue to do a better job, we will allow it. Mint Collective is a fringe people in the hobby circle jerk. Facts. I mean, you didn't hear that from me. I have no idea what you're talking about. We love those people. Eric, tell people that we love those people.
I have a lot of acquaintances that are there this weekend, so I'm not going to say anything negative about it.
Including Dark Helmet. Dark Helmet
is definitely there, and so are a lot of other people I know.
You can tell because of the gigantic hat.
Oh my God, that thing is ridiculous.
The question is, can you see the hat from space?
Oh, you definitely can.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, his fiance is with him.
Glow, it would be awesome.
And like she's walking through, like she's like next to him in that video, talking to him, and it's like, how can? I'm not going to say her name right now, but it's like I want to ask her, why weren't you running away?
In fairness, you could have asked that at any point that she was dating Tim.
Yeah. I know.
Why weren't you running away? Why weren't you running away? Why weren't you running away?
And when she said yes, and then of course, if you know Tim's story, 10 minutes after she said yes, she broke her ankle, so she couldn't run away.
You can crawl away.
Yeah.
Excuse.
Look, if you're determined enough, you can crawl away.
If he had that hat on, she would have crawled away.
There you go. The place is called Wisconsin Sports Cards, where my dad got me my Topps hand collated set every year. It was run by the back of a pallet store. I would say the cards were mostly PSA 5s. There you go.
Back of a pallet store. Like, that is just a... Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Had to be in the U.S., right?
Yep. So Albert here says, just sell your house. So here's the thing.
That's the other idea.
No, but here's the thing.
Smart, Albert.
I have this conversation with Carlos Sr. and the family from time to time because I like to remind them. They're like, well, what are you going to do? It's like, guys, I don't intend to live here forever. I'm not precious about the condo either. I will sell it for the right price at the right time if it's the right situation. Why not? I don't mind. Because for me, at this point, it would be a profitable thing for me to do. And then I would then, all accounts are cleared, everything's doing, and I'm sitting on a pile of cash. I can do that at this point. Like, I have enough equity in it that I would be sitting on a pile of cash after and pay off everything, completely be zeroed out on all matters. And then I have decisions that I can make. I can choose where I want to live, what I want to do.
Buy a motorhome.
I can do anything I like. The point is, there is a certain freedom in being able to then decide what you'd like to do next. That's kind of fun. The whole point of buying the place in the first place that I did was because at that time the price was good, the value was there, and it has appreciated. The value of these things have more than doubled since I bought the place. So it's like, it's turned out very well. And then going forward, I have that option. I always have the option to flip the switch and be like, all right, I'll hand off the keys to whoever's willing to pay the price. Let's go. So I'm not precious about it. But right now it serves its purpose. It's fine for me.
What's the housing market like up there? Right now around me, it is insane.
It has been very good.
I think I could sell my house to close to $1 million, and I'm telling you, my house is nowhere near $1 million.
Well, that's basically what happened in this. So where I am in a suburb outside of Toronto. So Mississauga, Ontario, which is a suburb outside of Toronto. But it's a suburb outside of Toronto that got gentrified years ago. And it's gotten increasingly gentrified as time has gone on. To put it in perspective, my parents bought their condo, which is a little bit bigger than mine, but not like ridiculously, not like double the size or whatever. But when they bought it, it was like 140, 150,000, like in the early 90s.
Like, you're saying condo, but it's a townhouse, correct?
It is, yeah, it's a townhouse.
Like a
But whenever you pay condominium fees, I call it a condo. If you pay a condo fee, so that is part of it.
But there's a condo on your property, correct?
There is a apartment building in the middle. There's an apartment
condo.
building. Yeah.
So that's why they incorporate that. Otherwise, you have a freehold townhome is technically what you have.
Well, it's not a freehold. I do pay condo fees.
Oh, yeah, it's not freehold. It's a townhome. But
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a townhouse that has condo fees in it. But the condo fees include gigabit internet and hundreds of cable channels. Like, I got a good deal on that. Like, a real good deal on it.
I think the board of directors did a really good job.
They did a very good job. Yeah. So that's why it's like, it's not a bad deal, all things considered. But the point is that when I bought in, the people that I bought it from did almost everything wrong that they could do. The market was still pretty good, but they like botched it, drove away a couple of potential bidders. And in the end, I was bidding against nobody but myself. So I took advantage of that. So I got it for below market when I bought it.
Do you know now that they don't even take the real estate agents, you have to meet their offer. There's no coming back to you. You either offer high or you just don't get it. You get one offer. And I said, what kind of scam is that? Because that just happened with my son when they bought their house, right?
Yeah, you did mention that. And I was trying to look into it. And I've seen a little bit of that. I think that's a terrible deal. I love the back and forth. The back and forth is fun. The best part, a quick story about this.
Commerce.
Quick story about this, and we'll get past the story.
Sure.
So anyway, so when I go to make an offer on the place, the people that had the house were sitting in the house with their real estate agent. I was in the car with my real estate agent, and the deal was I literally am outside in the car, and it's like, oh, they're coming back with this, and I go, offer this. They get out of the car, they walk up the stairs, go in and make the offer, come back around. It's like, really? I was like, it was the first house I ever bought, but I just laughed at the whole process. The whole process was farcical.
You made him work for his 2.5%.
Oh, absolutely. No, her, a former friend from high school. I was very good. She did a great job because I was able to get everything that I wanted and get everything set up the way that I wanted to be set up. So it's good sometimes to know some folks that can then do some work for you. So it's good.
That's good.
Yeah, so we were able to come to a very good deal. Everything worked out very nicely. And I knew that she's a workaholic. So she'd be a hard worker. So she'd be working the phones and doing all that. So I was like, this is what I want. Let me know. So we were able to get it done.
Yeah, most of them just put you on MSL. They just list you and
Yeah. No, we were good. We were good.
Yep.
But the end result of it was that I was able to get it for comfortably under market at the time. And by the time I closed on the house, the next one beside me sold for almost 100 grand more than I bought.
That's good.
Like it's about as good as a direct comp. Like we're literally my next door neighbor basically. And it's like same setup, same everything. Sold for 100,000 more. I was like, okay, works out. These years later, works out.
So I have a pickup.
Go for it.
And something I've been searching for around 15 years, and I finally got one. I didn't think I'd ever find one, but I did.
Fancy.
It may be, but it's a mini Toronto Maple Leaf mug.
Look at you.
Oh, that's neat.
I like that it's got the little gold accent thing.
Yeah, I do too.
It actually is. It's Hamilton Gold electroplated on there.
Do you know what year it is?
Well, they came out in 19. Well, you can see on the ad here. Oh, where my middle finger is.
Yep.
So they offered the large mugs. So you'd have this big one here.
Very nice.
This is 73, 74. They had coasters, ashtrays, and all the other things. But the mini mugs and this other Boston Bruin mugs, this one's on eBay right now. That is a tough one. I've only ever seen one in a Boston, and that's one that's on right now. Now these, see, because they're made in the USA, Lewis and Brothers manufactured these. Most of the American manufacturers distributed to most of the American companies. In Canada, we would import a few things, but not a lot of things. And in the 70s, again, like I say with the Leafs, there wasn't a lot of collectors, especially in the US, and we didn't get a lot of these. And how many people really buy the mini mugs? Actually, the only other one that I do have is the Cleveland Barons. So they made these for about 7-8 years. So I got 2 mini mugs. I actually had a few others, but I have friends. One friend from Minnesota, he says, hey, buddy, come on, it's okay, whatever. So I was going to put a nice little set together because I think they, you don't want to put a set of these because you run out of room really fast. So, a set of these would be really nice, but they're so hard to find. So I probably found about 5 or 6 in the last 15 years.
The Cleveland one must be the most expensive.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. See, until I document, actually, I am documenting this stuff on the website and what have you. So yeah, it should be because it's only a 2-year period, right? There's another company that brought some out in the 90s, and they were called, I think, Bushnell, not like the binoculars, but they were Bushnell. And they're lesser quality. They're not quite the same. They're a little cheaper made. And my friend picked up a couple. He goes, oh, I got them really cheap. And I said, oh, that's a Bushnell. He goes, oh, what's that mean? I said, I made in 95 or whatever. And he goes, oh, man. I said, you can tell it's a lot cheaper. Anyways, that's my little pickup for this week. So I was
That's
really
cool.
ecstatic. Yeah, it's a nice little piece. And I like that they used the old logo, the old Toronto Maple Leaf logo. That's from 67 to 70.
Yeah,
that's really
that's
nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Little small stuff, but little add-ons, and it doesn't cost you much because really nobody knows how rare they are. It's just like a little mini mug, whatever. Try to find one and add one to your collection. I have this want list that's huge, and it's just like some of these items just will never come up.
There you go. Victor loves the way Eric says rookie card. Well played. The future is the future of the hobby. Yes. Why are so many content creators talking about non-sports cards that like zero cool? I watch the videos for Sport Card Top because people keep asking. Like in all seriousness, like jokes aside, like away from all of it. None of the content creators would talk about it if people didn't ask about it, people didn't complain about it, people didn't say, what do you think about this? No joke, when the Zero Cool thing came out, and I was monitoring it, I get pings on Instagram, I get messages in the thing, I do the video, and I get a bunch of comments on it. Like, the proof is in the pudding, man. People always ask.
It's trendy stuff, too.
Yeah, and it's timely, and it's of the moment, and people will talk about it, and then when it's done, it's done. And then we'll move on to the next thing. But they don't do it out of the good. They don't do it out of the goodness of their heart, and they don't do it with malicious intent. They're just like, well, if you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. Fine, sure. Like, we're not going to fight you on that. Like, whatever.
Hobby news is hobby news. Be it
That's
good
right.
or bad, be it latent or whatever.
Yeah. Eric, your house is worth $1 million because BlackRock and Vanguard are buying everything with their AI software. Ooh. If they want to pay $1 million, I also.
BlackRock owns a lot of stuff.
They do.
man.
They do. That's
They're
facts.
actually, I think they're the biggest in the world. They own the most. They have the most. They have investments in everything.
I think that's valid. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff under their ownership there,
But they're buying up a lot of the properties everywhere.
which is not a terrible idea. It's a good way to make some money. People moving away from Ontario to live in Atlantic, Canada. When you sell a property, you either downsize, move somewhere cheaper, or trade up and get a new mortgage. Yes,
You
those
got
are
it.
3 of the options.
One option I will take up very soon.
There you go. Rumor. Carlos offers couch to content creators in the U.S. who want to attend the expo. I don't think you want to sleep on that couch. I wouldn't sleep on the couch.
And I have not heard that rumor.
What's funny is I actually bought a futon, but it's actually really crappy. I had it from the old apartment and I put it in there. It's like, actually, this kind of sucks. It's fine as a couch, but as a futon, it's trash. I wouldn't sleep on that. I would.
Well, can you upgrade and then put out an invite to?
I can't upgrade. I don't know if I'd offer any invites, but I can upgrade. That's facts. Yes, I could. Carlos secured the deal on his house by throwing in a PSA trout. Yeah, they needed a coffee, so I offered a PSA 10 trout.
I got a pull-out couch in my leaf room.
There you go. Live
Most
the dream.
uncomfortable bed you'd ever want to sleep on.
Nice.
It's
I wouldn't, Bobby. I wouldn't even sleep at your house. I'd just be rifling through all your stuff like at a museum, just going, "This is incredible! Oh my god, he has one of these! These are
It's
awesome!"
in the leaf room. So you
I wouldn't
just
even.
sit in there.
I'd be wide awake the whole time, just going through it all.
Until it just keels over. It's like, so Eric, are you done staring at the picture of Marcel yet? There's other stuff in the room.
I don't have myself.
That's going to make it doubly awkward. What are you even looking at right now?
Probably have something.
I'm
Good
sure you
Lord.
do.
That actually makes it worse. Buying and selling cards definitely helps me buy and sell cards at houses. Yeah, it helps you demystify business. That's true. Biggest pick of the week is 10,000 cardboard gold penny sleeves for $50 on eBay. There you go.
Oh, there you
Congrats for you. Do you think the Shockmaster would have gotten over if it hadn't fallen through a wall like a doofus? No. the Shockmaster was I forget it was formerly one of the natural disasters. I think it was Earthquake, the guy who played Earthquake. I think John Tenta. And basically he was going to do this character. And the Shockmaster was basically, it was a stormtrooper mask that had been spray painted in like shiny silver. So literally he was like, he's the Shockmaster. And then his introduction, he literally is like going to go through a wall to like, why they decided he was going to go through a wall like the Kool-Aid Man, I don't know. But they decided this was a good idea. But apparently like the bottom panel was like, there was actually a piece of wood there. So he tripped over it, fell, his helmet fell off, and he had to grab the helmet and put it back on and then stand up, and he was dubbed. His voice was dubbed. He didn't even speak for himself. And I was sitting there like, the Shockmaster's like, it's like next level. Like this is the latent sports cards of like
When did
that
this
era.
happen?
Oh, that was like in the early 90s, I would
All
say.
right. Okay. All right. I just needed to know. I just didn't know if they were bringing that guy back too.
No. I believe I could be wrong.
I just was wondering if that was another.
Sorry, it was Tugboat. It was the other one. So he was Tugboat and Typhoon. He was the other guy. So there were 2 natural disasters. I was thinking of the one. Yeah. So I got it here. Bob's got it. Yep. I was just pulling it up. So I was going to pull up a picture. Yeah. No, that's right. It's Tugboat. It was the other one. Because John Tenta. So Shockmaster 93, 94. Perfect. I wanted to grab a picture though, because like I feel like it almost defies explanation if you don't see a picture. And I want you to remember that WCW thought this was a good idea. To be clear, they thought this, oh yeah, this will work. So the question was like, oh, do you think it would work if it hadn't been for the disastrous thing? No, there's no circumstances under which this would have worked.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh God.
This was not going to work. There is nothing that was going to work.
Glitter stormtrooper.
It's literally a stormtrooper helmet that is spray painted with glitter.
It's been bedazzled.
I got it. Not quite, because there's no gems on it, but I mean, yeah.
Like, no, it's not going to happen.
The jacket could use a little bedazzled. To be
Yeah.
honest.
Bob's question is like, no, it would not have gotten over if he hadn't fallen through the wall. Just him standing there, it would not have gotten over. Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, Albert, I know, guys. I got it. I knew it was one of the 2 guys, so I corrected myself. How can Chris from Card Ladder say with certainty if you invested in cards, you'd be ahead of people in crypto? I'm not a crypto investor, by the way. Okay, I like this question. Hold on, we'll get into this. Oh, I like this question too. Can I get on? No. Thanks for asking. I appreciate that he asked. It was good. He's very shocking. It's Shockmaster. Next Halloween suit. Go for it.
Yeah.
Picture it didn't happen. Okay. Okay, so how can Chris from Card Ladder say with certainty if you invested in sports cards, you'd be ahead of people in crypto? Okay, so to be clear, Eric but I like Chris. I talk to him here and there. I've messaged him from time to time, but Eric has talked to him a little more. He's on Clubhouse, all that good stuff. All the qualifiers out of the way, okay? And I do subscribe to Card Ladder. I pay for it out of my own pocket. So all the qualifiers out of the way. Okay, Chris says a lot of stuff. Some of it makes sense. Some of it doesn't make sense. This is cherry picking data. Because if you invested in cards at certain points, yes, it would be ahead of crypto. At other times, not so much.
Yeah.
Cherry picking the perfect moment where cards are kind of okay on downside, but crypto takes a dip is academically lazy. Just to be clear. It is very academically lazy. Because, at the same vein, crypto's history is it does a big run up, does a big drop, does another big run up. So, we run this number again after another big run up, and then talk to me. Yeah. No, you'll wait until it takes another dip right after the run up. So like you're cherry picking data. That's why forever ago on the live stream, I said point blank, I'm not listening to anybody who tries to make picks because number one, I think it's stupid. But even if you're going to make a pick, fine. Give a time horizon. What's the time horizon? That matters. Because if you give the right time horizon, the number changes depending on time, especially if you're talking about something that's really high expensive or high end or whatever the case may be. I'll give you a good analogy. I'll give you a good example. And it's something we've talked about here on the show before. So I'll give you a good analogy on this one. Let me see if I can pull it up for you.
Yes.
You could probably guess what it is if you actually think about it, but I'll show it to you anyway. Not this one. It's too many versions. I don't like that. Let's see here. So it's going to be this guy.
Eric needs a nap.
But it does.
I did construction all day. I'm exhausted.
Okay, so this one's a channel favorite. Good old first edition Charizard. You guys remember this guy? The Sasha T special? Yeah. Okay, so real quick. Let's do a quick recap here on this guy.
I always like to.
Okay, so here's what you need to know. Right about here is when our good buddy Sasha T got in on this. Remember? Just about 400 grand. The most recent one sold for 420. Yep. But it was down to 240. But now it's 420. So, if it's a good idea or a bad idea, it depends on when I ask you the question. If I ask you the question here, oh man, that's a lot. Oh man, that's a terrible idea. Ah, it's an okay idea. Ah, it's a terrible idea. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. Amazing idea. Because now it's taking on a new high. So which is it? Is it a bad idea or a good idea? Depends on when you ask. Mr. Brad, how are you?
But at least it's up.
Hey, Brad.
Good.
Good to see you.
Did you catch a nap? Or did you catch a nap?
I did.
Be honest.
It was like 9:35, and I was like, maybe I'll take like a 20-minute. It's so peaceful here. And
I know.
It's 11:20.
20 minutes turned into about,
well, he's in a different time zone, though. In fairness, he's in a different time zone.
Yeah.
I here's the thing. When I messaged you, I was like, I bet he fell asleep.
I did.
I totally had it covered.
Yeah. That's a wait, though.
I figured. How are you doing? How are things?
Good. Awesome, man. Things are absolutely great. What's going on?
You came back from a vacation in Florida. Was it fun? Did you enjoy yourself?
Oh yeah, it was awesome. It was yeah. We did the parks a couple of days. They did shopping, and yeah, it was awesome. It was good.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Sounds good.
Went to a couple card stores, did the little circuit. I said I wasn't going to, but you always got to poke your head in.
Yeah.
You can't get away from
anything?
Right?
You find anything, Brad?
No, I bought two things because each time I was in two different shops for about an hour. So I went through one shop. I bought some Vince Carter game jersey cards. I went through some of the boxes just talking to the guys. And the last one, I bought a box of UFC Prism retail, only because it was the only thing I could find that I knew if I bought it, I could bring it back and maybe make a little bit or even break even. But
at least you have stock.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable.
Stock doesn't always have to make money. It's just that people want to visit your store and say, "Hey, do you have this?" Yeah, I got it. Maybe I don't make money, but there's the guy coming in, right? So it's good.
I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable. That was kind of the funny thing for me is that I knew Brad was off on vacation, so I left him alone for the most part. But he was giving me some updates. He was letting me know that things were moving along. He was moving along as far as so now he mentioned his last message to me was the Eagle has landed, so the cars are back over there at PSA Canada. So now it's down to the last leg starting on Monday to hit back my way, and then I'll produce a little video running down everything. So I think it'll be fun.
I think you should show you right now. Have a live.
Well, it was funny because here's the thing. I'm not a guy who cares about the secret reveal. I was just gonna make the video and go through the process. So if you have it, I'm okay with revealing it here because we're in hour 2.5, and you know what? I don't care.
Let's do it, Brad. Wind it up.
If you have them, let's do it. I'm genuinely curious. I'm going to find out at the same time as you guys. Good, bad, or indifferent. I'll find out.
We need a little setup.
We did discuss PSA 11s, right, Brad? We did discuss 11s, yes?
11, absolutely.
He was asleep.
Absolutely.
He was asleep during that.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Well, on your order, I mixed a few of my things and 2 other local guys that I know. So.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Because we had to do the economy in 200 card submissions.
Okay. Cool.
That's part of our arrangement because they want bigger submissions, easier to go through. So we did at 200. So I had a guy that I gave him his cards today. Another guy's getting it tomorrow. And then I think I had maybe 50 of mine. And I did okay, but not as good as I've usually done on them. So
all right.
Yeah.
So we're going to find out. We'll find out. I think this is actually, to be blunt, this is more fun for me because it's nah, let's do it live. Let's go.
Yeah.
Threes, all threes.
Justin, we're busy. I'm focusing, man. I'm focusing. Right now I'm locked in the zone. Let's go. We'll get to this question here in a minute. I don't think he is, but
so
we'll
you're going to have to set us up here, Carlos.
Does anybody know where Name is? I don't know.
I have texted him. I assume he's still in cooking class.
Gotcha.
That his wife demanded that he go to. But nice. I haven't heard back from him yet.
No worries. All right, Brad, when you're ready, you let me know.
I did have a crazy card today, an interesting story. It was I got the sheet here so I could remember the name.
Sure.
I'll quiz you guys on your knowledge of this card.
Okay.
So it's a 2021 Digimon. I didn't even know they had Digimon. 2021 Digimon promo 084 Omnimon Evolution Cup card.
I remember the cartoon because my younger brother watched it. I'll defer to our local Digimon expert, Eric. Go on.
I don't know what the hell you're talking. I have no idea.
I know the name of the character.
I have no idea.
So to be clear, I think one thing that hurt Digimon compared to Pokemon, I know they both end in Mon, but Digimon took it literally, and every character ended with Mon. Mm-hmm. It'd be like Brad Heartland Mon, Sanderson to Ormon, Bobby Burrell Mon. It's like, dude, you can't put Mon at the end of it. We're not in Jamaica. This doesn't work this way. But it literally didn't matter how long the name was. It all ended in Mon.
Because I'm Carlos Mon.
Yes. I was like,
Omnimon.
I still have no idea what it is. So
okay, so it's 2021 too. So I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
So I called the guy because it's got a big it went to $1,400 for an upgrade. So I was like,
wow, okay.
This is worth. That means that it's worth under 25, like 10 to 25K US. So it's a PSA 10. So I called the guy up and I said, yeah, I'm just looking. And I went on eBay and there was one listed on eBay for 55,000 US, a PSA 10. And the PSA 9 sold for actually 18,000. So I was like, this is like a $50,000 Digimon card. So
this is for 2021?
2021. So I called the guy, super nice guy. He's a kind of I think it's the first time he submitted through us. And I said, yeah, I just want to, because I have to approve upgrades before. So they send it to me. They say, hey, do you approve this? And I was like, well, this just looks like a mistake. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, right.
So then I verified. So the guy explained to me, so there's 32 of them in the world. And what happens is guys play Digimon. So
Yeah.
somebody played Digimon that finished in the top 32 of this 2021 World Cup, and they all get a card.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know too much about Digimon. As
Yeah.
soon as you have an exclusive to like a tournament or something, that's different. That's like a different game entirely. That means the print run is super low to begin with. Like they didn't release a lot of them.
So it's
Yeah,
almost
okay.
like a Stanley, like I guess your Stanley Cup ring. If you win, and then
Yeah.
you get a card instead of a ring, you get a card, and then if you
Yeah.
trade,
In video games, it would be like your Blockbuster World Championship cart. It'd be like those little carts that like you had to actually participate in the event to get one. And then the gold versions were exclusive to certain players. You have to be at the very top. You have to be at the finals. That's the only way you get one. So there's a limited amount of them they even made, and that's it.
See, that's the funny part. It makes your mantle look silly.
yeah, yeah,
You know, honestly, like in
yeah.
Yeah,
sense,
and
you know,
it's like there's
whatever.
no planet I want to live on where a
You're
Mickey
living on it,
mantle
Brad.
is worth less than this silliness.
Well, you don't like it. It's like the problem is it wasn't Mantelmon. If it had been Mantelmon, psh, I would have bought the fucking house. I would have bought the neighborhood.
It's
Yes.
just
What it cost the neighborhood.
I'm gonna set my entire collection on fire in the front yard and walk
Well,
away.
you should do that anyway. It's Boston Bruins shit.
We did that in the last.
We'll send you.
I wanna get through
Can we
Brad.
can we crowdsource kerosene for Eric? Can we help him out here a little bit?
Yeah.
Price of gasoline is kind of high. We can crowdsource some kerosene for him. Help him out.
Okay.
So
Go ahead. You got the box?
here's the goods. Yeah.
All right. All right. It's all you. It's all you,
I
buddy.
think if I go that angle, so okay. So let me see.
So, Carlos, are you hoping to get like 9s, 10s, 8s, whatever?
It depends on the card. It depends on the card. There's certain ones where I like don't care that much. There's 157 tops football card where it's just going into my team set, so I don't care.
Gotcha.
Basically authentic above. I don't care. I think the card's fine, but I'll leave it to them.
Do you want to
And as I remember, as I always
So
said, too,
let me know the card. Let me know the card, and then I'll try to kind of answer to Bobby's question.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to do them in the order that they come in because they're all serial
Sure.
numbered together. So
All right, sounds good.
there's no rhyme or reason. So
Brad, I just want you to know, I will give you say $1,000 if you can make every one of his cards a 3.
Well, you had to have done that prior to. So that's the Ovechkin. Okay. So you are a little blurry, Brad. So you have to read it. I can't. I know it's the Ovechkin, but what does it say?
Ovechkin is an 8.
Oh, shame. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Brad said his cards didn't come back so good. So
I was gonna say that. I felt like I was thinking a 9, but I guess I'll have to take a look at it. Mind you, they do chip easy with the full bleed picture, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's something on there.
Honestly, though, this one looks really, really good too. So
I thought it was fine. I thought it was at least a 9, but whatever.
Crack it, send it back there.
Exactly. Crack it. Send it back.
we have a PSA 10 Vladdy Guerrero Atomic
Wow.
Refractor.
The Atomic. That's nice. Actually, that's a good card. That's a good
Wow,
card, especially right now.
What's that going for? Wow, a 10.
The Atomic's not bad. It's not as crazy as like a soda or whatever, but I know it's decent. I'll try to see if I can find out.
I'll give you
Probably a better
$7.
time. Great
Well,
cost.
I'll sell it to you for $7. The Bobby Orr is $57,000.
Oh, wow.
I wish my camera. I am getting a guy to install this week a better camera system. But
Yeah, no worries.
PSA 9 on the Gold Guerrero.
All right, that was the out of 50, so that's not too bad.
That's a beautiful card. I like that. Next we have this one's an 8, a Soto Prism.
Yeah, that one I was okay with which is putting it in the holder because I
Right.
know they're actually easier to move in the holder that way.
Yeah.
So that's fine. I've got a 9 in my collection anyway. So the last Atomic PSA 10 was just shy of 500,
Okay.
and I paid $15 for the card. So it's like it's fine.
Plus-
We're okay.
Plus grading.
Yeah, we're okay.
PSA.
So that's the X Factor.
yeah, and that's a 10.
Oh, nice. For the X
Oh.
Factor, that's good.
That's a
That's
good,
strong.
good-
Crack some 10s.
I know that one is good. I know that one's solid.
Yeah. Then we have a PSA 10
Oh.
Soto. That's the rated rookies Aqua.
Oh, nice. The
Is it
Aqua is what out of what was the number?
$2.99.
$299 for the Aqua.
Yeah.
So
PSA
the X Factor Bobby, the last one went for $700.
Nice.
Yep.
And your second Aqua out of PSA is a
Yep.
PSA 10 as well.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good. That one I think is really nice. That's a good one. Those are
So
two
back-
strong ones.
Back-to-back 10s.
Wow, it's amazing. 310 so far.
I'll be honest, the Sotos are way better in the 10. That's strong.
Yeah,
That is very strong.
good.
Because those are the numbered ones. They do very well.
410s so far. 410s.
Very good.
Oh, 4.
Pujols is an 8. That's an awful lot nice looking card. I haven't seen that one in a while.
That one is a PC card big time because I love that Soto card. I just think it's a neat card. I know it has a chip on the back. It has a chip on the back,
Yeah.
I think, at the top, but it's got black borders. That's a PC card. I don't care. That one's staying with me.
That's a beautiful looking card though. I haven't seen that card in a long time.
You should check out. They got the Ichiro as well. They're all refractors. They're out of $29.99. They're refractors as the base. They're beautiful. I think they're really cool cards. It's my favorite Pujols card.
Paul Horning is a 3.
That'll work. That's good.
Nice.
So that one's
Yeah.
going into that. That one's
Easy.
going into the team set.
Is
Yeah,
that his
it's just-
rookie?
That is the Paul Horning 57 tops football rookie. Yes.
And that's it. Just it has those hairline creases, so it could have been like 3 to 4. So, and last we have PSA 9 Aaron Rodgers.
All right. So it turned out as a 9. That's not bad. Not bad on that one.
Oh, good reveal.
Pretty good. All things considered, not bad. The Ovechkin was a little disappointing, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't surprise me if it was chipped. But here's the thing: to be honest, even in the 8, it's worth more than before I graded it.
Well, I
Oh,
have
absolutely.
Oh, it is. It's not even a question. It's not even a debate.
Yeah.
Good.
Because I paid 50 Canadian for it anyway. The raw is like 300 now, so it's
Oh,
like
wow.
we're not even playing anymore. Like it doesn't matter. Just just send it back and it's fine.
Brad,
I
did you
think
get anything
maybe when you
good?
get it, look at his pant. Remember this, Carlos. If you look on his on his pants on the surface,
Okay.
you'll see there could be a little surface bump that I see, just very minor. But
Okay, I'll take a closer look at it. That's fair. For the price I paid for it, I can't complain about it. The Paul Hornin in a 3 goes for about 230 bucks. I paid about 120 bucks Canadian for it. So it's fine.
Frustrating.
like I said, when you and you always what I do every time on all my orders, like I had 6 Henrik Lundqvists that I sent in, and all 6 came back 9s. But you look at the whole. I do what it costs to grade them, and then I take all. I think I had 40 cards in that order. I take the 40 cards and I say, all right, this cost me $2,500, $2,800 to grade, and you see what you get out of it. And right out of 4 cards, you get your grading fees back. You know what I mean? Like Carlos' grading fees would be on one of those Guerreros. That pays the difference between a 9 and a 10. Pays for your grading fees for the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I would say the two Soto 10s
Yeah, those
crushed it. Like the 2 Soto 10s at this point, the people that try to sell those on eBay, they're going 1,000 plus each. That's what they're
Amazing.
asking.
Nice.
So like I crushed on that.
Yeah, wait them out. Brad, did you crush it on any card? I know you didn't do good in general, you said, but did you? Hit
Yeah,
anything?
no. Overall, I did. I just didn't. It was interesting though, because it was a lot that there's a local guy that I've been recommending people give him stuff. 1, 2. No.
It's about being a hobby hero.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still trying to find out who Hockey 99 is. I feel like I have to know hockey because Hockey 99 revealed himself.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Just curious.
So Brad tells Nat to send you a camera. Come on.
Yeah.
See, if you just left it as Mon, it would have stuck with the Digimon theme. That was actually pretty good. Honestly, I'm very pleased with the results on the whole. Like I said, literally only the Ovechkin was a little disappointing. The other ones were well within range. I think that was very reasonable. Even so, that's why I wanted to give you context on the pricing. Even the Rogers and the Rogers, literally, I bought it before the first Super Bowl, and I paid like $12 on ComC for it.
Uh-huh.
Many years ago. And that Rogers is PSA 9, right? It's a 9.
Is that his rookie?
It is his rookie, yeah. Even that's like $200 US, so pretty good. I paid $15.
Yeah.
So
Plus grading.
that's fine. Plus grading still double, triple.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's me. Like including grading, I don't even care at that point. I laugh in the face of grading. One of those cards covers the grading cost.
Oh yeah.
Well,
No, that's what you
well,
have to. I tell everyone you have to look at this. Take the whole order. Look at the whole order, and you always have something that you may not agree with, or you may disagree with, or you might go, "Oh, well, that kind of sucks." It's like, oh, I think I forget. Overall, I shouldn't say I did bad, but it just wasn't. And I did my reveal at the store today too. It's always fun when you have 6 or 7 guys
Yeah.
are in the store and you bring them out, and it's nice because you take the 200 card order. No one knows who owns the cards, but I said, oh, okay, cards 71 to 121 are all mine. So you're going through in the order, and you can see you follow the serial numbers, so you go through. Because even that, like I had prime example, Nick Suzuki. I had 4 Nick Suzukis of mine, and that's the one I bummed out on. I had 2 8s, a 9, and a 10. And a buddy of mine that was part of the order, he had 3 Nick Suzukis at the end of the order, 10, 10, 10. So it's nice. It's nice when you do that always in front of people, especially when I do have some of my stuff. You know what I mean? So works out nice.
Yeah. I think whenever you have to do it, and this is maybe a good takeaway as well for folks as well. I did the math prior to sending. I chose those 10 cards because they were ones that at that price point, I was comfortable with that price point. If you're not, then wait. Just wait. Or submit it elsewhere or do whatever you're going to do. But the math has to work out. Like a lot of those, the Ovechkin, I was going to send in anyway because we'll give it a shot and see how it goes. You never know.
Yeah.
It's easier to move the Ovechkin in that holder regardless. Again, a little disappointing, but so be it. It happens. It's not the end of the world. But every other one, bang on or a little better than I was expecting. Even the Paul Horning, because I bought it at the price I bought it, thinking it was about a 2. So I was thinking in the back of my mind. So getting a 3, I'm good. So I took a look at it because I bought that at the expo raw. And I took a look at it and I said, okay, I think for the price, we're comfortable with this. So I sent it in. It was great. That's going in the team set registry. So that's just going to be part of it. Otherwise, I didn't have to send it in, but it was part of the team set registry. So there you go.
Yeah. Nice. I get my wax pack order came back too from 9th. I sent it in last year in March.
Oh, wow.
And it was 62 packs. Half them came back slabbed and half them came back altered.
Oh, wow.
It was interesting.
What year?
So, and I looked right from like 1974 up to 89. And I remember I told you, Bobby, I don't know how to, I'm not familiar. I just bought the collection from a guy that bought them over the last 30 years. I don't think any of them really were searched or altered in any way. My personal thought, because this guy bought most of them 25 years ago. And why would they search an 87 O-Pee-Chee pack? Like it didn't rhyme up. But yeah. All right. I don't know. But I love, this is so now I'm going to build a little display of
plastic.
I'm going to get Corey Fick from Show My Slabs to build a big slab display. And so from 1968 to 1989, that'd be 22 packs. And I'm going to send him the original O-Pee-Chee logo. And I want him to kind of make the backboard look like a piece of the bubble gum too, with the O-Pee-Chee logo in it.
Nice.
So you could display 22. Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Oh.
without hurting yourself, it'd be good.
Right. Yeah. So, and make it look really with the custom back, how we can do those. So,
how did you do on the grades?
So 75 O-Pee-Chee. So I took the highest I got from each one and I kept that.
Are you doing all O-Pee-Chee or tops or variety when you're going to do your display?
A little variety, but I'm going to keep just the O-Pee-Chee. So 75 O-Pee-Chee.
Series once you get below 73, right?
PSA 7, 76, PSA 8, 77, PSA 7.
Really?
78, PSA 8. 79, both packs I sent in, altered.
I'm back.
Right.
Were they both tops or O-Pee-Chee?
All O-Pee-Chee. Yeah, all
really?
O-Pee-Chee.
Man.
1980, I got a 7. 81, I got an 8. They look so nice, though. 82, I got a 9.
Show. When you come to the show.
Yeah, bring them out.
I'll have a look.
This was good. All 4 of my 80, I had 4 packs of 85 O-Pee-Chee out. and they all came back 9. So like as I said, the whole grading order cost me like say $1,500. Even with the altered ones, they charged me $25 a pack US. But the
Really?
4 9s I got, these 9s sell for like $1,200 each. Raw,
Yeah.
they're like $200 a pack. So yeah, that paid for it. And I got a couple
for
of
$40.
Yeah, I know.
Long ago. We were opening them for Pack Wars at our booth, right?
So that's what I might do at the show. And I thought I was going to talk to you guys because I don't think I can't sell the altered packs. Obviously, I could sell them as altered, but I still think they're good. So I think
sell them to me.
Show,
if I think they're good, I'll sell them raw because people trust me with wax. So you can do it.
Yeah, or Carlos, I could send them up to you, and you could open all these packs because I don't think they are.
Well, hey, that's a bold move right there. That's a bold move, right? And at that point, Bobby, we might have to collaborate and go like, Bobby, remember when you open them, I don't care what's in them. I need you to throw the pack and say, G.I. Joe, anything but G.I. Joe. I don't care what's in them. I don't care. It could have been anything else.
So, you know, one good way, Brad, of telling resealed packs is actually opening some too.
Well, that's it. So we could open them and say, I mean, unless my good camera comes, because I would want to do it on a good camera, but it'd be nice to open the 370 yards and pull.
Well, I don't think your camera was the issue, Brad. I think it's just your picture. Like right now, your picture's fine, but it just randomly went like extra pixely during parts of it, and then it came back. So like right now, you're actually pretty good. And then in the tail end of the cards you were showing, it was easier to see and it was good. So to me, it was good either way. That's the only reason I asked you to read it, just to be on the safe side, just so we could see. And then I'll take some pictures of them once it comes in anyway, so it'll be part of the whole thing. So it'll be fine. We'll have some fun with it. But that's why I say, like, to me, I'm cool with it because the folks that are hanging out here, I'm fine with them seeing because I'll make the video anyway. I'll take the pictures. I'll take the scan. I've got the pictures of the cards before, and then I got the picture. I'll take the picture of the cards after, and it'll all be part of the video. It'll be kind of a whole fun thing. I'll put a whole thing together. I'll edit it together, and we'll make it good.
Now, they'll send it back as resealed, but if they don't know, it'll still come back that way, correct?
Yeah, so they came back in a little pack and they have a little card on them that just says
not
I
resealed.
left them at the store. I think it says just altered. Yeah, altered. So it has like the top. Like,
so I wonder what they put on it when they don't know. I think they still put altered on it, if I'm not mistaken. So
right.
Sometimes there's some extra things that, you know, a little cornerware that they might think, you know, because sometimes it's hard.
Yeah.
GI bro.
This was a big submission. You guys, Carlos, you would even, I think of all of us, respect these cards even more. These came in today from a submitter that I have that's a great guy.
Sure.
He sent me in 2 Trey Youngs. This is his RPA.
Okay.
Out of 99. And this is his RPA out of 15.
That's at least a couple of bucks, you know. That's solid. Yeah. That's decent.
And
I know, like, he's still playing well enough, so.
So these, Joe Burrows.
Okay, gotcha.
And
so I think you got a downtown. You got to select something there.
And they're both. So when I turn them over, they're both 1 of 1.
Oh, nice. Okay, wow. That'll do. Oh my
God!
Look, with the way people feel about the downtowns in general, with the way that people feel about those downtowns, toss in a 1 of 1. Toss in Burrow, who is very successful. Obviously, look, it's the Cincinnati Bengals. Did we seriously think they were going to win the Super Bowl? No. But would it have been a cool story if they did? Yes.
I was rooting for them.
And it's not like they played horrible the whole game. No, they had moments. They had some moments here and there. LA was built to be. LA needed to win that. Like, they needed to win that. Cincinnati was like, oh my God, we're thrilled to be here. This is great for us. And for Joe Burrow, it was a great moment for him to have a chance, some experience having a playoff run, because he was getting destroyed in games. And I think he got sacked one game that they won on the playoff run to lead to the Super Bowl. So it's like, we didn't expect you to be here. Congratulations. Good job.
Yeah, that's the fun part when you get to see some cool. I'll send you pictures of those.
Sure, no doubt. So here Hockey says, Brad, I feel like you should be at Mint Collective and show these wannabes what the card business is about. Facts. Well, I spent it. Go ahead.
I was going in January. We were booked to go.
Oh, for the original date. Yeah.
And then when I even had a table there, we were going to do one for AMG, and I'm glad I'm not there now, to tell you the truth. I
think it's going to be one of those things. Like, look, I give them the credit, but it's like, it's kind of lame. Like, it is what it is. Speaking of shows, though, let me ask you. I think the answer is yes, but you can clarify for me. Are you going to be over at the Edmonton one in mid-April? The
Yes.
expo?
Yep, I'm doing Dale's the Bossa show in Vancouver on the 7th to 10th, and then we're going to fly from there down to PSA in California and drop the cards off.
Okay.
Then we're going to fly from California to Edmonton to do the Edmonton show, and then back home. So, yeah, that'll be fun.
Very cool. Very
Brad,
cool.
other than just having a good time and doing something for fun, does it make any sense for you to come and set up at a show in the United States and pay for a table? I mean, you're PSA Canada. There's nothing, you can't do any business down here.
No, so when I do that, like, so I've been to the National the last 20 years in a row.
Okay.
So I do that. That says AMG, and that says Brad the Collector.
Okay.
Now that's always how that is. Anything in the States, it'll be nothing as PSA Canada. That will just be me as that. So, yeah.
And you get a table and you sell.
Yeah. So at the National, I actually, the last, 3 years, I just help out Adam at his booth at Dave and Adams. So we kind of, I walk around and then I come back. I give some of the guys breaks that are at his booths and hang out there and help him out. Because his thing was always, it's fun. It's actually awesome to see, like, the amount of business that's done. And his thing, he flies so many people down there and they get overwhelmed every year. So it's nice for him to have a extra set of eyes, an extra guy, because, I mean, there is literally tens of thousands of cash coming in every 10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? It's just, it's insane. So when he has an extra body there, someone that he knows and trusts, then we help. So this year, me and Sherry are both going to Atlantic City, and we'll help. I'll do the same thing again this year with him. We'll help him out at a time, like I said, give him guys some breaks, and then I walk around for a bit and buy stuff and buy to flip, and that's getting hard though.
So just in case you guys want to see, here's the pictures Brad took, a little bit of a closer image. So these are the two Joe Burrow 1-of-1s, which no doubt is a pretty penny at this stage. I like, so you've got I actually like that pattern on the Select. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then you've got almost a super fractor thing going on. I think they call them vinyl. I think for Optic and Panini, they call it vinyl is what they go with. But that's like a super fractor pattern kind of dealy. So 1-of-1s on both. It's pretty good. That'll do.
You know, I like it. This is a guy from Ontario. So, like, I love when the stereotype, and Eric, you see it all the time on Clubhouse or down. I mean, it's Canada's. It's just hockey up there, isn't it? It's like, no, it's not just hockey. Like, hockey would be probably our third sport that we submit. Like, baseball, basketball. Basketball would be number one. Then probably baseball, hockey, maybe, and football would be probably the fourth. But those are two of the biggest cards in football from Joe Burrow, and they're up here for a guy in Ontario, so it's nice.
It was funny because it doesn't play out exactly like kind of to the way you lined it up, but I was just thinking, like, so in that 10-card submission, I did the Paul Horning, the Aaron Rodgers, so you got the 2 football cards there. You've got we've got the Ovechkin, and I think the Ovechkin's the only hockey card. I think everything else is baseball.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's basically what I ended up going with. So, like, ratio-wise, like, not far off what you're referring to. Yes, we're going to have hockey as part of that. Yeah. But, like, for me, it was like, at $50 per, I got to make sure it's worth it for me to send it. Like, it's got to be worthwhile. Does that mean that I'm not going to then send some Medanos down the road? I totally could. But I got to pick my spots. I got to wait for my moment. Right now, even for PC stuff, I got to wait until the price comes down a little bit. It's got to come back to me a little bit more. These ones, I'll be blunt. I'm going to sell probably most of those cards on there because there's value to me. I bought it so cheap that it was wonderful to me that I was like, great, I think this is good. So I was like, nope, I'll take the profit on the other side of it. And then the Paul Horning is staying with me. I love the Pujols card. I think that's a great card. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to keep it. Oh, it's an 8. I don't care. I like it. I'm taking it. And I'll probably keep maybe 1 or 2 of the Sotos. I have to decide on those Sotos though. I thought maybe one will come back at 10, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. But then the 2 on eBay right now are $1,500 a piece is what they're asking for.
You gonna hold?
I will probably hold one, and then the other one I may move and take advantage because I bought it way cheaper than that.
Which one looks? One of them looks I like more.
I love the Select. The Select would be the one I'd be inclined to hold because it's a much nicer card.
Yeah, that's
The
good.
optic is good though. I know the optic is a sweet card. I like it.
Then you get your money back for your grading on the one card. Then you
Yeah.
you go forward, nothing,
Yeah. Right now, there's about 3 or 4 cards there that would all pay for the grading easily, without even a concern, and leave money left on the table. Everything else is gravy after that.
It was nice too. Did you listen to the PSA podcast this week? I think it was this week or last week, but Steve Sloan was talking about it, and it looks like PSA will open up one more service this year.
Yep.
And it will be probably I forget what they'll call it, but it'll be $500 USD or under, and it'll be $25 US. So when you look at it from that standpoint, that will be the next level that will open up, and maybe they'll open up economy to no limitations and then do that one. And that's it for 20.
When you're back to normal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think and that makes total sense as the play. Like right now, it's good. It gives you the option. And then the $50, just make it unlimited for people that want to send. And $50 opens up a lot of stuff. That stuff was available. $100 I was borderline on. $50 now we're in much better shape. Much easier. I would have wanted $100 to be blunt with a bunch of those cards, but the $50 makes it much better because then you're saving per card all the way through the order. So here's a question for you, Brad. So from Hockey. How do you handle low ballers? Do you block them on eBay or in person? If you block them in person, I think that there are laws about that. But yeah, I like the idea. I like where you're going with this.
Brad blocked me a long time ago.
There you go. Demand they get out of your store. So how do you approach the low ballers?
No, it's like anyone. I deal with them the exact same way. It gets a little bit much on. It is frustrating because I don't put restrictions on our eBay items. I shouldn't say frustrating. It's a little bit of pain when you have a card up for $5,000 and you get an offer of $200. And that we could put the limitations on there. I just don't usually do it because I want to see. Sometimes you want to figure out what the value of the card is. So you could put, say, $5,000 on it, and if you could consistently get offers of $1,000, $1,500, then that's what the card's worth, right? So no, we deal with them good. And in the store, you know what? We have guys that can afford things, and we don't got too many low ballers, and we try to help out as much people as we can. We give away more stuff, and I did about 20 trades this week because our Steve Potty is away in Kentucky, and so I work the store every day retail. I at least 30 kids this week completely took advantage of me and got hand advantage on trading cards, right? But that's sure. Right? It's like, all right, what are you going to do? You kind of teach them the ways. We had one guy, I think he might be 10 years old, and I explained how it works. You find the comps. So then he found comps on his cards, and it came to $40. And he used the comps on his modern basketball cards from December. He was like, oh, no, they were worth way more in December, so I used the comps from December, not today. And he was like validated. And I was like, all right, you got a good point. Smart thinking, right? And then he traded he traded me the comp value from December. It was $40. And he goes, so that means I get $80 from the half price section. And I was like, well, yeah, okay, we can do that then. So he was working his way, but I could see his brain going up. It was nice to see. So.
Oh, look, I appreciate that at least, look, if you're going to be a hustler, at least try. Like, I appreciate there was a thought process to it. I don't appreciate it when it's clearly adults whose synapses don't all work anymore that are trying. It's like that. The reason I set the low one is I talked about earlier tonight that I sold the 52 Bowman Mantle I had. But I had no desperation to sell it. I actually went high. I asked for 2,600, which is way higher than anybody else had put on there. I go, no, I'm sending you a signal that I'm not giving it away. I don't care. And I think, what did I put? I put as the minimum 1,700, which was higher than the last couple of comps, but not higher than a comp maybe in December. So I said, but I also don't need to sell it. So it's like, it's a vintage card. It's a mantle card. Y'all can come back to me when you're ready. It's fine. Eventually, I got a bunch of tire kickers, people trying different things. Some guy offered me $500, which I was like, why? But it auto rejected. Yeah. And then he messaged me and he goes, what's the minimum you take? More than $500. Keep trying. Try again. So finally, a guy came in and offered $1,800. And I was like, all right, I think I could try to squeeze in a little bit more, but it's like, I think it's fair. It's the highest comp in months, so it's like, it's fine. And I'm sure somebody else down the road will appreciate that I held the line to bring the comp up. So it's like, I got a higher price than anybody in 3 or 4 months, so it's fine. But I had the same thing with a lower price card. Somebody offered $70 for a card that I think I had for 170. They offered 70. And then after it rejected, they messaged me back, would you take 70? And I go, so if it auto rejected you at 70 and you're offering me 70, what makes you think that messaging me asking for 70 is going to be different than it auto rejecting you at 70 when you tried it already?
Nah. So
No, not so much. No. That's the world we're in. That's why I set minimums. I'm like, I'm not even dealing with you. Please go away. Sorry.
no, the last couple of days I've been working on boxes, preserving them up. So I got that 56 Adventure gum,
Right.
just an empty box. But what I did is because the gum goes in there, so I took a scan of a gum and then I took the Gordie Howe card and mounted it and then shrunk wrap it to there. So I made a box for the back part because that's where all the cards went across the back. And then you take a gum. So at least it's a nice display item at this point.
That looks really nice, man. I like it.
Yeah, Granby, Quebec, or out of Boston. Man.
Boston.
Very nice.
And I got a 65, which I fixed up. It was beat. I think I sent you a picture, Eric,
Yeah, you did.
of the 65 Philadelphia chewing gum.
I think it's beautiful. I just love the colors, and you got the Colts and the Browns playing, and yeah, I think that's
Is
great.
that the Colts or the Browns? Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. Good call.
yeah. I think it pops. I really think it looks nice.
So there were staples in the side holding the sides together because the flaps were gone. The top was gone. There was a missing piece. There was a missing piece right here, so I took it from an 82 box and I filled it in. You can see there's a little difference in color, but you can barely notice it. You see where I filled it in?
Yeah,
So otherwise, it's a nice box.
refurbished.
And then there is the baseball box. I preserved that. Now that is the Don Drysdale, the wax pack from 1965. Well, they did a gum version, and this is the gum version. So you get this much gum in the wrapper, and then you get a card.
Okay.
Now these cards, I've searched low and high. I can't find these. Like the Don Drysdale ones where it came in a wax pack, those cards are square, and they're just like these. There's sort of a game. It's called, Match Baseball.
Okay.
I can't find these nowhere, anywhere. Nowhere.
Gotcha.
So they're pretty darn rare, nor a wrapper. So, then I got a whole box. But this is not a Don Drysdale, but who's on the cover? Like, come on. It's gotta be
With
Don
the high leg kick, there's a couple of guys I could think about, but it's a bit obscure.
6'5"
Yeah, here's the thing. With that specific leg kick, reminds me of somebody, but the name escapes me right now. Like there is a guy that I think is from the right era, because that is a bit of a distinctive leg kick.
It sure is. Yeah.
There are a few guys who did something similar to that, but the name escapes me right now. I'd have to think about it.
So I'm assuming Don Drysdale because it's very much the same. So there was that one. I did the 71 case back there. I got it finished, and then I got my football facts box.
Nice.
All the fun. Yeah, it takes time doing these boxes.
Did you fill the 71 case up with anything?
No, just with well, I preserved
G.I.
it.
Joe.
G.I. Joe. Yeah.
That was the most beat up case I've ever seen. It was unsalvageable, honestly.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
it took me 4 or 5 hours at least to do.
All right. Fair
A
enough.
lot of work, but now it's a nice square box. It works. So all I have to do is buy some shrink wrap, and I need big shrink wrap for that one, and bring it to the show, throw it out there, see what people want to pay. That's
Nice. I think I don't think PSA does any cereal boxes to my recollection. I don't think they have holders that big.
No.
Even if you flatten it out, I don't think they have a holder that big.
I preserved them. They look nice on a shelf. Like, there's not really a lot of cereal boxes worth very much money. Only certain ones.
There used to be some Wheaties ones that are okay, depending on the subject. Like some of the more obscure, the rarer ones. Sure, it's like anything else.
With Caitlin on it and a few others.
Oh,
Caitlin Jenner, sorry.
That's important.
You got to have your Tiger Woods Wheaties box, right?
I knew you'd have it.
So, but you know what my favorite was when they did that brief run of Canadian Wheaties, the maple frosted Wheaties, because they did that they did a little run because they had like a Team Canada. I think they had like a Roger Clemens. Whatever. I used to have a couple of those. It was very, very odd. By the way, the Wheaties wasn't bad. It was okay because you're damn right I ate the cereal. I'm not gonna leave the friggin' thing. I'm gonna eat the damn cereal if I'm gonna buy the box.
I have all the Raptors ones from '96 and stuff.
Yeah, there's something like that. That's right.
I have the
Nobody
Flutie
collects the Raptors for $0. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Flutie Flakes is probably the best of all time.
I got it,
That worked very well.
Somewhere.
It worked very well. Yeah.
but it doesn't sell because there's
No. Yeah, cereal boxes are a bit. Look, here's the thing. It's to be blunt. There is something to be said for being a pain in the ass to store. Like at a certain point, it's like, yeah, it's cool, but like it's a pain to store, a pain to ship. Like there's a lot of little elements to it. It's like actually that's annoying.
It has to be $100-$200 box to be worth, having a shelf space for it. Yeah.
I agree with that. So Frank, good evening. Carlos, after hearing talk about my awesome data collection, I decided to tackle my Brodeur collection. 16 pages of main series cards, 133 pages of inserts on trading card database. I'm in for a journey. Hey, have fun. Enjoy. Best of luck to you. Brodeur is not inexpensive anymore, so have fun with that one. The other sports have grown big time in Canada the last few years. It's been pretty lonely buying and selling baseball here for many years up until recently. I've been buying baseball. It's not been an issue. But I agree with you. Not a lot of folks have been doing it. Obviously, some more people are touching on it. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that the excitement with the Jays carries over. I don't mind keeping some Vladdy cards, but like you saw from the posting, it's like I got some nice ones. And by the way, I already sold some nice ones, so that's what makes me laugh. Is like I had a bunch, made money on all of those, and it's like, well, now I got more, and I still got another 120 in the box. I haven't even gone through that yet to look through it. There's more stuff there. I got more good stuff in there. But that's if you buy cheap. If you buy it when it's cheap and everybody thinks he sucks and he's a bust, it's a lot easier to buy that stuff at a good price. All the ones that Brad showed, I bought that shit cheap. The other sports have grown big time. Sorry, I read that one already. So I know this is old, but Victor, good evening. Catch you later. Do you get people in the shop telling you I can get it for X on eBay?
Yeah.
Oh, always. That's the whole thing. If everyone wants it for 15% below comps, eventually it'll be zero.
Yep.
I think that sentence is
it's automatic. It's universal.
Expo.
It's universal.
The Expo. It's like I could get that on eBay for it. It's like,
go ahead.
Well, that's the thing, though. The reason I gave those stories from earlier tonight is that's people on eBay. People on eBay trying to go below eBay. they're like, it's like, guys, you're not even trying. This is what's always been funny is that, yes, I try to get a good deal. I try to buy at a good price. But if it's something I legitimately want, I'm willing to pay aggressively for it. Because if I want it badly enough, then it's probably not easy to come by. I pick and choose my spots. If I'm going to pay aggressively, it's because, okay, it's going to be months or a year or 2 years or 5 years before I see another one of these. Okay, it's worth my while to go after it aggressively. If I can get it, if it's going to be on eBay 5 more times in the next 2 weeks, then all right, you can have 60% a book. You can have 60% of the last comp. You can say no to me. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Love the 56 Gum Adventure series. Great boxing cards in there. There you go. Thank you, Big Unit. I enjoy when someone on eBay gets upset on eBay when I explain to them it's against my interest to tell them the lowest I'll take on a card. Yeah. And that kind of in a nutshell is the thing. When somebody says to me, what's the lowest you'll take? I'm sitting there like, how do I answer this?
You answer it with, well, what's the most you will offer?
No, my answer is delete. Delete if you prefer in Francais.
Sometimes I have something at a really high price and I'm thinking, okay, I want $500. I put $1,000 on it. And what's the lowest you take? And then you say 600. You know they're going to come back. They say 500. You get what you want. Everybody walks away kind of happy. It's a nice way of doing it. Too.
Yeah.
So you play the game.
Yep, that's fair.
I have my uncle's biggest pet peeve is, and it makes sense to me. At first, I didn't understand why he'd get so mad. He sells on Kijiji and has a massive collection.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Huge collection. So
the tire kickers, man. The tire kickers.
Yeah, his thing was the question that he hates is when he sells blasters and hobby boxes and all this stuff. How many do you got? And he gets so frustrated. He's like, don't ask me how many I got. Tell me how many you want. And I kind of understand that side of it now. It's like, it's just an annoying question to him. It's like, don't ask me how many. That's not your business how many I have, but how many would you like, right?
Well, when you're a buyer and a seller, there's two different mindsets. So I'm just wondering how many this guy has. Because if he has 50, or if he has 10, maybe I'll buy him out. So he's wanting to ask a question. That's all.
Yeah.
And you're taking it on the other end as an experienced seller going, what the freak, man? What do you...
Well, that's why I think that's why I'm very much, it goes back to that theme I gave a little while ago. I value my time. So that's why I'll set these mechanisms in place. I put in those things like, look, you want a lowball? No problem. It'll auto reject you for me. In this case, I don't even need people. I have robotic people. I have electronic people. They'll handle it for me. If you're serious, and I don't try to set my minimum too unreasonably. I set it at a level at which I'm willing to entertain this offer and discuss it with you. Like if I'm willing to engage in a conversation and be like, all right, let's talk about it. Let's figure out. But below that, it's like, no, I'm not even willing to have this conversation with you. You're not serious. Be serious.
Yeah, can't do that on Kijiji, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately. So John here says they're Painted Store Readers box. I have a bunch of them. 2 Jordans with the Flippy ball game on the back. Lemieux and a few other hockey ones. No, that's fair, John. That's fair. So DR asks, how do you guys actually inspect your cars to decide whether they're great or not? I think this is a good question. And this is a good question that you can take on Brad as well. I'll give my answer. I try to get good lighting, preferably white lighting, because I like white lighting with it. I'm looking for the obvious. I'm looking for the edges, the surface, the corners. I don't go too crazy with magnification unless I need to. There's certain cars where I'll take a little more time. Modern, I don't really have to go as crazy. I can generally see what I need to see. Surface is a thing that I'm really careful of and looking at. You want to tilt it a fair bit and really get the sense of it. And you can take one of those microfiber cloths and wipe it just to make sure it's clean of fingerprints and stuff. That's an easy thing to do. Make your life easy. But then just go in and but you got to look at it from a couple angles. You can't take 2 seconds on it. I will take a little bit of time deliberating as if I'm the one grading it. Now, if it's like a $2 card, I'm not going to spend much time on it. But if it's a card that I want to pay money to get graded legitimately and it's going to cost me, like, let's make sure it's worth my time. Like I said, out of what Brad showed us in that reveal, the only card I was disappointed in was the Ovechkin. And it was close to what I wanted. And I would have been okay with it. Like, maybe it was borderline, maybe it wasn't. Maybe I just missed something. It's fine. But 9 out of 10, I got at least what I wanted. And a couple of them I did better. Like, I actually did better than what I thought I was going to do. I was thinking 9s. Those two Aqua Juan Sotos, I was thinking 9s. They came back 10s.
Yeah.
Am I going to complain about that? No. It turned out very well for me.
And to go deep on the microfiber is make sure you wrap it around 2 fingers first. Don't leave any loose ends because it'll get caught in those corners, and all of a sudden you went, oh, fling.
Yeah.
Honestly, for even new cards, I use the old school pantyhose. I've used it for 25 years to take the wax, the gum, and everything else. And even on modern cards now, I don't use microfiber. I use those, and I find it's the best thing to clean fingerprints and everything off your cards. So.
What brand do you wear there, Brad? I mean, what?
Yeah. Well,
you need the old school. Like, it has to be the old school brand. They work the best. You can't get fancy. You can't get any with lace. You got to.
You say you can't be bougie? Can't be bougie about it? Got to hold back on the bouginess?
Yeah. Got to be careful what you say these days.
No feathers, Eric. No, nothing.
Yeah.
nothing. All right.
Plumes out of the
Little controversy with that, wasn't there, in the last 24 hours? With
yeah,
ladies.
We were discussing that earlier tonight.
Well, okay, so there's 2 things. So let me do 2 things here. So if you want to add, Brad, any other kind of tips, just general tips on inspecting the cards, do that. I'm going to get a refill on this. But if you got any other tips, feel free to throw them in. And then there's actually a question here. Because Hockey Hawk is saying, how come you don't have many opinions on the latest news in the hobby? I can say that part of it is that a lot of times Hockey will ask questions pertaining to other grading companies. Which is kind of like it's like you're asking the wrong person and putting them in the wrong position in it. And we respect that. It's like, look, if I brought in Peter from SGC and asked him to denounce PSA, that might not work out. He's like, that would be a bad look for me to do that. Like, I want to promote my products. I don't want to denounce other products. However, I think if you want to, so 2 things. If you want to give any tips on inspecting the cards, do that. And if you have any opinion on the Leighton thing, if you want to throw any 2 cents in it, we talked about it a little bit, but if you want anything you want to add to it, by all means, feel free to throw in any thoughts you have about it. Good, bad, or indifferent. And then I'll come right back and we'll go from there.
Yeah. I'm going to have to rewatch tomorrow the first 2 hours, which I will do. So I can hear what you guys talked about it. But again,
you'll love it because I'm brilliant. I'm brilliant. Yeah. You're going to love it. Okay, all my takes are brilliant.
Honestly, though, like my personal opinion, when I seen all the fuss today and everything else going on I'm just of a strong belief in today. You can watch anything in the world at any given time you want in the world today. Like, you can go on your iPad, and if you're a kid, you can see anything in the world. You can see it all. Sure. So my thing is, if you see something you don't like, just don't watch it. I just really believe that from a personal standpoint. I talk to my 15-year-old daughter every day about it. Like, you can see anything you want. I'm not going to restrict you from seeing anything. And if you see something you don't like, just don't watch it. Move on. And that's even when I seen that, it's like, if you don't like that, move on. Right? Like,
yeah, that's just my person. Forced to watch anything.
Yeah, you don't
And,
have to.
and these kids nowadays, you know what they're looking at, and they're 12, 14 years old. I don't have to say it. It's
Oh, yeah.
obvious. So,
Yeah.
you know, some people are offended by a girl wearing a bikini top. Like, it's whatever. Like, why would you be offended on that? I can't understand that personally. I'm just saying, you know, people are offended because it's on the show. Well, it's Vegas. You know, it's like, take the context out of there and we'll just, you know, live our life, move forward. They screwed up on the rest of the whole thing. You know, why not add that into the mix? But that's fine.
Yeah, and I didn't even watch it. I don't know. It's not. I guess the flawless whole thing isn't my cup of tea. It's just, you know, I'd like to see if they got a big hit, maybe, but it's not something that I was interested in. It was pretty cool, like 1.2 million or whatever it was, and
Yeah.
they filled it instantly. And hey, that's great for the high end hobby. You know, that's
Well,
not
the
a
whole
game.
thing was a dud, Brad.
Oh, was
You know,
it?
I mean, yeah, they didn't. There's nothing legendary they pulled. So I think it was a great disappointment. It was a complete waste of money. They made fools out of
It
themselves
hurts the hobby in
by
a lot of
getting
ways.
drunk and pulling their shirts off and you know, disrespecting their sponsors. And you know, then there's the whole, you know, thing with whatever people's opinions are with the women. And it just, the whole thing was low rent, and is disappointment. And we spent a great deal of time talking about how, you know, these two guys have probably damaged their reputation in the hobby, and you probably won't see them at a, you know, at the national doing another $1 million break. I think those days are probably done for these guys.
Yeah. Well, that was the one thing that I threw in there specifically, that I was thinking about specifically, is that, look, I don't think their businesses are over, because people in the hobby are very forgiving, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think they've lost the potential keys to the seats of the table for real big opportunities going forward. It's like, the next time there's a big opportunity and there's a bunch of sponsors and they're willing to throw a lot of money at something, they're not going to look at you. They're going to look at some of the other guys and go, let me work with some professionals. Let me work with somebody who can manage this and actually do what they're supposed to be doing here. Like, this is an opportunity, because they had, and I can't emphasize this enough. At the Apex, they're getting 2,500, 3,000 concurrent viewers for a hobby-related live stream on YouTube. That's a big deal. That's a lot of eyeballs on it. I've had fun slowly. We've had our fun building up this little thing, having fun doing whatever. On a good night, we'll do 40, 50, 60 people. On a good night. There's some other live streams that'll do like 80, 100, 100 plus. Think 20 times that amount, 30 times that amount. Think about that in terms of sheer number of people that are actually paying attention to what you're doing in this ridiculous thing. And it went late in the evening. And they had a big audience for quite a long time. But they had a big audience because it was a train wreck. They had a big audience because it was embarrassing. That's not a good reason to have a big audience, but you've got this big audience.
Everybody loves to see people fail.
Yeah. But imagine if you had done a good show. Imagine if you had put on a good show, people enjoyed themselves, had fun with it, and you succeeded. Yes, you did great on the night, but that means there's more business opportunities in the future. The doors would open for you.
And it hurts the hobby too, because it was a dud. And a lot of people are looking at it going, hey, geez, that's $1 million too. What the heck? What am I going to get out of it? Whatever.
You know what I think too? Someone had a comment. I think it was on Clubhouse today. I was just listening to it, and from my standpoint, having a store, a retail store, being in this hobby, and also from the PSA Canada side, I'd say 99% of the people that submit through us at PSA Canada, and 99% of the people that come into our store don't even watch YouTube. These collectors, they don't watch YouTube, they don't watch social media, they're not there. So like, a lot of guys are talking about, is this going to be a devastating mark on the hobby? I'm like, not even close. It'll be forgotten about in 2 days. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a devastating mark on the hobby. Like no one mentioned it. Not one person today of the, say 100 people came through the store today, 150 people. Not one person mentioned it. I was the only person, because I was listening to Clubhouse. I was watching, everyone was talking about it just in that small little circle, but general public here in Nova Scotia, nothing.
Well, I think though your point that you're making also plays out to an even bigger pool of folks, is that people don't understand how niche this is, even within the realm of the greater sports collecting people. Sports collecting's a niche. Social media sports cards is a smaller niche. Yes, they're vocal. Yes, they complain that you can get get into a Twitter battle, or get comments on Instagram and all that good stuff. That is like 5% of the real collecting public. Most of the collecting public, buys a couple of blaster boxes, does this, that, or the other. It doesn't change anything they do. It doesn't affect them in any way, shape, or form. They're not paying attention. They don't have any idea who Leighton is. They couldn't pick him out of a lineup if you gave him 100 years.
Yeah, but most of the people who buy into boxes are looking at that, who are into that, right? So it kind of hurts them a little bit. I'm sure they're sitting there going, geez, maybe I better not buy into, didn't get much out of that box, and I'm not going to buy a $700 worth of stuff.
I'm not giving that fool $40,000.
Come on, you could do it. All you have to do is sell
I'm
that
not
big
buying a
Bobby Orr or something.
$40,000.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, if you're, there was a guy, I want to say he's Cajun Cardboard or something. Like, I started following his YouTube channel because I've enjoyed some of the videos he's been doing. He'll actually go over the PWCC, but not like in a crappy way, like some people do. It's a very tight video though. Like, it's actually, he'll go over the lots. He focuses on the basketball and stuff, but like, it's very focused. It's like, I'll go through the cards, give a quick blurb on what I think, move on to the next one. Give a quick blurb on, so it's in a self-contained video. So I think it's actually pretty good. If you're interested in kind of a recap, I played in the background. It's good. It's solid for what it is. But the thing is that he did a little quick commentary on it and his thought process. And he's a guy who spends decent money because he's collecting the red PMGs for basketball, which are very expensive cards. They're not cheap, even the regular guys. So I think he was the record-breaking bidder on one of the PWCC auctions for like $80,000 for like the what's his name from San Antonio?
Duncan Robinson.
Thank you, Tim Duncan. Yes, so he bought the Tim Duncan from the red PMG version, and he was the winning bidder on that, which is a lot of money. It's not an insignificant sum. But his point is like, yeah, he's a guy who could potentially pay for a $40,000 spot in it. Like, he is capable of doing that. It's at the high end of what he would do, but he is capable of doing that. And his thing is like, with $40,000, I could get two $20,000 cards.
Yeah.
And I could pick and choose exactly what I want, get exactly what I want, and probably get good value out of those two $20,000 cards. Now, not all of us are in that space, but he's not wrong. His principle is correct. Like, you could probably get more mileage out of being selectively picking some pieces and probably do much better than getting into that break and just gambling and taking a shot in the dark.
Yeah, you can average more when you have more cards, obviously, right?
Absolutely. So it's one of those things like pick and choose. That's a singles, again, at a much different price point than most folks, but it's still talking about singles, picking and choosing your spots, getting something that makes sense to you, taking your time to be selective, and you may do better over time than, all right, it's a lottery ticket, give it a go.
Brad, how's your post-COVID?
I still have a little bit of a cough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll
still
hang on.
there. It just lingers. Like, I don't.
A
Some
lot of
days it's
people have
good.
that.
Some days it's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been 2 years. Yeah, I know.
So poor Bill Fugier got COVID. Called me today,
did he?
Bobby. Bill and his wife.
Wow.
Yeah, he picked it up, but he thinks he's on the mend, and he's double vaxxed and boosted, and he thinks he just had the sniffles and a little bit of a raspy throat. So
That's
All right.
all most the effects are anyway. So.
yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember the night that I was on here with COVID and I had a fever of 102? That
I think-
sucked.
Well, I tend to think that your psychological makeup has been affected to this day. There have been some seriously questionable takes by you going since. It's like, you sure there isn't brain damage in like a COVID?
It could have been. I should have been in bed with a cold compress. Instead, I was talking to you. My brain was heated up.
Didn't you have Omnicon?
No, I think he devised something else. He's like,
Omnimon?
I think Omnimon.
Omnimon, that's it.
He had a completely different thing. Like it's like not even related. It's like, what is that? You don't even want to know.
No, I had a very unique strain.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
there's no doubt about that.
You don't have the cough, right?
I had it when I had COVID. I was coughing. Yeah.
Yeah, after that.
No,
Was it
I'm fine. I didn't have any
See, my wife
leftover.
still has her cough, and that's 2 years after the fact. And a lot
But
of other people.
I have very strong lungs from all the cycling. So if you have
I'm gonna resist the joke. I'm leaving it be. I'm letting it go.
I
Moving on.
wanted to go there.
I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
why? Because I have strong lungs from all the cycling.
It's not that. No.
Okay.
Moving on. So Joe here says, I never asked what the lowest you'll take is to go to consider an acceptable offer and go from there. Yeah. That's a better policy. Just make a serious offer. Be serious. And I would say if you're not sure, look up some comps. Like the card in question, you could have looked up some comps and be like, what is the last couple sold for? Stay somewhere in that ballpark. You want to save a little money, give it a go, but be serious. Stop playing around. I do appreciate the branding ink paper wax collector because I'm Captain Carlos Crunch with marshmallows. I do like marshmallows.
Ink, paper, wax. Scissors,
Ink, paper, wax
stone,
collector.
Scissors, paper.
Almost.
Oh,
Brad, there's a dude near Spring Garden Road that sells many cars and supplies out of his apartment. Ever deal with him?
That is my uncle.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
There you go. Solid.
Thank
All
God
right.
it says nice guy at the end.
No, that's
Yeah.
important. That's on brand. That's on brand.
Yeah.
But he didn't
He's-
capitalize. Nice.
One of the most
No.
unique guys. Very unique, and yeah, like my close, like he's my uncle, but like I consider him probably my best friend. We talk every day. And yeah, he has an incredible collection, like incredible. So
Yep.
hockey.
But I do remember we talked about him a little bit, so he's a bit of character for sure.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It takes
So
one anyways to do that kind of stuff sometimes. There's
facts.
a lot of interesting characters at the expo.
That I agree with. Yes. Yes. Carlos doesn't have people.
I've met a few.
Oh yeah, you met quite a few actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ones you didn't even know.
I have a lot of patience, but can't know guys who send a message to ask if you'll accept like $2 or $3 cheaper than list price. Yeah. When you're playing for pennies, it's dumb. I didn't hear about this. So Foo Fighters drummer Taylor Hawkins dead at 50. That's a shame.
Wow.
That's a
Really
shame.
young.
I like the Foo Fighters. That's a shame. The old knee highs from Albert. Yep.
Yeah.
Brad, will you
All right.
be the Sports Card Expo? I assume that's June. I think that's June. So I know
Absolutely.
you'll be at the. Yeah, I think we'll have some fun. We'll have some fun in June, Brad. It'll be good. We'll have a good time. I'm preparing. I'm getting everything in preparation for that. But that's why I want to kind of make sure that I've got net positive cash flow from my card transactions for the next little while. So I want to set myself up. I'll still pick up stuff, but I'm going to try to be a little bit picky. That's kind of where I'm having my fun with it.
I gotta bring out TV. I gotta bring. Oh my gosh.
Tragic. Is there a process with the pantyhose? So do you want to give some technique advice there, Brad?
Do they have to
So-
be game used or?
Yeah. No, honestly, there's not, to tell you the truth. And if you got 72 tops, when we had the big fine collection, and I cleaned literally thousands of cards, like every single card, just lights, put your finger through it, light swirls, always start in the center and push to the outside. Make sure you don't have a nail. And it takes every bit of gum, wax, everything off every card perfectly. So
Mhm.
Very nice.
Do you ever
Like
clean it, or does the wax disappear?
no, yeah. Oh yeah, you have to change out. You can see these are gently used pantyhose. These ones got
Oh.
another little bit left, right?
Where do you get a Goodwill or?
I honestly, I have like a bag of.
I don't want to
I'm
know.
gonna
That's
say
okay.
the-
Let's move on, guys. Okay.
You keep asking questions. I assume you want to know. At a certain point, it's like, are you sure you don't want to know? Are you positive?
Go ahead.
I'm biting my lip as hard as I can. I can taste blood.
Well, what's cool, Eric? Now you understand what it's like to be me. Like I have to make a judgment call. It's like, how long should I let this go on for before I pull the hook? All right, we need a once a week video for Brad AMG Collectible Hot Take of the Week. There you go. Hot takes. Carlos has the best podcast in the entire hobby. Facts. I believe he has 7 complete Jordan sets, Cajun cardboard. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. They're calling you a blowhard, Eric. Allegedly. I heard people sit on their Crosby up there. I've definitely seen people move some. I guess maybe like what level of Crosby you're talking about. Are you talking about like high end, middle end? It does matter. Like it does make a difference.
Rookie.
Yeah. So I think Albert, if you could specify kind of what you're thinking, because I know I've definitely seen people sell. People will sell it, but it depends on what it is, right? Like some of that stuff they will hold on to it a lot more firmly. But it just depends on what it is. I do think Crosby, I'm not going to give advice on this, but I think Crosby's a good value at this point, considering where his career is going to end up. He's a Hall of Fame guy. Like he's done his business. He's got his cups. He's going to finish with good stats, not like generational stats, but real good. It's going to be really solid. And then the cups are going to put it over the top and the gold medals.
Golden Goals.
So the international, the golden goal, the gold medals, the Stanley Cups, and then a strong career. He's got the 500 goals now, so he's solid there. He's still going to be a big point guy, like solid.
Star player. Yeah.
He did his job.
Well, I determined like in the book, like I always when I'm pricing, I go superstar, star, common. Just a regular player.
The way, I mean, for us old guys, it's like Ovechkin is Gretzky and Crosby's like Mike Bossy.
No.
I won't get into that debate. I put Crosby so much higher.
Well, I don't know.
That's because you're a prejudiced Canadian.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, right.
As a
You
pure
look
goal
at what-
scorer, I prefer Bossy.
Well,
But
yes, but I'm just talking about on like legendary status, overall numbers. Bossy is one of the greatest goal scorers of all time. I mean, his numbers are ridiculous.
I would agree from the perspective that he's going to get overshadowed in his era.
Yeah,
Because
that's kind of the point
because
I'm
if
making.
Bossy had been left alone and kind of just done his thing, and Gretzky hadn't come up right after, like immediately they took over as the next dynasty. If it hadn't been so quick on the overlap of it, I think Bossy would have gotten more due. And if he had been able to play a couple more, even 2 or 3 more years, just 2 or 3, I think he would have gotten more due as well.
A little buddy wanted to get on camera because he's named after Carlos's favorite athlete of all time. Want to say hi, buddy?
Juan Soto.
This is
Juan
great.
Soto.
This is great. Hey,
Yeah,
Brady.
exactly.
Great.
Well, you missed out. You missed out, Brad. I'll have to send you the link because I did a collaboration with Rolling with FD where I came on and I chatted with him for a while, and I did my usual Brady slander. But I think you heard it actually. No, sorry, you heard it. You were there. Yeah, it's like I gave him the best backhanded compliments I've ever given.
Yeah.
It was my next level backhanded compliments. I gave him the best it was ever going to be, and then I demanded that FD burn the tapes.
That was a good show. I was impressed with FD just in his knowledge, and as the show went on, he's a guy that I never really watched before, but his knowledge of the game, and then he talked about him being the salesman all his career, and I was impressed with that. There's so much junk out there now that he's on my list of guys that I enjoyed that. So
yeah, I try to be picky. Where I'll accept. If somebody asks me to come on, I'll be picky where I accept it. It's got to make sense. I had been paying attention to his stuff, and I was like, no, I think we can have a good conversation. It'll be fine. And I think it flowed well. I think we got along. We were able to have a good conversation. And when I go over to their house, I'll play along. What do you want to talk about? So he was prepared. He gave me a list of things that generally he was thinking about and that he kind of wanted to chat on. And then he kind of had his list of things to do. It was like, you ask questions, I'll give you answers. Whatever that is.
It was good. Because honestly, I bet you viewers that were watching that or watched that afterwards that didn't, that stereotype again, Carlos, Canada, hockey, when you started firing your baseball knowledge and football knowledge and everything else, it turned some heads, right? It's nice to see.
I've been here since 1988 is when my family got here, and it's like, and they're like, and I'm like, what is this hockey? I know Medano. Like so there's other teams. What? Allegedly? What is this? I don't even know.
Lots.
They kept playing hockey. I thought they banned that after 2010. I thought they ended that. All right, if you're telling me so. So good evening, hockey, absolutely. Talking about Crosby in general at card shows in Nova Scotia. Well, Nova Scotia is going to be a different beast, obviously. No, they definitely sell. Like you're going to pay good prices, especially for quality material. But you're not going to be a shortage. There's no shortage of hockey over here. If you're in Nova Scotia, obviously different market. You're going to be talking different.
Sure. It's the same.
Any,
I think
insight on that?
Those are great here. You can buy you can buy Crosby's at close to comps or under. No problem at it. Goes here.
Yeah, I just don't think you're going to get it by on lowballing people too much on that. Like they're like, well, there's no need for them to move it. Give them a fair offer, and I think most of them will work with you. I think it's one of those things because, they need money. They need to pay for the table. They got to sell something, and Crosby can sell, so it's doable.
A lot of guys are working on volumes and they're building sets, and I know the same guys who've always come around and what's always the best you can do. It's like, dude, you've been here 20 years. You haven't finished these sets yet. So, if they haven't, obviously they haven't been able to pay for certain ones. So
yeah, I do think there's also an element of folks that are like the set builders that get distracted a lot. That's one thing that I feel like you have to actively work on. I think it's a skill in the hobby because a lot of folks get like, oh, shiny thing. Hold on. You lose focus. I do think there is some value if you reach a point where you realize what you like. I'm not saying adhere to it at all costs, but I'm like, I think there's some value to having kind of a roadmap because you can't do everything at the same time. But you go like, okay, I'm going to work on this. I'll get to the point that I'm happy or get to the point that I'm finished. And then here's the next thing I kind of have in mind. Let me make sure I still want to do it. Yes? Okay, great. And then you can commit to it and really focus on it. And you'll make more progress if you really are serious about tackling it.
Yeah, you can't be the dog chasing the car. You want to be the dog that caught the car. And then
Correct.
You can move on and do other things from there.
It's just more satisfying to actually feel like you did something. Because collecting 50 sets and getting cards in all the time, but It's like, all right, so it was 5% 2 years ago. Where you at? I'm at 10%. Yes, you have made progress. That's not that great. It doesn't feel that good. It doesn't feel like you progressed that much.
That's like Ada does that, doesn't he?
It's not the I just don't think it's a good way to approach it, because the money you've only got a finite amount of money, most of us, to play with. If you want to max your dollar, like, yeah, okay, figure out what you want to do. If you're serious, figure out what you want to do and do that.
I think Dave does that a lot. Honest Dave.
He goes in a lot of directions.
Every
yeah.
set, everywhere. Yeah. He's chasing Broder. He's chasing this guy. It's like, wow.
Well, the thing is, you will get cards in all the time. If your goal is to have mail, that is a way to make sure you get mail
We
all the
all
time.
like mail.
We do.
Honestly.
And it's a lot of
call them
fun.
Presents. I asked my wife, did I get any presents today?
I was actually pleasantly surprised this week. I even got as much stuff in as I did, because I actually didn't think I had.
Fast.
It's been all right. Like it's gone well, because most of my stuff was going to ship my cards. A lot of it was US based sellers, so obviously it's going to be. So I was expecting that I would be really light for a couple of weeks. I'd ask them to ship it out. I'd get a nice big FedEx package, but it would be chock full of stuff. I'd be able to go through all the goodies. But actually, I got some mail to here, and I was like, oh, it's a nice. I was like, this is cool.
I got my FedEx from St. Louis. He mailed it Monday. I got it Wednesday morning.
Yeah, they're quick.
Wow.
They're quick.
No, not usually.
Okay.
Because usually have border and stuff. Like this one actually didn't go through the border. Well, it did obviously, but I mean they didn't check it, which they almost always do. It's always an extra day slowing it down there too. You can't overnight anything because there's no guarantee overnight from Canada to the U.S.
That is true. That is true. I do find though that when I've asked, now mind you, they've done a good job in general with me, so I know that if they send it out, like if they had sent it out on Thursday, I'd have gotten it today. They've been really good about that. They literally ship it out the next day. I get it. I get a knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been good about that so far.
Since you guys are talking about, certain collections and stuff, you guys know that I've been, my favorite set is the 6970, and anything I can do to collect 6970, I do. And I've been trying to collect autograph cards, and I ended up picking up Rant PSA auto.
Nice.
This week. The corner's all banged up,
Missing.
but yeah,
Oh.
that means nothing though.
Well, because it's autographed, it actually doesn't matter.
Yeah, for an autograph, and then for an autograph, the authentic is fine, because
Yeah.
it's like it's a real card and it's autographed.
Yep.
That
Right.
was the point.
So, and I got it for pretty decent money, so it didn't break the bank by any means. But I'm always working on this set. I'm always and trying to enhance it, get better ones, get better grades, get nice raw versions. Anything I can do with the 6970, I try to grab.
Eric's the guy who offers the $3.
Hey, I've offered this guy.
Okay.
I've offered this guy on eBay for a 6970 Dallas Smith auto
For 3 years.
so it says best offer.
It's it's an improvement, Bobby.
It
2.5 years ago, he was sending him an invoice. If you agree to pay this, I will take it away.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And he thought that was silly for some reason. So now it's like, all right, well, I'll give you $1. But I don't know. I'm gonna get it sooner or later. But
I had this one guy who contacted me through Facebook. I had a group lot of stuff for sale. It was $125, whatever. And the guy goes, "Well, I will take." He's French, so his English wasn't the best. So he goes, "Okay, I'll take this. I'll give you $50 for everything, minus a discount, a bulk discount of $20. It was like $30. It's like, where are you? It's $30 to ship it. What are you kidding? I don't understand what people do. It's just crazy.
yeah, for the Dallas Smith
He
card,
gave himself the discount. I couldn't believe it. It's like a bulk discount. He took like 25% off. It's like,
Wow.
what are you
I've been asking for like $5 off, basically free shipping for the card. I'm not looking to get the guy, to take 20, 30, 40, $50 off. It's like, it says best offer. All right, well,
It's an $8 card, Eric.
it's an $8 card. Well, anyways, I'm just trying to get free shipping, and it's like, I don't know. I just think it's silly if you're not gonna come down. Why have best offer?
We've already had this conversation about the whole shipping thing. If it was cross border, I'll give you the card for free if you pay for shipping.
Yeah.
So Brad, with shipping to the States, have you any issues? Packages coming back? Great
No,
appearance,
no,
low volume.
nothing. Nothing. No, everything's been great. Using Chit Chat service to ship everything to the U.S.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Yeah, it's been awesome. But
I used them once or twice.
oh, I love it. I got my printer here. I just copy and paste from eBay, and it prints the label. It costs $7 Canadian to ship.
Track.
A package with tracking to the U.S.
Yes.
So it's awesome. So,
Yeah.
have you
now
guys
they're
heard
all-
about the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just talking
Okay.
about the return business, so-
Panini has been sending out. This has been a big topic around here this week. So I guess Panini must have got a lot of their redemptions in. So Panini has been sending redemptions back to a lot of people here in Nova Scotia. Have been getting them, and they've been getting charged by FedEx. So
Oh.
and it's been
FedEx.
$20 to $30 for every package
Yep.
that Panini sent. So I know there's 3 guys this week came into the shop and said, "Look, here's my $6 autograph redemption card. It's worth $6 that I just paid $23 to FedEx to get the card." So I think
Now-
there's,
Now, here's the thing. If any of you ever look at, because like I said, I deal with FedEx a lot because with the ship my cards, I choose that option. I just want to get it within a day. That's my decision. That's what I want. But it's not like the customs. The customs is not where that comes from. FedEx has its own charge that they apply to it, specifically to it, that's applied automatically, regardless. They just it's like a flat fee they put on everything.
It's the custom officer charge.
Yeah, so they automatically apply it, and then they'll figure out what the customs is, and
So I
then
think
that's gonna be
it's
tough.
$16 to $20. It's right there. The only thing that goes up is the value, and that'll take it up higher.
Yeah,
But
it's depending
otherwise,
on what you declare it at. It depends on what you
16
declare
bucks,
it
I
at.
think it cost him to go. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Oh boy, I could make a lot of money, huh?
that was
Yeah.
and then $9.95 on top of that handling fee. So it's around.
That's right.
These guys all
Wow.
paid 20. I think it was 23 or $26 total for their 3 packages.
Yeah, UPS and FedEx are both have their own on-site sort of duty officers, so you can't get by them without anything unless you mark it as a gift, and you can go up to $60, or it's under $20 Canadian. There you go.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you have to kind of decide what you want to deal with and what you want to do. I did have fun though when I did ship out that card. I was kind of playing around with it. It worked out fine because I was able to insure it enough. But I will say it's kind of tricky if you have to insure anything of like legitimate value because it's
You're
like
getting overnight, like honestly.
it's basically what you have to do with it. I looked at a couple of different options just to explore what they were, and it gets really expensive. What I didn't realize though, I knew that they had caps and limits, but I think I'm trying to remember if it was registered or Express Post. It's one of them. I think Express Post had a limit of 1,000 is what their insurance limit is,
That's it.
and registered internet to US, I think is I think it's about the same because I don't think they offer much more. I think it's capped. If you're inside of Canada, it's 5,000 for I think registered, so they'll give you more room on that. But then that's it. If the thing's like $10,000, you can insure it for 1,000. If you want to go beyond that, you got to go to one of the couriers, and they will let you, but they will charge you. It'll be very difficult to ever reclaim it if something happens because they
Yeah.
will fight you. But they will allow you to insure it to a higher amount. So
And what we used to do when we did this, I used to buy a lot of wax and boxes and what have you. What we would just do is overnight. You wouldn't insure it because what are you going to get $100 back on a $10,000 box? It wouldn't work, right? So we just overnight it and just took the risk every time. You have to, and you have to pretty much guarantee yourself that you're going to get your box the next day. And if it's not the next day, it's the day after.
Yeah.
So
we had
sometimes
all last year of the thousands, like literally thousands of packages, we had one that didn't make it to the customer.
Huh.
And it was stolen out of a facility somewhere. I forget I should remember the name. I looked at it every day. Somewhere in Ontario. It just disappeared at that facility. So that's the only time it's ever happened. Len said that he never lost one in 20 years, but I did lose one this year, and I felt terrible for the guy. So I did on the back end. I helped him out, and but we send an email out now. Everything we send back, like Carlos, you'll get one from the office on Monday that says, "Hey Carlos, here's your tracking number from UPS. Just to let you know, you're covered for $1,000 maximum insurance. If you'd like it shipped a different way, you can send us a label. You can self-insure it. You can do whatever you want. And then once the customer agrees, once you send an email back, we release the package from UPS. You get it the next day. So.
You can have your own broker. If you're doing a lot of business, you can employ your own broker, and that'll help a lot. But that's a cost.
When I have my big breaking news, I hope I won't have to worry about that at some point in the near future.
It's April 1st coming up. You know that, Brad.
Oh, I know. I know. It will happen. It will happen.
There you go. All right. Sounds fair.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you ever come down here to Massachusetts at all and done any of the big shows at the Shriners?
I've done the Shriners maybe half a dozen times in my lifetime. I haven't done it at all in the last 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one this
8th through 10th, and I didn't know if that was something you had planned.
No, I would, but I'll be in BC. But your buddy is going to do the show from here. I'll just leave it at that. I won't say anything else.
Yeah, BC will be an interesting, and then they're going to have the West show, and then the Toronto Expo. It's just like,
yeah. I was talking to Len today. He's doing the Shriners.
He usually does. That's where I met him years ago.
So what you're saying is that I need you to vlog this.
Well,
do it for your personal security. Do it for our entertainment. Do it for the content, Eric.
That would be great.
It is interesting, especially since he told me he was never coming to the United States again. I almost want to go up to him and say, you specifically told me you were never coming to the United States again.
Yeah, but he specifically told you he wouldn't come to the United States again unless he was to confront Bougie Eric. He's like, you know what? Forget it. I'm dealing with this guy. Let's go.
You should get him one of those big Tim hats with the make.
I know.
America great again or something.
Maybe the big old Tim hat.
I do not own any Trump stuff at all because I didn't vote for him. I left that blank here in Massachusetts. That box was left blank. But I'll tell you, I have got to find some Trump stuff and walk up to that guy's table.
I got make the Leafs great again hat.
I have got to find some Trump stuff.
I like that Eric is now actively conspiring to troll against Len. After I said that he was initiating it, I have now manifested it into reality. We are ever closer to this happening now.
Carlos,
we have to have.
We
need to talk. We need to talk about this.
You can give me 25 minutes for instigating. I'll take it all.
Yeah. I think I need to
concurrent. Don't worry.
I need to look into this. I have to have Tim come with me again.
Oh, you might need Tim for protection in his dark helmet hat.
Yeah.
He's like, that might be your only hope.
I'll be in a Trump hat and all that, and he, Tim can be in his hat, and we'll go say hi to Len.
Well, it'll be fine until Len freaks out and you realize that you have to run away, and Tim tries to run away, but his hat prevents him and stalls him at the door.
Yeah.
It's like he actually can't escape. He gets stuck. It's going to be brutal, man. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Depends if you catch him in a good or bad mood. It depends.
I wear that hat. It's going to instant go bad mood.
Slab Strong.
Tim from Slab Strongs?
Yeah.
I just did my first order with them last week, and it came.
Nice.
For the store. So, yeah, we ordered the singles, the 3-packs, the 10-packs. And I think I ordered 500 or 600 maybe from them. So I put them in the store, built a little display, and we sold 3 this week. Just part of the education process. So, yeah.
Do you have any for the store that you put around some of your carts?
You know what I did? The problem with it is I don't have a plastic. They don't fit inside a team bag. So when you put it in the Slab Strong, there's no way to really price the card. So we put our price stickers on because I don't have a bag big enough, it won't fit in a team bag, won't fit in a graded sleeve bag.
If you do a PSA one, Brad, so I have a suggestion. If you do the PSA one, you could probably there is like Beckett team bags. Just go with, I would be surprised if the Beckett team bag didn't fit it because they're oversized, right? It's a little bit bigger. Yeah, it's a little bit thicker. It's a little bit wider, a little bit taller. Well, not taller necessarily, but it should be more than enough to cover with the flap. And you'll have a little extra plastic, but it should fit over the top. I'm just guessing. I think in my brain, if memory serves me, I think that would work.
I'm going to try it tomorrow. I feel like I did, but I must be wrong.
Yeah, because I know I've tried some with the Beckett ones, and they are sufficiently bigger. Now, if it's a perfect fit, that's different. I'm talking about the ones that like the Ultra Pro. They're a little bit baggy, but for a Beckett baggy one would be perfect for you because it gives you extra room to work with.
because Tim, I wait for him to come back, but I watched him do it. I know there's bags that they do fit in, but I wanted to show him. So
I think so. Yeah.
So Brad, I've seen him put them in bags that fit. So there are bags that fit. The other thing you can do is, if you have like a circular sticker that you put, the number on the price number, like $50 or whatever.
Never use round.
Just take the sticker and just put it like right here on the corner.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's not gonna stick and damage this. It'll come right off. Yeah. But you just stick it right there on the corner with a little overhang on each side, and you can still put that in your case, laying flat, and people will still see it.
It'd be nice to have on your bigger cards because then they'll pop a little better.
Yeah, and yeah, they don't stick around too long. You put a card out in the showcase now, like again, anyone that talks about the market, I will tell you firsthand how strong it is. Like we put cards out in the morning and they're gone in the afternoon.
Well, an important thing though an important distinction that you're making, and it goes back to what we said earlier about how many people are outside of the social media bubble. Like people forget those folks. The transactions you're doing in the store don't count towards Card Ladder. They don't count towards market movers. They're not accounted for. Like if I had like a regular thing around here, those cards that you had graded, if I want to take it to the next expo and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Juan Soto and such are playing well, that stuff will move. But I have the option in the meantime. I can put it on eBay. Now I can jack up the buy it now, put the best offer on it, and see who wants to do what. Like I have both options. I'm not excluded from choosing either. If someone wants to pay me a good price on there, aggressive price, okay, I'll sell it. If I still have it by then, I can bring it down and go, there you go. I got one of these, one of these, one of these. What do you want to do? Because those ones are the tougher ones to come by, and as time goes on, they get a little bit tougher. And it's funny because I've got other copies of a lot of those already. I've also got graded copies sitting in my box. So I got multiples of some of them, and I got some of the tougher ones already graded and sitting in the box too. So I can choose. Do I want to send the rarer one, the more common one? Which one do I want to keep? I have choices. Mm-hmm. But those transactions will not count. Every single transaction you do across the table where they hand you a wad of cash and you give them whatever, that doesn't count. Good, whether it's a record price, whether it's a normal price, a little high, a little low, whatever, doesn't count. So you have to bear that in mind.
I've been using that too. When people ask me, like, it's the continue, what's it worth? Well, I'll tell you what it's worth cash in hand right now. I had a guy with a Crosby rookie today, Young Guns.
Yep.
And I said, well, would you like to sell it? Would you like to grade it? Do you want to keep it long term? What's your objective with the card? He's like, I'm really not sure. He goes, what would you do? I said, I would grade it. How much is that going to cost me? I said, probably a couple $100. And when you have a new person, it's very hard to explain the upgrade charge. Like you try to explain the process to them, but it doesn't. So I'm going to pay more money. You can't give me exactly. And I'm like, no, it could cost this. Anyways, he said, well, what do you think it's worth? Well, I'll give you $1,500 cash in your hand now. And he was like, okay, so you got minimum $1,500. You can spend $200 to grade it, and if you get a PSA 10 on it, I'll buy that from you for $4,000 in cash today. So you invest $200. You might get upgraded to $300 or whatever that next level is if it's a 10, but then it's worth $4,000. So you have to make your decision. What would you do? I would grade the card. And he goes, all right, well, I think I'll do that. I'll come back and see you again. I said, okay, great. Have a great day. But you can only educate.
They always walk out after that, right?
I think though it's funny though that there are so many people that will ask these questions, and I understand it. I do find it a little odd, to be honest, though. I've never been the kind of person where I can't look up a little bit of information, figure it out, but then once I've made a decision, I've made a decision. I don't like the idea of being indecisive. I trust my gut. I'll go with what my gut tells me to do, and if I'm right, I'm right. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But more often than not, the gut's right. If you've done your digging, you put in your time, you can trust your gut most of the time. It hasn't led me wrong too many times, so I'll go with what it says. But everybody's got to figure out their own version of this. Like I can't answer that. But a lot of folks do that. Like, yeah, they'll tire kick. They'll ask for information. It's like, oh, more information. And they're trying to find this perfect answer to everything. It's like, well, if you're trying to look for the perfect answer, good news. You're not going to do anything. You'll die, and then it'll be the next generation's problem to figure out what to do because you haven't made up your mind.
Then
So
the
it's
son
like,
comes in with a card. I shouldn't want card this. Should I get it graded? Should I?
Yeah.
The circle
But it's
goes
good, like-
around.
Especially with Gretzky rookies, which is the number one card that we get asked the most questions about. I tell every person, unless it's a 1, like unless I know it's going to be a 1, maybe a 2, I tell them, yeah, would you like to buy it? Yeah, absolutely, but grade it first. And they're like, well, I can just sell it. I'm like, no, well, you should grade it because everybody that has a Gretzky thinks it's better. Most people think it's better than what it actually is. So I never want the feeling of someone to say, like, don't leave yourself hanging with a question mark. I wonder, did he get a 7 on that when he told me it would probably be a 4 or 5 and he bought it for $2,500? I'm like, grade it. And then once it's graded, we'll buy it at 70, 75% of comps. It's very simple then. We'll look at PSA 4s and we'll say, here's what they sold at. We'll pay you 70, 75%. Away you go. Or you can sell it yourself on eBay and cost you 15%. Or you can let us make 10%. And we do all the work. Your call. So.
I think that's reasonable, but that's where the price of the known versus the unknown. If you're taking the risk, you're going to have to price it accordingly. It's simple math, simple business. It's not complicated. If you're taking all the risk, then you get to reap the reward. If you're right, you get to reap the reward. If you're wrong, cost of doing business. Deal with it.
We did one the other day. I paid 70% of comps. It was a baseball card, triple autograph of Seattle Mariners rookies.
Okay.
What's the guy's name? Maybe is it Kyle Lewis? Is he Seattle or
Kyle Lewis would be one of them. For if you're talking about more recent guys, Kyle Lewis would be one.
It was a recent card. So, anyways, but the comp on it, it was numbered out of 15, triple auto of 3 guys,
Okay.
and the one sold for 700 Canadian on eBay.
Okay.
So he was like, I don't know. He goes, well, I'd like to get 70 points on it. So I was like, well, all right, I'll take the chance and I'll buy it for 500. So I paid him $500. I said, I'll make a little bit of money. I'll put it on Facebook. But when I put it on, it's one of those outliers, and it sold for 400, I think, $400. So I lost $100 on that one. But that's one of the things that I've been really noticing on those low-numbered cards. You can't – things that are highly liquid and very easy, Gretzky rookies or cards, Vladdy Guerrero, Topps Chrome, PSA 10s, like those are standard and you know what you're going to get. But those outlier, oddball cards, you got to be really careful. And I talked to Steve and Sherry, and we had this little discussion. It's like, on stuff like that, we're really going to have to start paying like 50, 60%. Like, you just can't, if they want us to take the risk, like, there's no guaranteed sale on those cards, right? Like,
you got 3 guys in the last comps that are gunning for it. You're going to get the 3 last big sales, and then after that, the drop off, right?
Yeah.
You're at $400.
Yeah.
That's the reason why on stuff like that you have a decision to make. You do want to price in your risk, understand that, and price that in. But then the second half of it is that's where on stuff like that, you better be either A, really confident, or 2, comfortable just sitting back waiting for your buyer. Because people cycle through projects and stuff. And if it's young guys, they may have their moment in the sun. The only reason the Vladdy Jr. cards that I sent you were even a thing at the time is because he was on a low, because people hyped him up early. He started off high, not interested. Then they're like, oh, he didn't hit 50 home runs his first year. He's a bust. Price went like this. And I was like, okay, now I'm interested. Now you have my attention. So it's like at that point is when I go like, I'll take one of those. I'll take one of those. I'll take one of these. I'll take one of these. If I had been more aggressive, I would have done even better than I did. But I still did well. Like I was being lazy about it. I should have grabbed 5 of each. Like I was, but I still stacked them up a little bit. Yeah. As it is, I was grabbing a little at a time, slow, picking up some pieces here and there. And I ended up with a stack of them after a while. It's like, these are nice cards. They're good ones. Low numbered, rookie year, this, that, and the other thing. Is like, I got all that stuff.
My big investment, Colin White, Ottawa Senator. We always talk about our wins, but I talk about Todd Van Poppel, Greg Jeffries, and Colin White might be one of my.
I think you pick a few more names than I do there, Brad. I think I waited for his market to drop first, and then I went to go get him. Not before. I went the after.
Yeah.
You gotta buy it at least the first low. At least wait for the first low.
Yeah. I think we got who's the other guy? Nate Pearson pitched 2 innings and
okay. Yeah.
really good. And everyone locally that knows, me and a buddy of mine did a little investment on Nate Pearson. We bought his PSA 10 of his first Bowman auto. We have the 1 out of 5. We have the 1 out of 15. We have the 1 out of 25, 90. We have all of them, PSA 10s of his first Bowman auto, except for the 1 of 1 superfractor. So I think we're into them for about 10 grand. 10,000. We thought, yeah, it's a pitcher. We're going to take our chance. We love the Jays. This guy's a beast. And so he pitched 2 good innings, or an inning and a half. And my phone is like, your boy looks some good this year. I'm like, he pitched an inning and a half. I've kind of given up a little bit on it.
So this is Brad where like if we knew each other at that point, that would have been a situation where you're like, hey Carlos, what do you think? I think he's a fine prospect pitcher. He's like, what do you think? He's also a pitcher.
Yeah, I know.
Exeunt, exit stage right, 9, run away. The pitchers, even really great ones, struggle to maintain that value. Like even if I know they're going to be a great pitcher, it's like Max Scherzer's been a great pitcher for years. His value didn't come for a very long time, and he was pitching great year after year after year. Finally won a World Series and all that. The value finally started to come up a little bit. Randy Johnson, most of his stuff was really low. Again, he was really junk wax era, to be fair, but even some of his nicer stuff, like he was great, like legitimately great. Greg Maddux was a beast for years. His stuff was valued at nothing. And generationally, he is the best in terms of wins. Nobody is touching that win total for him for a long time, maybe ever again. And we watched him in the 90s. Now, all of a sudden, because his rookie cards are too overproduced, but his 90s inserts are slowly starting to do this because they're like, well, the rookies are too common. You know, you got the folks that are like, well, I want the nicer stuff. All right, go look at some of those 90s inserts that are actually tough to pull. Maybe condition sensitive. It gets really interesting really fast. Some of those start creeping up.
Sure enough.
So this is a general question.
Oh,
go ahead.
Randy Johnson's PSA 9. So I had a stack of PSA 9 Randy Johnson 89 upper deck ones.
Yeah.
So I said, I'll put them out in the store. Maybe I'll put the lot. I said, I'll take 10 of them. I'll put a lot of 10 on eBay. So I said, I'll check what they sell for. And I go on eBay and they sell for like $10 to $12 US a card. So PSA 9 Randy Johnson. So I put $30 Canadian, and I said, I'll leave those in the showcase forever. Like I'll take 20. I'm not selling a Randy Johnson PSA 9 89 upper deck. When you look at what a 9 Griffey is, like 300 or 400, or sorry, shouldn't say that much. Yeah, maybe it is 300 for an 89 Griffey PSA 9
for 9.
Yeah,
it was for a little bit.
See where those are at now. But again, so it's $15 is what it's worth. Like that's kind of sad. I know there's a bunch.
You can't grade it for that.
Yeah, yeah.
89 Griffey 9 last sold for $267. So
267, right?
Yeah. 300 Canadian. You're right.
So
if you had gone back in March though, in March they were pushing 400 and change.
Wow.
Yeah.
So like
and Randy
there was
Johnson's
a moment and they printed tons of that Griffey. That Griffey is very available. Very available. Even in 9s and stuff is like very available. It's an iconic card, but it's not short printed in any stretch of the imagination. The population on the 9 is 27,136 PSA 9s. Only PSA 9s.
All right. So that's 20 to 1 of the same set, Randy Johnson to Griffey. Yeah. You can have 20 PSA 9 Randy Johnsons or 1 PSA 9 Griffey. That ratio is too much.
Yes. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, all I was going to say was I'm reminded of like my time in retail. See, the problem, Brad, is you got to convince people to treat this like VHS tapes. Because my favorite thing was when I was in the store, we had VHS tapes. They still sold VHS tapes because Lord knows they had pallets of the damn things. I went around Halloween and I would grab all the horror movies. I'd grab all the Friday the 13th, the Nightmare on Elm Street and whatever. But they were 50 cents each. That's what we were selling them for. But at that point, I was bored and I was like, let me see how stupid our customers are. So I grabbed them. Again, they're 50 cents each. So I'd grab them, and I'd grab a stack of 10 of them and put them together in these little lots and put them in a box. That is $5. $5. So I would sit there, and I'd put them in the box, stack them into 10, and I'd put them on the wall and put a little sticker on them. $7.50. And they'd be like, Carlos, those are $5. Yes, humor me. They sat on the shelf forever. I had 10 of those, 10 sets of the $7.50. They were gone in a day. And I was like, y'all could have just picked them off the wall for 50 cents each. And they were like, and I was like, that's what happens when you put them in a stack. Just put them there. It's like, oh, $7.50. That's not too bad. They were 50 cents per. I didn't change anything.
It's a marketing, man.
It's all in the. I made it easy. I put it right in front of them. By putting it right in front of them, it's like, oh man, under $10, a bargain.
You didn't even have to get two Las Vegas girls to stand there. You know?
I didn't even have to. I saved that expense. Shocking.
Eric, anything come in your shop this week?
There was a set of mint condition.
Mint. Like
VHS
9,
tapes
10, 11.
for $7.50.
Yeah, there were like 11s of there was definitely Spinal Tap perfect gem mint very goods, and I'm trying to remember the right year. I think it was 52. It was a hockey set. It had like
Parker's. The colorful backgrounds, kind of pink and yellow and
yeah, and there was two hows in there, and it was incredible. I mean, I just sat there. Just these things were in such good condition.
Wow.
I'm sure Phil paid a lot of money for them. Is going to sell them for even more, but they were some of the nicest vintage cards in the 50s that I've ever had my hands on. They were just unbelievable.
Not fond of 52. 53, 54 is actually really good, but yeah.
I'd have to look and
Early
see exactly
Parkers.
what they were, but oh my God, they was just so good.
We talked about this before. They steadily got better. The Parkers steadily got better as you went along because 51 is ugly. 52 is not much better. 53 I don't mind, but to your point, 54 is better than 53. So they did get progressively better with it.
Less cartoony.
Yeah, they did get progressively better with it as they went along.
Yeah.
They weren't advancing very quickly, but they were advancing steadily in that era. Let me kind of put Bob's question here, and then I'll get caught up on a couple of these comments. So this is just, what are you all hunting for? Stuff or wants these days? Is there anything that you got your eye out for that you're interested in?
Everything I haven't seen before.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
why.
nailed down, so that's for Bobby. Eric, Boston Bruins random crap.
Boston Bruins random crap.
69s.
Beautiful. Brad, what do you got?
I'm 1965 O-Pee-Chee baseball set.
All right.
So I'm working on that, all PSA graded. 16-17 O-Pee-Chee Platinum Orange. I need 3 more cards to finish that, the orange autos. Numbered out of 15. I'm doing O-Pee-Chee pack from every year now, graded by PSA from 68 up to 89. So I'm missing about 10. So I'm going to work on that over the next few years. And I decided to do the 2013-14 PMG Blue hockey set. So
Okay, it's a PNG Blue.
Yeah.
So for the record, Bob here, I saw the question after. Bob said where. I don't know why the where is really. It's like eBay, random places here and there. PWCC, but the what to me is more interesting. But fair enough. We'll get at the where in a second.
So I got Gretzky
So that's the PMG.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now I got
They
you.
look nice. Yeah.
Yeah, those are
They're-
interesting. I don't mind the design on those. Those are interesting.
And they're numbered out of 25. I had the Gretzky Jones. I picked up another 15, so it might be a 10-year project. But I bought a Sean Monahan for $200.
I got my PM. Remember my PMGs.
The green.
Yeah, the PMG greens. I will gladly sell this for $10,000.
Yeah.
This is
Upside down.
the Parkhurst Emerald Ice version.
That one's right side up.
It's extra special because he actually put it in the holder correctly.
Only because I tried putting in it correctly and putting it into a stand-up display, and it doesn't fit well.
Almost like the stand-up display is designed to encourage you to not do the thing that
Weird.
you were trying to
No,
do.
Dan's just stupid. He doesn't know how to do it right.
There
Right.
we
So
Interesting.
yeah,
Interesting.
I blame Dan's design actually. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's great that for only a couple of dollars you can go get one of these Parkhurst, emerald green things, and they look exactly like these $20,000 PMGs, and they're identical.
Not even close. No. The PMGs generally have a little bit of texture to them.
Mile
but
off, but Pretty
Yeah,
close.
it's like it's missed it by that much. Just missed it by that much.
Well, I'm sticking with what I had to say.
There you go. So the original question was where. It's the usual platform for me because I'm not out doing. If it's not a show, like I'm sticking to the standard. I did win something on PWCC, although I mentioned it last week. So like I'll get to that eventually. I'm not in a hurry to ship it yet. When I do, it's going to cost me a pretty penny. They're kind of expensive with their shipping. I want to win a couple more cards, and it'll be, I think, more worthwhile for me. But I'll still look at PWCC to see if there's anything good, if there's anything of value to me. In the meantime, I can sit. eBay still has stuff on it. I'm not much of a Facebook guy, but I know some people have found some stuff. You got to really be looking. You got to pay attention a little bit and get the timing right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the timing is absolutely key, without question. I know there's some good stuff in my slabs and stuff, but I haven't looked at it too closely. But if I do, I know I can reach out to some folks and figure something out and make that work. So that's fine. I know that's still a good platform. I do feel there are a lot of platforms. I've been picking up some stuff on ComC though. I've been grabbing a couple of things here and there, finding some stuff. But if I see, usually what happens is I'll see it on eBay, and as soon as I see it's ComC consignment, I'm like, oh, let me go grab it over here and save a little bit of money, and I'll ship it when it's ready. So those are my spots. Is there anything else kind of spot wise for picking up anything?
I did pick up some rings.
There you go.
Forgot to put the-
What are they made out of? Like a plastic, or what is it?
Yeah, it's like a plastic. Yeah, somewhat flexible but brittle too, almost like a Bakelite. They're 67 expansion. They only made 12 different rings, so it's either between 67 to 69 they were issued, or 70, whatever, because they only did. Anyways, they're hard to find. Very
There
hard
you
to
go.
find.
There you
One
go.
size fits all.
Sure, yeah.
When you're a kid, yes.
Yeah. Outside of the shop, Brad, anything else? Like shows, like I said, for me is the other one. If I happen to be at a show, that's another place. But the regular standard kind of places for me.
I'm identical to you. Those are honestly, and I try to look at my slabs and alt, and there's the real now that is on, and there's a whole bunch of, but I've never bought anything from any of them. Like I just find it's eBay,
Cool.
PWCC, and ComC, and then shows local people. That's it.
I will say, let me add one thing. I did download the Whatnot app because there's guys in a podcast that do Whatnot. So I was curious because I was like, okay, I haven't used this platform. I haven't looked at it. I'm curious. I will say this, not necessarily for me. However, in terms of simplicity, you can actually put your shipping and your payment information into it. And if they do the little live stream thing, they can preset the item and then you can do the bidding on it. And then if you win it, you can just hit the button and pay right on the spot. And then they get your shipping information. They can send it to you. I watched a couple of the auctions go. It was very straightforward. It wasn't like this overly advanced thing, but it worked well. I was like basically watching a live stream of the guy doing a live auction and saying like, okay, so we're selling this one now. We're going to start the bidding at whatever. And it was just live auction. And it would have a timer, 30 seconds, whatever. You run it down. If the last bid happens and it goes to zero, done. If anybody bids, it gets like another 5-10 seconds. And you can do that until it runs down and we reach whatever price we're going to reach. All right, on to the next item, For some small items, I think it's reasonable. I thought it was kind of interesting for what it was. I wouldn't tune in regularly, but some of them are like doing those auctions every week. They pick a certain day of the week, a certain time. It's like, all right, we're going to run some cards, whatever. Here we go, blah, blah, blah. And they're interacting with the chat and stuff.
So hard to watch all of them, eh?
It's a lot. I thought it was interesting because I at least wanted to know what the hell it was. I knew of it, and I'm like, the only way I'm going to know is to sit there and watch one. And I was watching, like I said, the guys that do the podcast do a lot of those wrestling cards, and I go, okay, they put up. Some of it went, though, for reasonable prices, like cheaper than it would have been on eBay. So I was like, okay, that's not terrible. Like, if this is a venue that you want to go to, you can get some decent deals.
Limited audience, obviously.
That's what I mean, yeah. So I'm like, it's not a terrible idea, but I just don't have enough hours in the day to view all the platforms available. Like, there's so much.
The rare wrestling cards you were talking about, how many in per case, and those ones, if one of those comes up,
Yeah.
someone not really keen on it.
You could do very well. I think you could do extremely well in that venue because you're not getting as many eyeballs. You can get some steals. I saw some ones that I thought were pretty good deals, actually. So you could get some serious steals, but you got to be willing to go where no one's looking. You got to really be willing.
That's where I find all my stuff.
Yeah, you got to go there.
Not the common places always.
Yeah. Lots of cards moving bulk as well as shows and lower price of cards. Yep, absolutely. John here's talking about Gretzky. Good old seller FOMO. I do love the seller FOMO. That's a classic. You gotta live with it. I understand, but you gotta live with it. I had 2 Gretzky rookies. I sold them well before the really big run up. It happens.
I had 10, 15, 20 over the years. It's just,
Okanay's legend Todd
come
Van
and
Poppel.
go.
Jay had 2,000 Michael Nylander rookies.
Why?
Good evening, Jay. Anthony says Taylor, NFL. I assume it's Jonathan Taylor. I don't know. Needs some Masshole edition stands. Facts.
Well, I'll tell Dan that he needs to make some.
There you go. Problem with Comsys, you need to put money in your account to make offers. That's true. That is part of the... Now, that's good news and bad news, right? If you're a seller, it means the payment goes through. It's done. Transaction over.
Yeah, I think that's a great. Honestly,
It's a great feature.
I think it's a great feature. It's like, yeah, it just eliminates all this crap that we have on eBay. Right?
It is.
Yeah.
And by the way, by definition, it's a vault. Like, it is a vault. You can choose when you're going to ship your stuff to yourself. You can stockpile it in your account until you're ready to do something with it. Hit the button, say, okay, here we go. So that has some value too. You do consolidate the shipping. So that is nice from the buyer's perspective as well. But like I said, even though I haven't used it that way, I've done some flipping on it to work from that perspective. I use the analogy of that lot that I bought on eBay. I still have it to ship my cars, but the next one that I ship in, I'm going to have 27 autographs from that Be a Player set, the gold. One of them is the Medano that I need for me. The Medano was worth the lot by itself. I'm good. I've got 26 then of the gold autographs from Be a Player that I'm like, this feels like fodder for Comsy. Like, it feels like it's perfect for Comsy. I've got Jerome McGinley and I've got some other decent players. It's like, okay, maybe the McGinley could go on eBay, but like Comsy feels like a good landing spot for these at $3 or $4 a piece or 4 or 5, and I get my money back and then some, and I'd be good. It's not for everything, but there's some stuff that could definitely work in that venue. eBay Comsy Sports Life Beckett, yep.
Did you see Beckett today announced? I think I'll make sure I don't say this right. They're opening a vault service. Did you guys see that?
Sorry, repeat that?
What?
Beckett is opening up a vaulting service.
Seriously? Them too?
Let me see here.
I did not hear about that. I'm not shocked, but at the same time, I'm kind of perplexed. I'm bordering on vexed. I'm moving to vexed.
The new era. I am going to forward this to you now, Carlos.
Sure.
Let's see how quickly they can screw that up.
I'm psychologically preparing myself as you forward this to me. Hold on. Let us all take a moment to psychologically prepare ourselves.
Oh.
We have to like mentally prepare ourselves here. I don't know.
That's the guy that you're sending your cards to.
Yep. I'm just saying, be afraid.
That's
the guy.
That's where they've been the last year, building a vault.
Building a vault, dear Lord. Does the vault have an open back?
It's like a root cellar, actually. They just start digging a hole out back of the Beckett facility, and it's just a root
I feel like that's a fallout shelter or something. Like,
yeah.
We were building a fallout shelter for nuclear winter. They're like, we could build a vault out of this.
What email should I send this to, Carlos?
Oh, an email? Sure, yeah. Hold on. I'll give you an email address. No problem. Give me 2 seconds. I actually laughed earlier because when you said you were going to send me an email about the thing, I was like, do you have my email?
Well, you know what? I almost sent it. I put Carlos and it came up Slugger55. Carlos.
Carlos with a K?
Yeah. But
that's the knockoff Carlos. Carlos with a K doesn't count. All right, hold on. I'll give you an email.
Perfect. So I didn't read the whole thing, but it's a NFT vaulting, but it's also for
NFT vault.
How do you? All right.
It's a stick.
It's called a file server.
How in holy hell do you vault something that isn't real?
But it also says.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know what? I'll flip it to Carlos, and you can do your thing, Carlos. No sense.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
Here we go.
Awesome.
This more fodder. Unbelievable.
Eric, I feel like at this point they're intentionally trying to provoke you, and I like it.
They are building a vault to house something that isn't real.
Well, it's like a computer storage.
No, but it's also going to do your regular it's going to hold cards as well. It's a physical. Yeah, You know what, Carlos? You can explain it. I'm going to
Yeah,
call
you got it there. You got my
Eric-
email there.
Eric was right. Yeah, it's.
I'll read a couple of these while we're doing that. Someone in ComC has 1,542 of the goat of goats. Facts.
Wow.
We like it. I would not trust that guy or Kevin Dunn around trees. Facts. What is this Beckett release all about? We'll get to that in a second. I heard Beckett is rebranding, new logo, new slab label. They need to do everything. Purchase a card, purchase pricing company, a pre-decorated company. Yeah.
Burn
They
it
need to
down,
redo it.
start from scratch.
They announced this at the Mint Collective.
Oh.
I have to say about that. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Beckett is new slogan. You collect, we help.
No,
Oh
no,
dear
no.
Lord,
No,
heaven
you
forbid. Oh no, I think they should. I think they should help Eric. Could we get Beckett to like work with Len Potty and like combine forces against Eric? I don't think even the dark helmet hat will help you. Nope.
No defense there at that
I-
point.
Nope.
I don't know what to say about any of that.
He passed the point of no return.
Fear is what you should be saying. Terror is what you should be saying.
I'm gonna have. All I know is that I'm gonna have a restraining order against Len. I think. So.
At this stage, you need a restraining order against anybody. Anybody and everybody. All right. Hold on. So I got it here. So thank you for that, Brad. I think I can share it here. I'll do that. All right. So here is the. I'll read it because obviously a little bit small, but I'll read it. Okay. So Beckett apparently. Beckett starts a new era of collectible trading with an NFT vaulting product. Lord help us. Okay. So yesterday, March 24, 2022, Beckett Collectibles introduced Beckett Vault, a product that combines digital and physical collectible trading using cutting-edge NFT technology. Dear Lord. From Las Vegas, Nevada, an industry leader in authenticating and vaulting physical collectibles. Eric builds more than 2 decades of leading industry experience. Eric, with yesterday's announcement of Beckett Vault. Utilizing proprietary NFT minting and blockchain technology, Beckett Vault pioneers a new frontier of alternative asset trading by allowing collectors to trade faster, more securely, more conveniently with digital assets that represent their physical collectibles. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. Represents an innovation. Justin Holberg, CEO of Beckett Collectibles. Beckett Authentication Service have been fan favorite decades.
You mean decades ago? Yes, that's a fact.
Beckett Vault provides a space for the enthusiasm of the digital world, blah, blah, blah. Combining familiar processes using cutting edge. Yes, you keep saying cutting edge. Sending the vault alternative assets to Beckett via mail. Yes. Similar to traditional services. Yes, mail. Secondly, Beckett Vault grades, authenticates slabs cards, similar to traditional services. Thirdly, Beckett Vault insures, protects, and stores cards or alternative assets in this highly secure physical vault. Lastly, collectors receive a custom minted blockchain secured NFT that represents a right to instantly trade the asset. In the product offering, Beckett Vault draws on the strengths of physical authentication and vaulting to create a new digital marketplace that allows collectors to trade faster, more securely, and more conveniently. I bet.
Well, at least it was well written.
It was in English, so I do grant that. I do feel that it was in English. There were words.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to say two things in addition to the standard mockery. Two things. Number one, you want to make a vault? Go ahead. I'm in favor of technology, and I've explained that the blockchain technology is going to be usable for certain applications. I do see it as a future thing that will be helpful for a lot of stuff. No doubt, because I agree with that premise. However, I feel using the NFT for the vaulting for this purpose is redundant. You can literally... I mentioned ComC earlier, right? There's no NFTs involved. There's no blockchain involved. I can send you a thing. It goes from your account to my account. It's inside of a vault. We don't actually need an NFT on top of this. It's not actually required to do this transaction. And if ComC wanted to, by the way, Tim from ComC, this would actually... ComC is actually well versed. What if I just wanted to send my cards that are in my ComC account and I want to send certain ones to Eric? We could push a button and we do that. We don't need NFTs. It would actually be a service. By the way, you could charge me a nominal small fee for this service, and it would actually have some value because then we could do the trading inside of the vaulting environment.
It's like a pseudo vault.
Yeah.
Well, the
But
the vault itself is what it is, but you're introducing this technology unnecessarily. It's like you're adding a technology for the sake of adding a technology. Why?
It's new to them.
Yeah.
They have to make.
But you can trade now. So on PWCC, Carlos could send me if he has PWCC Vault account,
Yeah.
he sends me that little cut and paste the little link.
Yeah.
I copy that into an asset. I send it to him in PWC. I think it's $3. So I can transfer a card from my vault to Carlos's vault for $3. That's the only transactional fee. It doesn't matter if it's $1,000 card or a $10,000 card. $3 is what it charges.
Yeah.
So,
which is perfectly reasonable. That's fine, especially if we've already got the stuff sitting in the vault for whatever. Maybe we want it at the PWCC auction. We've had it sitting for a while or whatever. Maybe we don't want to ship it out. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. And by the way, I wasn't too aware of that, but I'm not surprised that they would do that. By the way, isn't that so? Theoretically, Brad, I could send something to the vault on purpose. You could send something to the vault on purpose. And for $3, we could exchange these things. And then it's in your account and that's in my account, and we can ship it to ourselves at our leisure. Theoretically.
correct. Yep.
So is this more or less safe than trade safe, safe trade, safe trade, safe trade, safe, safe trade? So I don't need to pay $10 for that?
Correct. Yeah.
I am shocked and mortified at this. This is quite a revelation. I was told there was only one way to do it: trade safe, safe trade, trade safe, trade, safe, safe trade. Floating head thing.
I think we lost Eric.
I would much rather trust the clowns. That
PWCC, I agree. PWCC, yes.
Than
I will accept the criminality I know, sir.
I would rather trust the fools that I'm friends with than give anything to those idiots at Beckett.
We're talking about PWCC here, not the Beckett one.
I refuse to talk about anything else right now. I will only focus my rage on Beckett and their ridiculousness.
He's on his 6th yawn, so.
There you go. I feel like Beckett heard the CSG news and just threw a bunch of keywords against the wall. That's probably right. Bob says needs more buzzwords. I agree. Are you guys allergic to sleep? Sleep is for the weak, Will.
Yes.
It's for the weak. Besides, I'm a night owl. And the funny thing about it is that yeah, I know on Friday, like I'm still I don't have the morning meeting anymore. Thankfully, they finally mercifully cut it off. The greatest innovation, frankly, in my working life is that they've got the Microsoft, they've got a lot of the AI that they build into it, but they have a feature there. They're like, oh, you can do focus time. And I'm like, excuse me, what now? It's like with the push of this button, we can find up to 2 hours of focus time. And so during the focus time, everything is like blocked off so that I can just do work. And I'm like,
nap time.
Yeah, it's sleep time right there.
Yes, mostly. But some work does get done doing that as well. You can do both. Gentlemen. You can do both.
Otherwise, you got to do a lot.
Well,
later.
I just want to point out that I am Carlos's first customer for his new vault service. I just sent him something to hold for me.
That's true. We got NFT this sucker.
Yep. So just hold on to that picture for me. Make sure no one steals it, please.
Yeah.
You know what's going to be good to see too? You watch by the end of, I don't even think by the end of this year, but the big players in the hobby, the consolidation of all these good ideas by so many different people are going to get swallowed up by the big players, predominantly one big player that is going to have like it's always been the full circle of cards. Grade, store, sell, grade, store, sell, like there's going to be some really cool stuff coming down the pipeline. Because you're not going to have 10 different vaults. You know what? The big players are going to take over, and the big cards are going to go to certain vaults. So
I agree with that.
Especially if they're a specific service for that, I can see, yeah. But if they're combined with their business, sort of like Beckett, they're going to just have it anyways.
I think it's here's the thing. They may as well try it. I do think it's going to be a situation where competition in the space is going to force everybody to try to figure out which one does it the best. Yeah. And that's really what it's going to come down to. I think, though, Beckett, if they want to enter into it, you're late, guys. You are super late.
PWCC started it, I think, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, if the thing is, if we want to get technical, I still believe ComC is technically a vault. From my perspective, they operate very much in that way.
It's suitable, sure.
Yeah, because they technically do the same thing. People can send in the things and move the stuff back and forth, buy and sell on the platform, whatever. If they included the trade aspect to it, then they'd be fully featured that way. And it's already insured inside of a facility that you can see from space. The whole 9 yards.
Your cards are fully insured when they're at ComC?
When it's at ComC, as far as I know, yeah. Because they have to operate it inside of that space. Because if it gets lost or whatever, it's on them. All of it's on them. Because the transactions are all happening inside of that space. So I don't think they ever thought of themselves that way, but in reality, they're the granddaddy of the whole vaulting thing. PWCC is the first one that thought about it. We are going to create a vault. because they also did it inside of a state that's a tax haven. So they consider that aspect of it as well. And that's a big piece of the puzzle. So I think they're the first one that just flat out said, yes, we're going to build a vault to do this. And it's in a tax exempt state so that you can take advantage of that like this and blah, blah, blah. But COMC is kind of in that space as well. So that's kind of thing. Don't want to safely trade with trade safe? Not so much. No. Actually, I got a good kind of thing that apparently I got a notification that I got to ship my carts thing in. And our friends at Burbank kind of goofed. So I'm going to have to give them a call. They goofed hilariously. And I was like, really? Bros, not even close. Good try though. This is what happens when you got tens of millions of cards. So let me show you what we got. So the ship my cards, guys. This is where them taking scans is useful. All right, so we got 2 football cards here. So we got a Brett Favre, and then we got a Jeff George, which sounds great. I did order a Brett Favre and an Epex purple Brett Favre, but that isn't the one I ordered, and that Jeff George isn't the one that I ordered either. I was like, you're close. You missed it by that much. You got kind of half, sort of, almost right. The other half, not so much. So I'll quickly show because I've got it on here. So this, there are 3 different versions of that purple. And one of them is the Epix, but it's the Epix Moment. So the Epix Moment is a different card. And then the other one is also not a Jeff George. So shockingly enough.
You didn't. So you never ordered the Jeff George?
I didn't order the Jeff George. I ordered a Brett Favre that's from that same set.
Okay.
So it's a bit small, but this is actually the Favre that I ordered. That's the purple Apex. It's a different picture than the other one. It's a different card entirely. So it's like, you're close. It is Favre. It is purple. Not that one. I'm afraid it's not that one. And then the Jeff George should actually be this one. That is not Jeff George. So it's like, correct set, correct year, wrong player. Both of them should be Brett Favre. It's like, yeah, he is a quarterback. Jeff George is a quarterback. He is the correct set, the correct year. I'm like, nope.
I was going to say, honestly, Carl, I didn't want to say anything until you corrected. I was like, what were you doing? I know it's an artist proof. I kind of like those old school artist proofs, but why did you buy Jeff George?
I did.
I know I wasn't.
Nobody bought
anything. Like I can't say anything just in case he's got a little Jeff George collection going on.
I have no moral objection to Jeff George, but it's the wrong one.
I know he had a very long career. He's seen as one of the most gifted quarterbacks of his time. That's much different than saying that he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of his time. He was considered one of the most gifted, and he played for a very long time. I mean, not everyone can say that. In the NFL, you usually, what's the average? Like 3 years?
Oh yeah, for the NFL, it's very short.
Yeah, and this guy played like 20. So yeah, Burbanks. I actually, for the most part, everything from what I ordered Burbank, they've actually been pretty good. Considering the amount of cards they have and the amount of stuff they ship out, generally they're pretty good. I'm gonna have to ping them on this one. I was like, guys, not exactly. Yeah, you're 0 for 2 on this one. You're 0 for 2. You're close. You tried, but you're 0 for 2. I would have to question Carlos Santana if you ordered Jeff George card. Unironically, yes. Yeah, close enough. Exactly. If memory serves me, I could be wrong. Brad, I think the Emerald are the rare ones. The Emerald Moment is the rarest of the variants, because I think it was orange, common, purple, kind of in the middle, and I think Emerald was the toughest, and then Moment is the toughest of the toughest. I think that's how it went. If memory served me, could be wrong, but I believe it was the Emerald, and I believe Moment is the one because the one I got was a purple Moment, which was good, but they gave me the purple Game, which is not, and then the Jeff George speaks for itself. That's a different conversation. Yep, Bitter Orange, which is a great card. I like the Apex cards. I think they're cool. I think they're fun. I don't think I own any.
They're cool. You can get some good players for inexpensive. I would check a couple of them out. Some players you like. Some of the orange and purples are available very inexpensively. You can have some fun with those. They're cool cards. Something About Mary, 7 minute abs. Something About Mary reference. There you go. I haven't seen Something About Mary in a very long time. I know Favre was in it, but I
Well,
didn't. I
you
don't
keep
remember
saying Brett Favre, and that's kind of how they said his name in the movie.
deservedly so. I
And
was
then-
my
and
understanding is that's how you pronounce it phonetically.
And we already talked about 7-minute abs earlier.
Yeah,
from
but
the
it was
movie.
capitalized. It was ABS.
Yes.
Jeff George was man for a few seasons. Yep. He was doing well at the Raiders until Sir Go 6 out on him. Yep. Jeff George, better mullet than QB. I think that's fair. Okay, cool. The purple's the middle ones. Yeah, that's right. All cool cards, actually. I enjoy them all. Even the orange, they're fun cards. Just pay appropriately for them. This is going to be interesting, though. I think this is the first time that I've had to... Reaching out to Burbank is not going to be an issue because I'll be able to include the picture and the tracking because it has the tracking on it. So that should be no problem. And I'm pretty sure I can hit a button to get it returned, but it's going to be an interesting conversation to be like, hey, guys, that's not what I ordered. It's like, I'm going to need you to swap it out for what I actually ordered. So that'll be kind of fun.
No, I'm gonna keep these.
I listen, I'll keep them. If they want them back, I can push a button and get it done. But it's like, this is a bit of a pain in the ass now to do. It's like, because they'll refund me the charge and everything, but it's like, it's kind of annoying, guys. You got to make sure you send the right thing. I wanted an Alex Smith QB rookie, so the impulsive purchase of PSA 10 Alex Smith missed the mark. Got a tight end by mistake. The other Alex Smith. Yeah. It's tricky when there is a guy with the same name, and it's like, that's not the one you wanted. I'm curious, as like, because they've got a whole setup of how they do their inventory. That's how they keep track of so many cards, so many singles. But basically, it's like, guys, you went into the thing. It's like, you know that you get a printout. So I was like, did you get the right printout? Did somebody order Jeff George and Brett Favre? Be kind of an interesting combination. Who knows?
Did you watch Sasha T's
No.
podcast with Ryan Burbank? No,
I did.
no.
Yeah. I did watch that. I thought he actually did all right with it.
Yeah. So I mean, again, obviously he's not an interviewer. He's just getting started with that. But
Yeah.
Ryan was that was a very good interview. He was very upfront, and he talked about the whole Burbank operation, and I thought it was good. I enjoyed listening to it. So I think that Ryan is he's a smart guy, and I think he will be at the helm of Burbank for a long time.
I was about to say that because he is going to get the keys to the kingdom. It's actually kind of interesting to see what the young prince thinks because he is operating. Obviously, he's doing the work. His dad is still obviously the guy in charge overall, but he's getting more and more responsibility, getting more and more in the inside of the overall operations of it. So right now he is on the path to inheriting and taking over a good chunk of that. Rob's still going to be around doing his thing, and he's enjoying kind of his role now as doing that piece of it. It'll be interesting to see how he combines what his dad does because his dad is more of the people person. He's good at dealing with the specific one-to-one interactions, but his dad is more like, I'll address the masses. It'll be interesting to see how they balance that out going forward in the future. That'll be the next line of succession, how they're going to do that.
Yeah, it's tough when you have father and son that are different in personality types. One guy can dominate, and the other guys are just a little bit less. It's sort of when Josh from Leland's, he passed away, he was like the center point of Leland's at that point. Now Leland's is still doing fine, but you lose that main key person. It takes away from your business quite a bit.
Yeah, but he didn't BS, right? In the interview, it was kind of funny when he goes, no, been around cards my entire life. Like it was his I think he called them his grandpa's and then his dad's and then his. And I swept floors, I did whatever, but he goes, I didn't do anything in cards until 2015 or 16 or whatever he said, and that's when he got into it. It's so easy for people to say now, I've been cards all my life. Like Ryan could have said, yeah, since I was a baby, I was a card collector. And he's like, no, it was a job. Like I swept floors. I didn't even really, I wasn't focused on cards, but he was very honest and upfront. And I think he's a smart guy and it was good.
I think if you have a desire to run a business, I think it's fine. And what I've seen from the interactions that have been caught on footage that they've pulled from him, he's a very shrewd negotiator because he's at the buying desk. So he understands that part of the business and understands how to buy. Because again, it's business. You're going to make your money on those purchases. You buy right, you'll be able to turn it over and make business. Because if you overprice things, they're not going to move. And they're operating a business where transactions are the key. Inventory is coming in and out all the time. You're not going to make money if you sit there and are precious with it and try to squeeze every last penny. You got to get stuff out. But that also means you have to buy at the right price. Otherwise, you're not going to make any money either. So it's like you got to understand what you're trying to do there.
Yeah,
it could be a benefit of
a lot of things too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got an invention, and I need to talk to a tech guy that could manufacture this. And
Is it a vault?
I don't.
Does it involve NFTs? Does it involve NFTs?
NFTs?
I heard this is very revolutionary.
No, this goes
So-
to NFTs?
I want something basic, but I'll say it because I don't even care if I ever do it. But I want someone to do this because the hardest thing that I find is, especially with the changing of pricing of cards now, is to remember what you paid for things. So we have so many different people are buying cards every day at the shop. They're buying this. All of a sudden, I'll look at a card. It's priced at $200. I'm like, did we pay $100? Did we pay $150? Did we pay $160? What
Hard
did
to
we
remember
pay?
everything. Sure.
It'd be nice if you had some sort of like a label makers with a scanner with a barcode. So not to
QRT
put it
code.
in not to put it in a database on a computer or whatever, but just so when you had a price sticker that came out of this that said $100 and it had a little barcode, so when you scanned it with this thing, it would say, yeah, that card's $100 and you paid $50, your cost. So not like, again, I don't need a back end database to be built for inventory and all this other crap. Just a simple thing that
Current.
people can, yeah, that's it. Just so you could, your price sticker that you make will have your cost on it. And you can just scan it and it's done. So no one could see it, right? But you know what you
So
paid.
okay, so hold on.
Then you
So
can
if you
negotiate
don't want
better.
if you don't want the database, then what you're talking about is effectively 2 QR codes. Because basically a barcode is just keying a piece of information. It's so that when the reader scans it, it translates it into whatever. Effectively, you're combining that so that you could, because basically you'd be looking at 2 codes. One code is the purchase, one code is the other, and it just prints it. And it's standardized. Because in reality, it could use the same code 1,000 times for $100 and the code 1,000 times for $50. And it would just be the same combination. If you got this code and this code, it's 150. And that's how it would combine. So that kind of exists because basically it'd be a combination label maker and a QR code thing that allows you to just punch in your number.
Absolutely. So you need a combination of both. Because I mean, I would absolutely love that. You buy a card for $500, instantly you just print out the price sticker, you put it on it, and you're golden, and you know. And it could be like it could
Ken
be versatile
Golden?
for it. Yeah.
The golden touch.
But you just think so. You're at a show and you have your discount box out, you put your cards out, and so I'm like, oh, I had that card for years, or Bobby, I had that box, and all of a sudden you just look and it's a removable sticker, so it doesn't affect the package, and you just look at it and you say, oh, you just scan it and you go, oh yeah, and maybe you could even add the date in somehow. Yeah, I bought that for $50
When
in
you bought it.
2017. Yeah.
I've had this 10 years. I don't care. As long as I get my money out of
Yeah,
it.
time to go.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, though, that a QR code basically can hold little pieces of information. Because what happens is, so as it stands today, if you do the QR code in the back of this, all it's really doing is it's asking you to connect to the CSG website, and it's putting the number specific to this slab. This code contains those 2 pieces of information. You put the little scanner on it, you open up the page, it already has the code on there with that specific barcode number here. That's all it's doing. Those 2 pieces of information loaded into that 1 QR code. And it's printed already on the back. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And then
But there's no
beyond
way-
that, it can read it 1,000 times.
What you paid, like you can't keep tracking. Everybody would have it, right? Everyone would want one, so you could know.
Yours would have to be a little specific, but yeah, I could see that being
I could see it being done, yeah.
reformatted easier rather than creating from scratch. I'm sure they could piggyback into something like
Yeah,
that.
Jay has a comment on that, which I agree with, because it's the same concept. Because like I said, if you're putting in that piece of information, then your reader is what's picking up and understanding how to translate it for you. Because you got to figure out what it is in advance and know it, but then your reader will figure out the rest. So is it a red button? Perhaps. So I cringe when Robert breaks his card father out. He tries. He tries. Mike have read Lean for the last 20 years of Josh's life. Joshua's emeritus status. This transition has been flawless. So that's Buzzy's perception on that one.
And I agree with Jay's comment. Like, that's good. But the problem is, so I started doing that my dad did it at our hardware stores, and his code was Pathfinder. So Pathfinder is a 10-letter word that has 10 individual letters. So P is 1, A is 2, T is 3, H is 4, F is 5. So that was always the code on every price sticker at the hardware store. So you could look at it. So I took over Pathfinder back at AMG, 20 years ago. But then all of a sudden people, they look at the price sticker and they go, oh, you got 150 on it. It says PRR above it. So that's you got that for $100. So that kind of, now everybody knows, like almost everybody that comes in when they see my code on my stickers. It's like, so that throws it
Yeah.
out. So if you had that QR code where you just, no one could ever see it, no one could scan it. But I still
Well,
use
the
Pathfinder.
problem is that a QR code, anybody can scan it. It would have to be coded. The result would have to be coded in such a way where you know what it is.
Right.
But again, a QR code is scannable. That's the reason why. Even though I don't have so PSA has an app when they do their stuff, right? That is a proprietary barcode for them, specifically for them. This QR code, any QR reader could read it. The way they did it is they combined two pieces of information that can do it. But my cell phone can pick this up and read it and open up the page for me. And it can understand what it's trying to do. But that's what a QR code is, because a QR code is standardized. But what you load into it can be a code in its own right, and then you go from there. So here, encrypted to your phone reader. So you can add that other element to it using a QR code, but then adding the encryption element to it. So there are ways around it. So in the same vein as what I talk about the whole blockchain and all that, the QR code is a platform. It's a specific piece of technology. Then from there, you figure out how you want to use it. How do you want to use it? It's going to give you data. What kind of data do you want it to give it? Do you want to give it a code? Do you want to be more specific? Do you want it to say Brad paid $50 for this? You can, or you can encode that.
Yeah.
I think
And I
Brad
don't want
just
to do
wants
anything.
scanner
on the
that
back end.
prints it out and does one and bang.
Yeah, like I want it to be like a price gun that you hold and you scan, and you just put
Bang, bang.
$50 and the date's automatic. It has to be as user. Once you start adding other steps in, then you'll start to get lazy on your end. You're like, well, I'm not going to do these $5 cards because that's just a pain in the butt. I'm not going to enter it in the computer. I'm not going to. All has to be automatic from one handheld device that prints the label and scans the code, whatever it is. So
There
that's
you go.
my
So
objective.
Brad is Brad is a coder. I'm on it. There you go.
There you go.
There we
Albert's
go.
on the
I love
case. Yeah, but everything you describe, I think, is doable. I think it is doable with QR code. As an example, that is one way you could do it. I honestly think you could. I'm not a person who does that, but everything you describe, I'm like, yeah, you could probably do that with a QR code. You just have to have the setup on it on the end of it, and the reader will be then it'll be, if it's encrypted, then your reader specifically will pick it up and know how to translate.
Have you
That's what
ever,
you're looking for.
Googled that up, Brad?
No, I was just thinking about it
who
this
has
week.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
because it's kind of a
I
common
tried
thing.
everywhere.
Yeah. Well, maybe try it.
I thought about
businesses
it.
that
You know
use
where
that.
my brain went? Do you watch like I watch certain guys on YouTube, obviously
Mm.
Carlos. I think I mentioned to you guys before, but Neo Cards is
Yep.
probably one of my favorites to listen to. That I just listen to it. It's on when I'm driving. I have it on the background. His voice he maintains it. It's soothing. I like it. So, but I also
crash
follow,
your car. You're gonna fall asleep.
there you go. I follow Roth Cards, who I met at the National, who I think is I think he's from my interactions, I believe he's a genuine nice guy.
Brad,
him and-
nothing would give me more joy than if you would go to a card show and take a picture with Roth cards and send it to me so that I can make Dave's head explode.
Oh yeah,
For a reason, please,
I-
please. Yeah, he
I got-
loves
I-
Roth cards. Loves.
So,
With a
but they bought
passion.
this week they bought a big collection. Him
Okay.
and the other guy, I forget his name. It's not Ken.
Yeah.
Him, Kenneth Fornos, and I think they call him Taxi or whatever. But I met him at a couple.
Oh
shows.
yeah.
He loves the F1. Them guys, honestly, in person, regardless, like they are nice guys and they're fun and they're always happy. They're always.
I want to clip this and send this to Dave. I just want to watch his head go off like a gasket. Like so
But they're good. But did you see you should watch the clip of the collection they bought. It was the first time they kind of went out and there's vintage cards. There's like 2 Clemente rookies. There's a whole bunch of manuals. They're all in screw downs. And I was thinking with them guys, they would have paid. This collection was big money. I don't know what the number would be, but tens of thousands of dollars.
Sure.
And they're like, yeah. And you could see, they're like, well, we sold a third of it already. Obviously, they put out a lot of cash and they're trying to get some of their money back. And I'm trying to think, that's just perfect to have your little scanner and you scan every card, what you paid, break it down, right? So,
Yeah. I think the thing is you have to. Right now, the technology is available that you can do a lot of things. For the type of business they're running, it's cash fluid. Cash got to come in, cash has to come out. They're because they're doing the show circuit, and that adds an expense. So if you're going to run from place to place to place, that's an expense. So it means you have to consistently bring money in as you purchase, you got to sell, you got to buy, sell, and keep the engine going. That's the only way it's going to go. You can't be sitting on a bunch of inventory because stale inventory doesn't do you any good in that regard.
Good idea, though.
I think that's fair. See me, Josh from Roth Cars with Thornos and Taxi. There you go. Perfect. There you go. I enjoy somewhere off in the distance, Dave is like cursing and doesn't even know why. And I like it on levels I can't even explain. Again, life troll. That's what I do. So Andy, I've interacted with Roth and Kenny several times in Dallas. They're really nice guys. That sounds fair. Andy, so let me ask a question. We're going to start winding her down slowly here. I think we're still going to start winding her down. Andy, I'll reach out to you later if you want. Do you want to come on for like 10 minutes and chat a little bit? I'd love to talk to you for a couple of minutes if you're around and want. I can send you a link on Instagram if you want. You let me know. I was surprised he was still on, but I got to reach out to him later and set up a little thing, and we'll have a longer conversation. But he wants to come on for a couple of minutes. I'd be happy to chat with him for a couple of things. Forno showed his Excel spreadsheet the other day, prices he paid and sold. Yeah, no, you better have records. Like, it's funny because with a lot of these young guys, I keep wondering, it's like, do you actually keep track of what you're buying the stuff for? Because it's not enough to sell it. I don't care how much money you're making. I care how much money you're making. If you understand the difference in the inflection of what I just said. You sold this for $1,000, but if you bought it for $1,200, you lost money. If you sold it for $1,000 and you bought it for $700, okay, great. You made some money. That's fine. You do that over time, that's going to work. But if you're doing the $1,000 to $1,200, not so great. But you got to keep track. Also, you got to pay the taxes. That annoying tax thing. How annoying!
Takes all the fun out of everything.
I know. Well, I was pleased. I was pleased this time because I did take care of my taxes, but I had been doing I've been doing contract work the last couple of years. So when you do contract work, it's a little different the way you got to measure it out. This past year, I did work at two places, but it was two T4s because they was regular standard. So I already had all the paperwork, had all my deductions and everything, and I was able to just go on TurboTax and boom, 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 boom. This is your refund. Great, thank you. Print, done. Send it off. So it was easy this year. Some years less so, but this year is very straightforward. So that makes life easy.
I think them guys will come to Toronto. I'm pretty sure. I tried to tell Josh when I talked to him at the National, I said, you guys would have a blast. The thing that you like when you see a lot of guys on YouTube, you just see the end product, what they do. But when you see guys physically at a card show, and you see the work that they put in, like they're the first ones there, they're the last ones to leave. Sometimes when they buy, like you see the 10-second clip, here's what we bought in Dallas. We bought this Aaron Rodgers auto, whatever, for $1,200. That card, like he worked on getting that card for it was a 3 or 4 hour process. You know what I mean? Like them guys put the work, they put the work in, and they do a hell of a job. So.
That's good. I'm not surprised. It's one of those things like you do have to, it's very funny. It's that I think people forget that if you're going to do the show circuit and you're doing transactions in person, you better have a little bit of people skills. You got to figure out a way to do it because you're going to have to do deals with a lot of different types of people. It's not going to be like you overly aggressive all the time. Well, that's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way and you're going to lose business. Again, it goes back, that late instinct from hours ago we talked about, do not create friction with a potential customer. Even if we don't complete this deal, if it was a good experience, there's a possibility for a future deal. That's fine. That's okay. If you can create the deal, then even better. But you can't alienate people when you're like, look, we can't agree. That's fair enough. That's fine. No problem. We'll try again another time. That's how business is done.
And you got to talk about your losses. And that's what I like about them guys as well. And just people in general. You can't just always be rosy and say, here's my wins. It's nice when you hear the losses. I think Josh at Roth Cards did a PSA sub reveal. It was like a 3-minute video. Probably my favorite. He hasn't been in the hobby long, maybe a couple years, he started right at the pandemic. But he's like, here's my PSA sub back from when I first started in this. And it was like PSA 6, Michael Jordan 90 Flair. And he's like, yep, this one cost me 20 and it's worth about $3. And he was going through the whole thing. It was hilarious. He did a really good job on it.
But people like that sense of honesty. It's good. It works with Chris Sewell too.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, he's interesting to watch.
All right, I got one more picture to take us out on. So if you guys got any comments or anything, do that, and then we'll be good to go, and we'll call it an evening. Also, if you haven't already, if you could hit the like button, always appreciated, 100%. Now, Who wants to see one more picture of Dark Helmet because he just put it on Instagram and I just found it.
Let's see
Oh,
a good one.
please.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
please.
I figured Eric would appreciate it. So it's like, no,
Please.
we got to do it. There he is in his glory.
Oh.
Isn't that wonderful? He's got a shirt and his helmet.
This is his first table. He's never really done anything like this before, so this is interesting.
Oh, it is. Guys, Mint Collective, bros. Mint Collective. Find Dark Helmet. Seek him out.
Did I see that the other day? I went into, I think Summer or Sherry were watching TV, and on Shark Tank there was those hats.
I have
What's
no
he-
idea, man.
We don't know
Look,
what-
considering the size of the hat, I wouldn't doubt you saw it. I don't care if you went outside. Like, you probably saw it anyway. You might be able to see the hat from space.
Yes.
100%. I thought it was a joke, but it must be. It was that hat. These two guys were presenting to the dragons or the sharks or whatever it was, and there's a name for that type of hat, and they're like, "Yeah, everybody likes these things." I was like, "Is this a joke?" And then they started saying about their business behind it, and it was like, I don't know. I think the
Wow.
sharks might have bought into it.
Bougie hats.
I see that Billy gave him a like on that.
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah, for sure.
I see Billy's name there.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Oh my
So
God.
let's kind of take it out on this. So Eric, as the resident expert, is that hat bougie enough, or does it lack? Does it need some bedazzling? What does it need? What does it need to elevate? We already know you have high standards. Earlier tonight, we established that you have standards. So what does this hat need, Eric? What does it need?
Fire.
And kerosene? You
Yeah.
need an accelerant, to make
Yes,
sure.
I need an accelerant and a spark.
I think the slab stong has to light up and flash.
Oh, that would be great.
If it could get like a little neon or something, like
Yeah.
Something
just
like
like flash it a little bit. I like it. I like where your head's at. I like that. Here you go. All right, so here you go. Albert says, "God help us." Facts.
Oh my God.
Listen, I'm not even a believer, and I agree with the sentiment. So where is he? Oh yeah, the guy with the weird hat. Yep. At least you get nice weather for the event. He needs to curl the brim. There you go.
There you go.
Get a blowtorch. Nice. Nice.
I just sent you the link, Carlos. It's called it's a real thing, and the dragons did buy in. It's called the Noggin Boss, and it's
Is that actually what it's called?
Yes,
Excuse me,
Noggin.
what?
Noggin Boss? Noggin.
And how much does a noggin boss cost?
I'm clicking this link and I'm regretting it immediately before I even click it. All right. Okay. I set up. I want it to end, and now I'm down this Noggin Boss rabbit hole. Like, but look at this crap. Dear heaven! Oh my God!
I need to know how much my idiot friend paid for this.
You need a cape on the back of it.
See here. So you got a model being used properly. All right. So Noggin Boss. That's a real thing. Like, look at this.
Look at, come on.
I'm telling you, the sharks bought into it. He has like the amount of sales; it's through the roof. Like,
No way.
ludicrous.
No.
Never. I refuse. Never. Ever. There's no. Absolutely.
Well,
I
it's
need to know,
stand out and
But
it's
how
to
much?
stand out and promote your business? I get it.
Wait. So I have a secondary problem with this. Are they insinuating that because all of these are blank? So are they
Put
insinuating
your logo on it.
that yeah, but the thing is the logos they're saying are all like trademarked. Go take a trademark logo. That's the Islanders, there's Chicago Blackhawks, like there's the Pelicans. Like, wait, so you're gonna intentionally put like copyrighted logos on this shit?
I don't know.
Click on our story, Carlos. See what it comes up.
Our story. None of you wearing Noggin Bosses. Trash.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, I thought they were on Shark Tank though, and I think the sharks did buy in. Oh yeah,
And put it on backwards, even better.
So
Fantastic.
It's like having those big cheese heads for what was it, Pittsburgh or?
Well, the Cheeseheads is Green Bay. Pittsburgh. The Cheeseheads Green Bay.
Oh, there's a hockey one that does it too. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But if you want to advertise your business and walk around, I think it's kind of a good thing at the show. It works
Oh,
for
they're
him.
gonna notice them. That's for
How
sure.
many other people? I don't know, man. Like, it just looks silly, but maybe it's to stand out. And
Well, I think I tend to think my belief is that this is Tim's approach to being like, I'm going to break my neck carting around the 9 graded slabs. Okay, I'll still look like an idiot, but I'll look like an idiot whose neck still works.
I don't know how much does that thing weigh on his top of his head.
It seems like it's like a foam. It's got to be like a foam. That doesn't look like it's heavy. I would think it's pretty light.
Unbelievable.
It's FOMO. Yeah.
Yeah. How did they not get sued by Haagen-Dazs? Facts. Because I'm Carlos Nagenboss, I wouldn't wear that shit. Maybe I could get Daps Man to wear it. I think it needs rhinestones. There you go. A little bougie sparkle. All right. On that heinous nightmare fuel, I think we'll call it an evening on that one. That took us down a weird rabbit hole that I wasn't expecting, but that's par for the course of this show.
We bought pit rocks in the 70s, so hey, this Noggin Boss isn't so far out there.
There you go. May you all enjoy a Noggin Boss. Because reasons. Anyway, so that's it. Thank you, everybody. More videos coming up on the channel. Next live stream will be April the 1st. We're just going to start a new month with more of whatever nonsense they come out of. I'm hoping that the Mint Collective brings out some entertainment. Apparently Beckett did a thing. I'll look into it a little bit more and see if they said anything else stupid. That we'll see. I don't know. What's worse, that hat or the Shockmaster helmet? The hat. Shockmaster helmet.
It's close.
No, but the Shockmaster helmet at least was a Stormtrooper helmet in a previous life. It actually served a specific purpose, and then they decided to spray paint it. This Noggin Boss is unironically douchey. They went straight for douchey.
It should be regular.
I just want to point out that Bob went a whole show and didn't attack me in any way.
Bob, I'm giving you 30 seconds.
You got 30.
You got 30. I'm giving you 30 seconds for the heel turn. You can do it. I believe in you. Yeah. Have a good night, Baz. Sounds good. All right. You still got time. I'm monitoring it. I'm giving you just enough time if you want to take one last stab at it. This is Glory's last shot. If you want to do a heel turn tonight. Otherwise, you're saving for next week.
I should have one for my app.
A Noggin Boss?
Needham Noggin Boss. Yeah.
Do you have a logo for your app?
Yeah.
Ooh, so maybe you could Noggin Boss that thing.
I could.
Maybe you could get Tim to wear it.
Wear that.
Maybe you could get Tim to wear it.
Yeah, maybe.
He's clearly already willing to do it.
Actually, I'll buy a whole bunch and give them to all my dealer friends. Brett, wear to promote the app.
I like that Bob's doing the long play. I like that.
Oh, good.
Well played, Bob. Well played. All right. On that note, thank you all, chat, for hanging out. Appreciate your comments and some thoughts. We've had some fun. We'll figure out what next week holds for us. I have faith in the content gods, as always.
Definitely more Noggin Boss. No question.
Well, clearly more Noggin. Now that we know of Noggin Boss, we cannot unknow Noggin Boss.
No.
So there you go. Sounds good. All right, guys. Have yourselves a great evening. We'll catch you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Night, Noggin.